Knicks Real Talk, the night show. Let's get it. July 7-6, we in the building tonight. The Friday night show. Bronx Jedi 7-6 Sports in the building tonight. Knicks Real Talk, we back. In a minute. Let's get it popping. Chat. Salute, Prodigy Nerd in the building. Salute, Prodigy. You see my brother, salute. Knicks Real Talk. The night show. Friday night show. Let's get it. July 7-6. Off-season edition. Salute Baba Booey. Chat up in the building. Knicks Real Talk. Yeah. Salute. Knicks Real Talk. What's going on, everybody out there tonight? Friday night show, Divine Bronx Jedi 7-6. We in the building, man. We about to get into it tonight. Salute to everybody out there. Hope y'all doing well. Everything good. I hope everybody had a good day. We ready to get it popping, man. Y'all already know the drill. COVID-19 still out there. Wash your hand, wear your mask, keep it distance and all that good stuff, man. But in the real, we ready to get into it. We're glad to be back. We've been off for a minute. Let everybody get a little breathing room. But salute to all the other content creators out there holding it down while the Knicks season's off. But we're gonna get into it tonight, though. Bronx Jedi, what's going on with you, my brother?
What's going on, Divine, man? I'm a little bit right now, a little itchy, going through a little Knicks withdrawal right now. I'm like that guy from from the meme. Do you have any more Knicks games? Man, I'm going through the New York Knicks withdrawal, man. But it's, just because the season is over, there's plenty of content. It's not an off season for us; it's a work season for us. We got a lot of speculation, trades. A lot of we're all gonna putting on our GM hats now, and we're gonna start seeing what we like, what wish list. How we want to improve the team. But man, it's a pleasure speaking with you, being here on the Knicks Real Talk platform. Salute to everybody. Project Hector Nerd. M Rosario, Frank Matos. What's going on? Baba Booey. Everyone that's listening to us there, man. It's once a week, but man, we miss seeing you in the chat. You guys become like family to us. You're part of the Knicks Real Talk family. So salute to you guys in the chat. Salute to everybody listening to us. And Divine, man, our New York Knicks, man, we're missing them. Even though there's still good basketball going on around the association, we currently have the 76ers and Atlanta game going on, game 3 in Atlanta. We've seen all the other series going around, and, it's a fun time. There's still basketball, but it's still not Knicks basketball. But, let's get to it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we need to get into it. The season, off season and everything, man. We kind of just chilling. But I like the way all the other content creators are holding it down, man, and keeping us alive with what's going on out there. There's a lot of things going on out there, man. We get ready to come up on that season now where the trade talk is going to pick up, free agency going to pick up. We got the draft popping off. So there's going to be a lot of things going down, and a lot of people going to be into it, man. But we're going to keep you in tune, that 24/7 with the New York Knicks content. Knicks Real Talk, man. We here, man. So we glad to be back. We just gonna get into it tonight, man. We have some other cats on the panel, man, later on and everything like that. But me and BS just, we've been chilling them. Y'all also can check out BS on Bronx Jedi Sports talk show, man. Y'all already know about that. So when y'all not on Frank Knicks Real Talk, man, you want to hear all the sports that's going on, hit up the brother right there on BS Jedi, brother, and y'all let's get it popping. But yeah, man, it's been a minute, but it's been fun. Salute to the chat. Frank Rosario, Baba Booey, Matos, Project Nerd, peace to my brother. We see you for the love of the game in the building. You already know what it is. We here, man. Let's get it, man. Knicks off season. Everybody kind of doing anything. Thibodeau gave them like 3 weeks off, 2 to 3 weeks to get themselves, back to being normal. I would say. And I think that, that's going on right now. But, man, there's a lot of trade talk out there. We think about free agency in the draft. We got 4 draft picks. We're going to get into all that, man. But interesting time right now, because this is just a part of the season that I love, because even though they're not playing basketball and they're not in the playoffs, but we still relevant. You know what I mean? Because the way we put ourselves in, what position we put ourselves in to be relevant, we still able to talk Knicks in the all season that meaningful. You know what I mean? In all ways, because we talking about drafts coming up. No more are we in the lottery? No, we looking to really take that next step of the organization. You know what I mean? So I think it's good. And the noise is good, the buzz is good, and it's gonna be an interesting off season, man. But I'm locked in. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to get to it, man, because it's gonna be fire, BX. I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna get into it with the chat tonight, though. Salute to everybody out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you stream them from. Thanks for chiming in on a Friday night with me and Bronx Jedi 76. And yeah, man. So it's good, man. But I'm excited though. I really think we had a really decent season the past season. I think we took some steps as an organization. BX now we ready to go into the next chapter. You know what I mean? And we already know what that is, man. That's the 2021-22 season, man. What you think about the Knicks going forward?
Going forward, yeah, it all starts pretty soon. For us, not for the New York Knicks, but in the NBA, June 22nd is going to have at 8:30. You're going to have the draft lottery. They're going to draft for the lottery, the positioning. It feels good not being part of it. It feels kind of weird, but in a way, good that we're not going to be part of that draft and waiting to see where our ping pongs go. Which is, it's refreshing. It shows that we're having a good we had a good season, and we're building correctly. And then we all know. July 29th, it starts for us, the draft night. What are they going to make moves? Are they going to move, stay pat at 19 and 21? Are they going to package that, move players, acquire players? Do the front office starts. It's starting now. You hear a lot of backstage rumors, a lot of movement, a lot of names tied to the New York Knicks, associated with the Knicks, who they want to bring, who they don't want to bring, and then we know that August 2nd is where it starts. The free agency moratorium starts. We're able to sign at 6 o'clock. This when it all starts. Everything goes quick and smooth in the NBA. As soon as that season starts, it's like for the first 5 to 10 days of the NBA free agent, everyone starts signing. The movement starts happening. Maybe a minor trade here and there, but it's going to be interesting. We're going to have, we know the finals is going to go all the way up to almost July 4th, and then after that, we have that little bit of that period where we're going to be talking, and we're going to be busy because we know training camp starts on the 28th of September. So we got a lot, basketball season. It's going to be full time. It's starting to become there is going to be no off season for us in basketball, especially in our contents, bringing the rumors, all the movements and forth and seeing what's going to happen. So it's going to be an exciting time. I think the New York Knicks. I think they're exploring every opposition. They're checking. They're in a boardroom. They all gather together, in the war room, and they're seeing what they could do, which routes they do. If they want to stay pat on trades, or they want to just do stand pat, build for one more year, and then go at it next year with a free agent class, or they just want to build now. They want to build their little free agency class now. Bring Sprinkle in there, make a trade. And start going at it now. Start the clock now to try to improve the team. Dare I say, to take the next step. Win a playoff round first, and try to see if we go on a deeper run than we did this season. So, it's interesting to see, Divine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it all starts now, man. When they get back to the drawing board, when they get back to when time to bring them back in 3 weeks, whatever the case may be, and they get ready to start that plan. But I think they already kind of had the plan in place, BX. And I think they know where they want to go, and I think they know what they're going to do. And I think their eyes are set on certain people out there. But I don't know how major it's going to be or not, but I just know they're going to do something that's going to make us feel good as a fan base. It's a lot of good opportunity out there for the New York Knicks. We got a lot of avenues where we can go. We pretty much got each sector locked up. I'm talking about the trade. I'm talking about the free agency, and I'm talking about the draft. We got a lock for ourselves because we got, like I said, 4 first-round draft picks. We got trade capital. We got capital. We got talent, and I just think that this is going. I think we're going to do the right thing. So we're going to get into a lot of the guys out there, maybe in a free agency and trade talk, and because there's some that crossed my mind. There's a lot been going on out there as well. With a lot of, we're going to get into that. Because especially the John Wall thing, the Oubre thing. the Lillard thing, all that's out there, and that's what's got New York buzzing right now because we in the opportunity to deal with some of them, to be able to have some of them guys, depending on what we're trying to do. But I think what on that premise, man, it's going to be awesome. You know what I mean? So I'm looking forward to that. You like you said, Frank Matt said Brogdon, and Turner. You know what I mean? It's like Kemba Walker probably don't want to be in Boston no more. So it's going to be amazing. We'll see what's going on. But listen, we're gonna bring CT in the building, and we're gonna get into it, man. Salute to my brother CT. You already know the streets is buzzing, man. How you doing, my brother?
Yeah, salute, brothers. Yeah, appreciate
Salute.
that, Divine.
Man. All right.
Yeah, missed you, fellas.
Yeah,
I'm
man. We're glad to be back for sure.
Absolutely.
Glad to be back. Talk about this Nick off season, and man, there's to Divine's point. There's just unlimited possibilities. I'm just scrolling Twitter and just seeing something new every time.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's amazing. It's amazing. It really is amazing because I got so many thoughts and ideas that run through my head with all this because there's so many people that's out there for us. What's out there. People with Marcus Smart. You talk about Oubre. You talk about Damian Lillard. You talk about wow, and then the list goes on. You know what I mean? And but we primed though. We primed though. I'm ready, CT and BX. I think the Knicks gonna do something. I don't know if they're gonna make the fan base happy. It's either gonna make the fan base happy in this way. The move that they made, they wasn't looking to go for it all. That's one, or the other move they're gonna say we're gonna make moves to make us better. So I think they're gonna have to deal with that. As far as are we trying to go to the Eastern Conference Finals, or are we trying to improve our team and maybe to get out the second and third? And that's where the the talk gonna be at. So I think we're gonna get into that tonight because you would say, are we gonna go big game hunting, or are we just gonna maintain, you know what I mean, but get better and get more talent, but don't go overkill, So I think that's what's going to be the buzz tonight. And I'm hoping that we can go over that tonight, man, because I think that's going to be interesting, BX. And but it's going to be interesting for sure.
Oh yeah, that's there's going to be a lot of talk, a lot of speculation. We're going to start breaking that down. I like what I saw in the chat there. Always the chat always bringing to the forefront from Frank Mantos, Bogdan and Turner. Man, that's nice. Me personally, I would love to poach players from Indiana. Bogdan plays defense. He's a point guard, and Turner, he can hit the three, he can space the floor, and block shots. And even Sabonis. But I don't think they'll get rid of everything or the whole house there. But I like some of those guys there for Indiana. I like let's get creative, guys. That's why we're here tonight. We have time for this. Let's put our GM thinking cap. Let's get creative. Let's be also realistic. And let's go forward and let's have fun. That's why we're here, Knicks Real Talk. Let's have fun tonight, chat. Let's let me hear your wish list. Let's see what you guys think the Knicks might get. What could move? What rumors that you heard make sense, or does it intrigue you? Does it no? There's a lot of these trades, a lot of players that come up that I see on Twitter and suggestion. A lot of people say no, don't bring him, No, I don't want to bring him. And XYZ. So what do you guys? Let's go around. Let's go around and speak. What do you think? Go ahead.
Real quick, let's go. Let's do the Brogdon and Turner thing what Frank Matos put out there. Brogdon and Turner. From a Knicks standpoint, I like it for this reason. They both defense ball players. That's number one. You know what I mean? And Brogdon is he's above average point guard. You know what I mean? So he's going to help us for sure. His defense is nice. He got a little offense game with him. I think that would be a tremendous upgrade at the one compared to what we had, literally. And I think Turner as well. Is that going to be him and Robinson? It's going to be him and Pale. What's going to happen with that? You know what I mean? But either way it goes, it's a win-win for the Knicks with that trade. So I agree with Frank Matos on that one. I think both of them cats are helping the New York Knicks and that make our front line taller. With Turner and then either you go get another three, maybe just hypothetically say just throw Kelly Oubre out there. You know what I mean? You get him now. You got Turner, Barrett, Oubre, Randall, and Brogdon. I like that. I think that's a nice team. So that's a good one, Frank Matos. What do you think about that, CT?
Yeah, I completely agree with Frank. I think there's a lot of players on Indiana that would fit with us. Namely Brogdon, and I've been talking about Turner because me personally, I think you guys know, I felt like we lost the series at the 5 spot. I like a center that can give us a bit more offense, make the other team work. I felt like we were, 4-on-5 on offense in the Indiana series. And look, Miles Turner, you don't lose anything defensively. If anything, you gain defensively as well. So I'm looking for two-way ball players,
Right.
and Brogdon as well, a two-way ball player. Defends at the point of attack, can stretch the floor, shoot. He's a big point guard. I like that. He would have give Trae Young fits, and I think a smaller piece to look out for is Doug McDermott from Indiana. Really, really good off-ball movement. Good at the backdoor play, and streaky shooter, but can shoot off the catch and coming off screens as well. And we'll get into a few more names, but I just saw a video that Josh Hart, just off P. Ramos' comment. There's a video of Josh Hart and Kyle Lowry being interviewed, and they're both talking about how much they like Tibbs. So that was real eye-opening. Kyle Lowry even said that Tibbs is his favorite. So Kyle Lowry is on one of my point guard lists, and I think there's a lot of options. I think the Knicks are going to be in a position to be choosing who they want, not players.
Right.
We know. Right. We already know Lonzo wants to come here. I mean, the New York Knicks are at the top of Lonzo's list. So if players like you said, if players like Kemba or Kyle Lowry, some of these other players want the Knicks as well, then they've got a decision to make. What do you think, BX?
Let's go with Kyle Lowry first. I'm one who do not want Kyle Lowry. The reason is he's going to ask for three years minimum. If we could get him on a 1 year, 2 year deal, yes, I don't mind that. My point is that he's 35 years old. After 3 year deal, he'll be 38. And then he's going to be either relegated. We don't know what Luka Vildoza is the big key there. If he shows up to be the point guard that we need, that's excellent. I like that. But can a Kyle Lowry year 2, 3 keep up with a Trae Young? We saw how he's running amok, and it's not. And we're not. And I'm not saying let's build the New York Knicks just to beat Trae Young, but that's the positioning of the point guard positioning in the NBA is heading. You got Trae Young, you got LaMelo Ball, you got Simmons. They're quick, they're athletic, they get up and down the court. You also got DeAndre Fox, so forth. And my fear with Lowry, I love his experience, I love his leadership, running the point, but can he keep up? Can he be athletic? But that just we saw it with Derrick Rose, and Derrick Rose had an excellent playoff, but he couldn't really stick with and guard these kind of guys in the NBA. And then they're only going to get younger. You got Kate Cunningham coming out in the draft and so forth. You got Anthony Edwards. So the point is that's my only fear with Kyle Lowry coming over. That's the only fear I have, because I think he'll bring that professionalism, that leadership, and that the Knicks could use and need. But that's the only thing that I think maybe he might use his wisdom, his experience to neutralize the trade. Maybe I'm selling him short, but as I'm being totally transparent, that's one of my fears. The Indiana players, like you said, you couldn't say it anymore. I'm in favor of that. To bring in there, you could. But what is it going to cost us? What is going to cost us? What is the trade? I don't want to touch anything. If we could out without losing any one of our players on the contract, what I mean on the contract, our rookie contract, with a quickly Obi Toppin, RJ Barrett, if it doesn't cost us those foundational players, then you know what, I'm for it. But if it's gonna cost us a Mitchell Robinson, XYZ, I rather hold off and pass on that. And I'll wrap up with that. One thing I want to get to it later, but one thing with that, once you pointed out, I think that's the way I will go. That's a concern and and yeah, concern with me with that. I rather want to get younger in the point guard position, especially depend. It all depends if the money is right and he's willing to take which I doubt it. A discount or lower. Let's say 17, 18 million dollars for a year. To come to play with the Knicks, then I'm for it. What do you think, Divine?
Yeah, I have no problem with Kyle Lowry if the Knicks trying to go to a certain level. Absolutely not. You know what I mean? Kyle Lowry, the all star. You know what I mean? He's a defense ball player. He shoots a three. He's a dog. We need dogs. He's a dog. I have no problem with Kyle Lowry coming to the Knicks for a couple of years. You want to give him a year, two in a team option. Okay, that's cool. But I have no problem with Kyle Lowry playing point guard for the New York Knicks. There's no question about that. Because there's no point guard we have on our team better than Kyle Lowry. That's let's be real. But he fits that mentality of New York City basketball. He's gritty. He go hard. He ain't scared of the moment. You know what I mean? And he can penetrate. He can shoot the three, and he's a dog. We need a dude like that to play for us. Because I think if we had a dude like that in the playoffs with Derrick Rose, we might be talking about Atlanta not even dealing with us. So I think Kyle Lowry, absolutely. I have no problem with Kyle Lowry coming to New York. He's a winner. He's a winner. We need winners, bro. You know what I mean? And I think a 2-year deal, I have no problem with that. I think Kyle Lowry is built for New. And remember that I told y'all we went at the Knicks in Toronto, and when Toronto was playing the Knicks and he was walking off court, him and Worldwide West. He said, you know what I mean? Sometimes you see them connections in there, and when you see them two talking, they got a connection with something. And the way we played this year, Kyle Lowry would love to be in the Knicks right now. And I think he's the type of guy who can keep Julius Randle in check. You know what I mean? I mean, that's important to these guys when we talk about bringing in certain players. He could control that basketball on the Knicks floor. You know what I mean? I think they will. Julius Randle or they better never respect him. You know what I mean? They respect his game. They respect his career. They respect how he get down. And he's not a selfish ball player. So yeah, I for the right money, like BX said, and you said CT. I have no problem with Kyle Lowry because he done went up against the best. He's a competitor. You know what I mean? And we need dudes like that because we wasn't competitive in that playoff game. In that playoff series against them, we wasn't competitive. And that's one thing that Kyle Lowry is. He's competitive. So yeah, I think we would definitely have to take a look at that. But I wouldn't I wouldn't mortgage the farm. I wouldn't go through all that. But he's a free agent, so that we really should have to mortgage too much of anything. He's a free agent. If the dollars is right, then you make a move and roll with him. You know what I mean? What's the lose? I don't think you can lose with that brother because he's been a winner everywhere he went. So, but I think another name was out there was interesting to me. CT and Biz. I heard even a John Wall thing. You know what I mean? If I'm like, okay, John Wall 2 years, 40-something million. That's interesting. You know what I mean? You got to give me your take on John Wall. What you think that he could bring to the table at his age and his game, per se.
You want to go ahead, CT, or you want me to?
Yeah. Go ahead, you go, CT.
Yeah. I'll let BX go first on Wall.
Well, okay, with the Houston, I saw this. It's not official. It's just rumors. And if the rumors are certain with John Wall, they just want to get rid of that salary. He's making 40 million a year. He's got 2 years left at 40 million per year. Still owed to him. He'll be free agent in 2023. And they want to. If you take that salary off their hands, they're willing to give you this year's first round pick to take John Wall. We all know Houston stink this year. Their possibility, I'm having a hard time believing it, but if it's true, and if let's say you go ahead and agree with that, and they win the lottery, or even if they end up number 3 of the lottery, and if you want to take John Wall for those 2 years, I think that's interesting. I think you go ahead and take it. You do. I would do it. The reason here's my thought. Now you could draft. You got Luka Vildoza. You could bring in. You could actually have John Wall for 2 years with a Derrick Rose. And you draft, if you want, you could even draft, the point guard. Let's say Kate Cunningham does 4, or the other superstar point guard out there, and because and you're able to get them. Now you could groom them. You don't have to rush them. Then you have your, once Wall goes, thank you. Let's say reinvents his career with the Kentucky connection with Kenny Payne, and then you have a good backcourt. You have a young, and he can take over with quickly. If you don't move quickly, you have quickly. Or if you draft the point guard, Luca Mendoza, and you go forward with that, you could bring that as a stopgap because you're getting a first. You trade. They're looking to trade the 19 to 21, and you might have to throw one player in there, maybe an Obi Toppin, to Houston for that John Wall, and as well as with the picks, and get that pick back. So that intrigues me. I will listen to the conversation. I won't say no, Wall is finished. That's why, but you have that, like you said, Devon. He's the best point guard on the team if you bring him now. Better now from Payton, So he's on a high assist guy, and he's like you say, he's a dog. Can he reinvent his career and not be? He's not either. He could be second or either third fiddle behind R.J. Barrett and Julius Randle, and you don't have to play. You can pay him. You can actually evenly distribute the minutes with him and Luca Veldoza, and you could even bring up Derek Rose and play him 16, 15 minutes. They'll make it work in our rotation. I think that's a thing that's intriguing and interesting, and you have to listen to all aspects of it. What do you think, CT?
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said, BX. Makes a lot of sense, and he is would be an upgrade to anyone we have. If we're willing to pick up an asset, it's definitely very interesting. I think that's one option of many that the Knicks will have to consider this season. I also think with this sort of deal in mind, I think we can expect some 3-team trades. I think as we showed on draft night, this front office is going to be really proactive, easy to deal with, and very fluid. And we got more cap space than any team available. So if we want to absorb an undesirable salary like John Wall, take on some picks, we flipped Ed Davis and just basically rerouted him for 2 second-rounders. We didn't even have to do anything. Mm-hmm. So imagine what we're going to do on draft night or in free agency. And with John Wall, the player, he's an upgrade, and I have many other point guards ahead of him, but I'm more looking at this will be the second team that doesn't want to move forward with him anymore. So there's some question marks around that. What age is he now? Is he 30, early 30s or mid 30s?
I'll find out in a minute. Let me give you 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think I think from what I saw, he still has some game left. One thing I know about John Wall is he's always played with passion. He does play hard. It's more around his age and ability now.
He's 30.
Yeah, 30. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Obviously, I have to check in his medicals as well. I think if he's healthy, he can still be a force in this league. I'm just concerned why, if it's anything other than salary, why Houston don't want to keep him around a little bit, mentor the young fellas. Maybe they just want to go completely tank for a few years. But it's a very interesting thing. If they want to attach some assets, then you have to listen.
Yeah, right.
I was reading on FanSlide. Yeah, I was reading on FanSlide, and they had it so simple. They had like a couple of scenarios. They had one, Kevin Knox in a 2021 Houston pick for John Wall. Just that.
That's interesting.
Just that.
You can't go wrong.
They had another one. They had another one. I think they had Obi and either a Knicks something for John Wall in their 2021. So it was, but what's
I saw that one, Divine.
Is it unprotected?
I think it was unprotected. Yeah, I think it was unprotected. Yeah, and but what's interesting about that too? Reason why John Wall, you still if you draft, let's say if you do sign John Wall, you are able to, to have that youth movement, because they did it this year. John Wall just will be replacing Alpha Payton. You know what I mean? And if you bring in another star, only thing he doing is replacing Reggie Bullock. So you're not losing no growth from nobody, because RJ still getting his minutes, Quickly still getting his minutes, Obi still getting his minutes. So and whatever. If the rookies we bring in is that good, I think they get their minutes. I think that's the way Tom Thibodeau go. If you good, you get your minutes. So I think he got a good situation with that. So if you do bring John Wall in, and that's why I was like, you know what, John Wall and Kelly Oubre to me makes sense just for the reason you give them cats 2-year deals, a plus, and if nothing happened by them 2 years of them, then they go their ways and we get our money back. You know what I mean? But I think Oubre at the 3 and John Wall would make that team much better. You know what I mean? Because now you got to me a forward who's like 6'8", linky. You know what I mean? Can defend with the best of them, and he know how to put the ball on the floor. A la Reggie Bullock didn't know how to do that. Not to get to the hole and throw it down on you. We need dudes like that. We need some athleticism. And Reggie Bullock, where Julius Randle only 6'9", we need athleticism. I think Kelly Oubre and John Wall is athleticism at its best. You know what I mean? So now we got a couple of cats who and Obi Toppin who can get above the rim. You know what I mean? And I just think that'd be nice to me. And then I think you maintain your cap space. So when their money's up, then now you got RJ Barrett coming up. You know what I mean? So you will have that money back to sign RJ Barrett. So I think they with John Wall having a problem because there's only like a 2-year deal left, and you're doing it in increments just to keep your cap space. But I think that team will be exciting to watch in the Garden. So for me, John Wall, Bears, I think that could happen.
Yeah, that's you have to keep an eye on that. I like that with the Kelly Oubre situation. I want to give credit to Zach from the Love of Game for the Love of Game, and we were talking on his program. Jonathan Isaac from the Orlando Magic at the power forward. Try to trade and bring him in here. He's been dealing with a little bit of injuries. Try to trade and try to bring that young man in here. Really lanky, defensively, he could guard the 4. Actually, he's tall. We could run him as a center. If you need for spell for time. I mean, he's not really a true center, but he's a little thin. But he's an excellent pickup. I want to give him credit. He blew my mind with that pick. Me personally, if we just go strictly free agents, no trades or nothing, I would like to bring. LaMelo Ball is the prize point guard, but I think he's going to Chicago. I have a feeling. I think Chicago is just going to give him a little more rich of a contract. But if we could get Lonzo Ball or my personally is Spencer Dinwiddie. I like Spencer Dinwiddie coming here. I keep saying it. Bring him in here. Try to bring here. And I know it's a far fetch that I think he's gonna make too much money. But Jared Allen. But I think I heard Cleveland might want to give him a $100 million contract, which is a little too rich. That's okay. But Jared Allen has been improving, and he's a good, tough center that he's really good. Especially if you don't think Mitchell Robinson is going to pan out for a long term, or if you want to move a Mitchell Robinson and you want to sign them, but I don't see that. I'd rather stay with Mitchell Robinson. Even though Jared Allen will be a slight of an upgrade over Mitch right now, where their trajectories are in their career currently, and they're still young too. Jared Allen, but he's gonna be a little too rich. The point guard, the backup center that I keep calling that I want. If the Knicks, we all know Noel's going to get too much money. I think he's going to get a nice contract. Will be Willie Cauley-Stein come in here, another Kentucky center to come in here and play under Kenny Payne. I don't think Dallas is going to bring him there. I think they'll let him go. He wasn't playing too much in the playoff series, but he's a solid backup center. He could rebound and he block shot and he could score. So he could also stretch a little bit of the floor. He's one of the centers. You also got Hassan Whiteside to be out there. If you want to try to bring him, Dwight Howard is another backup center that you can get at $3 to $4 million, $5 million. That salary you want to bring him in here and have him back up. Mitchell Robinson, Dwight Howard, he's not going to be a slouch there. His best days are behind him, but he could come in there and I think I tell you one thing, he's not going to have those hands that Noel had. Even though I don't think he's going to block the shot and impact the paint like at Howard, but he's still it's a similar differential. Maybe Thibodeau could unlock another level, or bring him back to another level that in a Dwight Howard that restore him the way he was and defensively put him in a position to succeed. So that'd be interesting with that there. But we definitely, by going to this offseason, I would love the Knicks to upgrade is at the three position and the point guard. To me, those are the main ones because the backup center you could bring it in there. Hey, we could actually draft that first pick of the second round. We could bring in a center. That we think might have a little bit of raw talent or the way the league is transcending away from the centers, you might find a diamond in the rough in the first pick of the second round at center that nobody, they don't really value the center, and you just bring a young kid, that could turn into another Mitchell Robinson. Imagine getting another center like another Mitchell Robinson in the second round, back to back in there. Man, that's finding diamonds in the rough. That's where you make your money as a scout, as an executive, is getting those diamonds in the rough. So far, year one, Dion Rose and company, Worldwide West, and the general manager, Perry, they get a feather in the cap because they found it quickly. They found that diamond in the rough and quickly. He blossomed. So right now we like, we're going by, what have you done? What have you done in the past, and what have you done for lately? Lately, you did good. That 25th pick, you turned it into quickly. That contributed immensely this season on the team. So that's why I'm kind of like, I'm really okay that even though there's 2 second round picks, you could grab them. You could even the last second round pick that belongs to the Knicks. You could actually draft another player, European player, and you could stash him in Europe for a year or two to develop there as well. You want to pick up, let's say a point guard that you think that he could keep staying overseas, that you want to build, or even a small forward, that might have a raw talent, like a Antetokounmpo, type of player that you want to let them play in the Euro League for 2 years, and you bring them in here, see what you got. Those are good options. I like that going forward. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead, CT.
Yeah. To BX point, my point wasn't going to be about the front office, and I think with draft free agency, to me, they've proven in their moves. We look at last off season. To me, it was a success because we our pennies went further than the dollar. We made smart signings, and the players produced over their value. And I'm looking for whoever we get. Names aside, I think from what they showed me is that they're going to make smart signings, smart moves. They're not going to overpay. We have a former agent as our president. He knows market values. We have Joakim Noah's money coming off the books soon, with the salary cap increasing as well. So look for even more money to be available, I think, in the next 1 or 2 years as well. And I think in 2 years, the big free agent class is there as well. So that could be a key factor. But I like your point about the draft as well. I think we may package our first 2 first-rounders to move up. And with the 2 second-rounders, with Thibodeau around, maybe we know that there's not too many minutes around with some of our already young core. So I think a good decision would be to keep those picks, draft a few potential players based on, crazy athleticism or untapped potential or something. Let them cook, let them simmer, marinate in another league overseas. And, we don't need to give them a roster spot just yet. And then, we can rock from there. I think, players like Obi Toppin are going to be a key focus. We know Leon Rose was his first pick, and he's heavily invested in him with family connections. And I think RJ's a key piece as well. Wouldn't be surprised if some of the other players, came up in discussions for a big cat, a big fish. We don't yet know. I see us talking about G Money. I'll bring up his name. Damian Lillard is at the center of the league's attention right now. Is he going to stay? Is he not? It's going to be a very, very intriguing off season. LeBron James, since his first year in the league, that he's missed out on the playoffs. You know what usually happens when that happens? He calls the GM and says, I need this done. And I just think we've got all the connections. To Divine's point, your point. We've seen Worldwide West talk to the players after each game. I watched closely this year. Even some of the opposing players would jump on, chop it up with some of our guys. And I think the biggest win about this season is our just perception around the league just went up. our stock, our sky is skyrocketed. We've got players disgruntled requesting to come to the Knicks now. Coach of the year, that just makes us look even better. Cap space in tow. Everyone saw the Garden rocking. What's there not to be excited about? All of us Knick fans on here in the chat, salute to you. We've got our GM caps on. It's fun.
Yeah,
What do you
yeah,
think, Divine?
yeah. You know, it's gonna be interesting. I think it's gonna be a big year. You know, who's gonna be a big year to me for Walt Perrin and Brock Aller. I think them two guys are gonna really, really. This is their summer right here to me. This is where they put their stamp on why the Knicks bought them there this year right here. Walt Perrin is one of the better scouts out there. Brock Aller, one of the best cap outers out there, and you got Scott Perry about to make some of the biggest choices in the draft this year with the 19th and 20th pick. But because of that front office, I think we're gonna be fine. I think they're gonna go get a diamond. They already found one diamond in the rough. I think they go get another one, and I think then we in a good place with that and say, okay, you know what, we got the young guys still intact. Let's go out here in the free agent market and get us two savvy veterans, somebody who gonna fill that one and that three, and you plug in what you need to plug in. But I think I like it, man. I think Walt Perrin gonna find. He's gonna, you never know. He might find that Donovan Mitchell out there. You know what I mean? He might find that cat that he's seen with the talent that they had. He knew they were gonna be who they was gonna be. You know what I mean? And look what happened with Donovan. He scouted Donovan Mitchell. Look what he got a good eye for talent. And he probably scouted Obi Toppin enough to say, okay, I know he's part of Leon Rose's thing, but Walt Perrin's probably the one did all of the research and the analysis and the scouting, and he picked Obi Toppin because they knew who they were going to be anyway. But I think like y'all guys said, with Brock Aller, with the way he got to maneuver that cap, and them picks going to be interesting, man. I'm really looking forward to see that, what he going to do with that cap, how he going to maneuver that cap to get the Knicks in the best in the best places they could be without mortgage in the future. If they could pull that off, we good. Just don't mortgage. And go get it. Do what you're gonna do, but don't mortgage the future. I think they'd be good.
I think another move under the radar so far is the Luka Vildoza move. We talked about it briefly, but they had competition. I'm hearing from Houston Rockets among some other teams. They're about to sign him, and we went ahead and aborted that the Shemi move just to bring him in here, pay him $3 million free money this year just to not play, get him out of the contract he was with, bring him over. Our scouts were trusting them overseas, the full-time scout, and we're getting ahead of the jump. We're so proactive that one of the moves to be made this free agency was to solidify the backup point guard role. Before Rose hits the market, we're not quite sure. We probably think he'll be back, but what tells me is the fact that they've gone ahead and got Luka already, with the free cap space we had this season, using that instead of paying all the players a bonus. Why not get a move for the future? Bring another highly credentialed point guard in here that's 25 years of age, middle of his career. Experienced. I'm excited to see what he's got. He'll be playing in the Olympics, so there'll be plenty of footage for Knicks fans to sit back and watch. He'll be playing against the USA in exhibition games. He'll be playing against Australia. There's a lot of things to look out for. Summer league. We'll see if he balls out there. But yeah, it's all about this front office. With the team, with the roster, you only have a certain cap space that you can spend. But to me, the Knicks have souped up in every area of their front office. We're signing all these analytic guys that I've never heard of as well. That goes under the radar. That doesn't get publicized. But to Divine's point, Brock Aller, his first big move. Who are we going to use the money on? Julius showed out. He can be a second, third option, and I'm seeing Atlanta struggle against the Sixers now. So I think the East is wide open. You know, we don't know what's up with Joel Embiid's knees. We don't know how long Brooklyn's run's going to be. You know, they're capped out. So the time is now for us, I think, and I think the front office knows that. You know, we did the 4th seed with a Dollar Tree roster. You know, they overachieved. You know, playing hard for an excellent coach, and once we get some big time talent in here, some dogs as well. I'm looking for our defense to set the tone again. You know, where Tibbs has sort of come in and changed the league a little bit. You know, if you look at that Milwaukee Brooklyn game, 83-86. You know, the Knicks have changed the whole flow of the league right now. You know, the whole league's on watch. So I'm excited.
Right,
Yeah,
and
we are.
but like you said, I always been saying that. I'm Dolan. Yes, it's a salary cap league, but you don't have to be a salary cap front office. Bring in the right scouts, pay the top dollars. You don't have to have a whole mess of them, but spend the top dollars on the right scouting department, the right executives, capologists, uh, analytics group. To go ahead and bring that. And that's what I like. No matter how much we dislike the owner, a lot of fans say whatever they gotta say, but the guy spends money to invest his team to make it better. And I like when you brought that point, and those scouts and bringing them forward. Now, my point, if they don't do anything, if they don't sign any big, they don't go and sign anyone big, and they just bring pretty much almost the same group and allow some of the young players that they draft playing time to develop, and they might bring maybe one or two upgrades at the 3. I'm fine with it too. Yeah, we're gonna probably be a 7th, 8th seed, or a 6 from any of there. I don't, can Randall could improve, or maybe RJ picks up the slack. But I'd rather have both. If we're gonna be that and not gonna spend money foolish and be smart with it, then we could go into the next 2022 season with a lot of money still, where all the big time free agents come out. At the list of free agents for that next summer is going to be ridiculous. Unless if they sign, early extensions for Supermax and so forth, and get them take their names off the availability. And also, like you said, after the year 2022, $6 million come off the books from Joakim Noah's stretch prohibitive contract. And then we got more money available, and you said the cap will go up as well. I think they're getting a new CBA television deal coming in as well, that they're going to expand. So that's another thing that it all depends on what the front office wants to do. If they want to say, I'm pretty sure they're thinking, shall we just sign a couple 2-year, 1-year guys like we did this year, see if they want, and we could get guys upgrade and put in everything in and go big game hunting for 2022, 2023 season, because everyone is going to be a lot of movements. Brooklyn is going to dismantle by then, because all 3 guys have an opportunity to opt out. Will they sign back? Will Kyrie retire? Then the East will be even wider open. Then you got aging stars. You got LeBron will be close to 39, 38 years old, and he'll be his group, his generation era will be pretty much ushering out the door. And now you got the newer generation and group. Maybe they want to get ahead of that and then don't be the new transparent or the new measuring stick of the new talent going forward. So we don't know what this front office is thinking. They give us hints and flashes of it. So as Knicks fans, whatever they do, we gotta trust them. They're gonna do the right thing. We cannot. I've seen other places that they want us to give up the farm for Damian Lillard. I think it's a little absurd to give up the farm. If you get a offer you can't refuse, then you listen to the conversation and you attack. But to give up the farm, I don't think so. What do you think about it?
If it's 3-year deal for Damian Lillard, he's probably making $10 million more than John Wall.
Yes.
If you give John Wall $40 million 2 years, will you be able to do 3 years, $50 million with Damian Lillard? That depends on where the Knicks trying to go and what they got to give up, like you said. The Knicks, I do not see the Knicks mortgage in the future. I just don't think Scott Perry would do that if he's around next year. If they're going to bring Scott Perry back, I don't think Scott Perry would do that. I think he would do pretty much like you said, you go 2 years. But for Damian Lillard, all depends what you're giving up, because if you're not giving up too much, and you are able to add another piece, you know what I mean, for another with Damian Lillard for on a 2 year, maybe 2 year, 3 year option. Well, you get Dame Lillard and you get somebody on a 2 year with a team option that at that 3 spot, then it might be worth it for 2 or 3 years. Take the run for 3 years, and then you regroup because you got all the money back. There's nothing wrong with going as long as you're not doing 5, 6 years. Because Damian Lillard for the Knicks in 3 years is still going they're gonna be nice. Depends on who you get at that 3, or not at the 3, or any player you get that's going to be on another level. Now you just brought in Randall's 20 points a night, Lillard's 20 something a night. RJ 17. This is a night. This is not every other game. This is a night. That's the difference with Reggie Bullock and Alpha Payton. This cat giving you that every night. You know what I mean? Damian Lillard give me 27. So you talking about an upgrade at the point guard? Is it worth the 3 years? All depends what you're trying to do. If you're trying to go for it, then yes, it's the right deal. And I still think you could do it and get a 3 and don't mortgage the future, because it's only 2-3 years. Once the contract is up, you got your 50 million back, you got your whatever million back. Now you're back at the 190, 60, 70 million dollars. So what the hell? But I think we got to start thinking that way, because now is the time. Now is the time. I think the Knicks got to go all in, man. And I don't think that's mortgaging the future. The key to me, guys, I say it over and over: just don't mortgage the future. Do what you got to do to get the Knicks to the next level, but just make sure you don't mortgage with the future. And in 2 or 3 years from now, we able to just say, okay, we went for it, we didn't get it, or we got it. Either or, we got it or we didn't get it. But then we get that money back, and we can do it all over again. We still got draft picks. So I like the Damian Lillard from that standpoint only, basically, if they're gonna go for it. And I don't think they will hurt the future, BX, CT. I just think that'd be electrifying in the Garden to have somebody like him in there, along with Julius Randle, and you just get somebody else. I mean, these cats giving you a consistent every night 20-something points. That's what separates the Nets and a lot of other teams, because every night Harden, Kyrie, and KD can give you 20-something every single night. We get 3 dudes like that with the defense we play. I think Damian Lillard be straight. I'm good. I'm good with that, fellas. I have to roll with that. For me, from just a fan standpoint, he's box office. He gonna put he gonna put up the numbers. He gonna make them guys even better, because now who you gonna double team now? You know what I mean? Well, you can't double team Randall. You can't double team him. You're bringing that next piece. You can't double team him either. So I'm with it, guys. I didn't make the Silly go so long, but man, I think Damian Lillard be the real deal in New York City. Go get him, bro. I
agree. I agree with that. Go ahead, CT.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say I agree, and I just want if we can, to keep quickly out of the deal, out of a Dame deal. I see Quickly and Lillard. If we have Lillard up in here, I need Quickly as our 2 guard, and RJ at the 3, and package Obi, Knox, all the picks, Mitch, anything else you want to do. But if you keep RJ Quickly out of the deal, then I think that'll go well with Dame.
Yeah, I would like that. For real, he nice. What you think, DX?
Yeah, I would love to get Damian Lillard here, but man, it's you gotta give up something to get something. That's the thing. It's like, man, I know where I'm like torn. I wish he was in the other circumstances. I wish it was that he was an expiring and we got to give him a re-up. Then I'll say yeah. But it all depends on what we give up. I mean, I cannot deny Damian Lillard is one of the best point guards. Something that this team hasn't had in God knows how many years. An elite point guard, level. He's only 31 years old. He's still by the time his contract is up, he still will be. He'll still be younger than Kyle Lowry when his contract is up. And yes, Lowry has the rings and he has the leadership, but Leonard is dynamic. But I don't know. I think the lights will be bright. I think he'll be becoming a superstar because remember we don't get to see him much in Portland, and and maybe we see him in the Knicks, we'll appreciate more of his game and we'll just fall in love with it. So I'm on the fence with it. I'm more like 65-35, bringing in Lillard, that 35%. I'm just, there's still some things, depends on what we give. Maybe I'm falling too attached to my players, my rookies, because I just, the thing is, the reason why I feel like that is because we haven't built with our young guys for so long and actually panned out and worked out proper. We got burned with Akina. We didn't get burned. He just didn't pan out what we thought he was. Kevin Knox didn't mature, flourish, and so forth before that and so on. We could be here all night talking about the draft failures. But the ones that we have currently right now, they hit a stride and they gave us so much enjoy and see them develop that we're like, man, we want to see them fully blossom on the team. We'll see how that goes. Damian Lillard is someone that I wouldn't mind. 65%. I will say yeah. That still have my reserve. But what about? I see everyone in the chat was talking about Josh Hart. What do you guys think about Josh Hart? And I want to say salute to my man Kev from the electrician, my buddy, electrician in arms. He came up where he was going to join us tonight, and like he said, true man to his word. What's up, my brother? I'm glad you're here with us. So, what do you guys think of Josh Hart?
Don't move the needle for me. Good ball player, but they don't move the needle for me. I think you run. I think you roll with Derrick Rose, Valdoza, and quickly. To me, that if he's not going to move the needle for the New York Knicks. I mean, I don't think so. I think he's a good player.
Right.
I don't. That's me personally. Now they might see something I don't see, so I'm not saying that the people believe me are wrong. I'm just talking about from where do I think the Knicks are going. Let's put it like that. Not because I think he's not good or I just think that where I think they're trying to go. If they're gonna bring a point guard in, I think it's gonna be an experienced cat who know how to go and bend in the ring. I think that's what they're gonna do. They got Derrick Rose there. I think the Knicks, they made it to the playoff, guy. They're not going back. You could best believe that. They only going to get better. And I think them cats are going for it. I just think they're going to go for something that's not going to affect that team in the long run. But I do think they're going to. I think Tibbs, like, listen, you see what I did with what I got now? Give me a couple of pieces. I think they on that, bro. I just think that's where the Knicks is at right now. I think they're gonna go out there and say, listen, man, we're going to try to get to the Eastern Conference Final, as long as it don't hurt this team. And I agree with the Knicks 100% because the reason why what they doing is not affecting our young players. Our young players is getting buckets. I mean, they get minutes. You know what I mean? These young guys is growing right there in front of your eye. They get the minutes. So in the two positions that I'm talking about, the Knicks need to go and get. It don't affect none of the young guys. You'll get a 1. You'll get a 3. Everybody else quickly still get his minutes. Obi still get his minutes. RJ still get his minutes. So we good there. You know what I mean? And depending on how you do in the draft, then you got somebody who can either back up Mitch in the draft. You might just say we sign Mitch and go in the draft and get a 5 who can back up Mitch. You know what I mean? You just don't. It all depends what they're gonna do. But I think they're in a good spot. But I'm not with the Josh Hart because I don't think he moved the needle. Basically.
Right.
Yeah, I think Josh Hart he's young. He's got some potential still, and I'd welcome him as a role piece. He's better at the 2 spot. Can fill it up. I didn't watch too much New Orleans, but I'm interested to see why it didn't really work out for him there. If anyone in the chat, the educated chat, could offer some insight. I don't know if it was because of Zion's presence or what, but he was a big piece of the trade from LA. I'm interested to see because Josh Hart was really, really happy when he got traded to New Orleans. Was looking for a really good opportunity and a fresh start there. So I'm really interested to see after 2 years he wants to look for another fresh start. So for me, that's very interesting.
I think with New Orleans, it has to do with Van Gundy, Stan, because you see a lot of players a little bit unhappy. Lonzo wasn't hurt from his dad. He wasn't
Mm.
happy there. X Y. Now you hear Josh Hart, and it's what is sad is only year one of Stan Van Gundy, and the guys already want guys want to bail out of there and all that. Man, one guy that I would like, it just for some reason I just like that player. Is the backup center for the Pelicans. Oh man, you always remind me his name and I forget his name, man. Now the young kid that he's
Jaleel
genius.
Okafor.
No.
Curly hair. He's like a Mitchell Robinson type ball player. Rim runner.
Yeah, man. Rim runner.
Jackson Hayes.
Jackson Hayes.
Yes,
Yep, that's
Jackson Hayes. If the Knicks could get him somehow, just for a second round pick or something, man, backup center, man, go for it. Because I don't know, it's something about that kid, that way he plays, the way that high energy and that rim runner, like you said, Divine. Man, there's so many, what the potential could be on that kid, with a Thibodeau system and all that. But yeah, back to the Pelicans, they wanted, bail out Stan Van Gundy. The longer Van Gundy, the way I say, the longer Van Gundy stays there, they're not gonna fire him after year one. If he survives next season, I can start seeing, a lot of players want to be out there. That's gonna be the reason for, I'm not saying, and it's already in tracks. Zion is not gonna. I don't see Zion staying in New Orleans. Going forward, I don't think so. That's for another down the road. But with bringing it back to Josh Hart, all that. There's players being unhappy there and want to leave there. Kind of worries me, because if you're Josh Hart, why do you want to come to Thibodeau and another guy that's going to hold you accountable, that's going to put pressure on you to practice, to come in and learn the playbook, do your job, or you're going to hit the bench. It's going to be almost because Stan Van Gundy is the same thing. You don't play, you're not, he's hard on you guys. He's a hard-nosed NBA coach. Maybe it might not work with Josh Hart. What makes you think it's going to work here? So like Divine, it doesn't move the needle for me. It doesn't, if they could pass on it, pass. If he's a cut and he want to sign him for a vet minimum or $2 million player, he could play the small forward, he could play the shooting guard. Like you said, doesn't move the needle. So what do you guys? I think that Josh Hart is done.
Yeah.
Want to talk about our old friend Kristaps Porzingis. He's not happy. He's not happy in in Dallas. You see that him and Luka Doncic didn't enjoy themselves playing together. They're talking about there is no interest around the league for Kristaps Porzingis. One, because of salary and his diminishing of play. What do you guys think on the how far grace that Kristaps Porzingis is in there?
not interested. Yeah, CT.
Yeah, with KP, look, it all went downhill after his rookie season, with a combination of bad advice, family manager, his brother managing him, started to get ahead of himself a little bit. Then the injury came. He thought, the grass was greener on the other side. Found out that's not always the case. I think anyone who's ever had been unhappy in their job and moved to a new job thinking that all their problems would go away, I think found out that a new job can bring new problems, new challenges, new issues. You don't just jump from a tough situation to a situation where everything's all easy. And I think his body's not doing what he wanted it to do before. He put on some weight. His body wasn't built like that. His strength was in his agility, ability to run the floor, block some shots. And I'm seeing a player that's a shell of himself. He got paid as well, which doesn't help the cause. Your employer gives you a pay rise. They want to see you, at least perform at the way you were before, if not more. And so that's a problem. Now, I think not too long you'll be in his third situation. Washington, OKC, will probably have teams to take a chance on him. I think Dallas, I'll be shocked if he's on Dallas by next season. His brother's probably already putting in the word that he wants a fresh start. I think we definitely won the trade because Dallas, probably ain't going to get anything like we got. They might be getting maybe a swap, a like for like swap, or one. They might have to attach one pick to get off his salary. But with KP, look, I don't have any ill will towards him. The situation speaks for itself. We're in a better situation because of it. I'd like to see him, still have a future in the league, showcase what he was able to do, a little bit of that potential. But I just don't think he's going to reach that in Dallas. It's not a good fit. Luka dominates the ball. They're going to pay Tim Hardaway Jr. Because they can't afford to lose him, and they don't have the salary space to use that on any other player other than retain Tim Hardaway and pay him overs. So it's looking like that third salary, like KP's, and to your point, BX, all accounts are that him and Luka don't really get along too well now. He's a role player, and no player earning 30 mil a year wants to be thought of as a role player. They at least want to be. You at least want to be the number 2 guy if you're earning 30 mil. I think it's a travesty if a dude earning 30 mil is a third or fourth option. That shouldn't be happening. So I think we'll be seeing him on a new team.
Yeah, I definitely don't want him in New York because I don't want him for the same reason we traded him. Nobody's paying $30 million, and I hate to say this is Knicks real talk. That's why we keep it real. Knicks is not going to take a chance on an injury-prone player like that. It's not even about his skill. It's the reason why we trade him and the reason why we not going to take him back. Injury. The man get injured too much. That's what the bottom line. I don't care. KP is a good ball player. He just be injured. He can't get in a rhythm. He always off the court. Man, when he was in New York, I love that kid. I thought him and Mitchell Robinson would have been special. I really did. I thought Mitch and oh my God, I thought Mitch and Porzingis would have been the real deal. We would have had them 2 7-footers up there that would have gave you the business on. He just couldn't stay healthy. He got that injury. Even before he hurt his knee, he was missing games. He never played a lot of games for the Knicks. Over like that many. I'm talking about over 60 or whatever. So for now to bring him back with a $30 million contract, and he ain't played that many games in the last 2 years, so I don't want him. Move on, bro.
With
no respect.
Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna say with Kristaps Porzingis, there were rumors for Kemba Walker, which doesn't make sense for Boston or for Dallas to get a Kemba Walker. They have Luka and they got players there. Here's a name. I don't know how it fit under the cap. Here's a trade. Probably a 3-team trade somewhere. You got Boston, Los Angeles, and Dallas. You want Kuzman moves. Kemba, you send him to Los Angeles, and you send another player around the horn. With that, you can see that moving. How that goes. And all that goes. How do you think that? With that, another name. Maybe the Knicks could try to explore. He's only $8 million, $9 million.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Divine. You want to bring?
Yeah, hold that thought right quick. Hold that thought for a minute. Excuse me. Let me plug the show. We're gonna bring Z in. We're gonna bring Z in the house. So let me plug the show. We'll be right back. We're gonna bring Z in. Knicks Real Talk, man. And Friday night show. Divine Bronx Jedi 7-6 and CT. We'll be back in a minute, man. Let me plug the show. Y'all already know it's real. 30 seconds. Salute. Knicks Real Talk, the Friday night show. We got Divine Bronx Jedi 7-6 CT, and we got my man Zach for the love of the game in the building on Knicks Real Talk tonight, man. We got my brother from another mother. You already know what it is. Zach, what's good with you tonight, brother?
Divine, what's up, man? Thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for coming on. It's an honor. It's an honor. Pleasure.
They're buzzing. You know what
it's a pleasure.
See you, man. Haven't been on a panel in a while. As consistency like we used to be. Good to see you, man. Hope everybody's
Yeah.
doing. Hope everybody's family's well. Let's get into it.
Good
Yes, sir.
to have
Yes,
your
sir.
knowledge, bless us. So
Yes,
let's
absolutely.
Oh, don't be too nice to me now. Come on, CT.
let's get it rocking. We've got a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
decisions to make.
Yeah, we were just
Yeah.
going over the KP thing, man. With the Dallas thing, but like I said, same reason we trade him is the same reason I don't want him back. It has nothing to do with skills. It's just them injuries, man. I don't know if you need to put that $30 million out there right now to take a chance somebody that might not give you 60 games or 50 games a year. So that's the only reason I wouldn't bring KP back. And I thought him and Mitchell Robinson, like I was telling them, Zach, I thought him and Mitchell Robinson at the front line would have been phenomenal. You know what I mean? But that injury took him down. So now that's what he paying. He paying the price for that injury. So yeah, I mean, for that move with Dallas, I know Boston Celtics talked about it. If they willing to take a chance on that injury, then I think he worked well there with if he can stay healthy with Jaylen Brown and Tatum, because he doesn't affect their game at none whatsoever. So it's interesting to see, Zach. What you think, bro?
So, I mean, as far as the Boston thing goes, right? Kemba Walker's always hurt too. So they're
Yeah.
trading one soft injured for another guy.
Yes.
Really losing much. As far as us having him back, absolutely not. I didn't like him when he was here. I didn't like him when he was healthy. I don't like him at all. Would him and Mitchell Robinson have been a good tandem? I don't think so. Because it's still like Julius Randle's shooting 41% from deep. So you already have a 4 right now that that spreads the floor and lets Mitchell Robinson rim run inside. And still you see it looked good, but it wasn't like a monstrous thing. And KP, if you correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he ever shot 40+% from deep. So I mean, he wouldn't
No.
same thing Randle does. But Randle gets way more rebounds at a smaller size. He plays perimeter defense much better. If you look at the analytics, Julius Randle was a top 3 power forward defensively this year. And KP, you look at KP, as far as Dallas career goes, I think this year they were top 4 in defense in the West when he wasn't playing, and they were 28th when he was. So they were bottom of the league when he was playing, and he's supposed to be a good defender.
Yeah. To my point, I was saying he doesn't move.
And his shot blocking, CT, was never like someone meets him at the rim like a Nerlens Noel type, or he just sends everything. He was always a help defender. He was always a help blocker. He'd come from the weak side and catch someone when they weren't looking. You follow? You know what I'm saying? Any dominant play he did at 5 was when someone wasn't expecting it. The put back dunks, the help blocks. I mean, he was always soft to me. I never liked it. 7'3" and you get 6 rebounds a game.
Yeah. And I think Phil knew it. He was trying to move him after the first year.
Phil actually paid in the works. They would have traded KP. Remember, Knicks fans killed Phil for this. Just KP for Lauri Markkanen, Zach LaVine, and 2 first-round picks. Now imagine how we'd look if that trade went down in 2007.
Yeah. Yep.
You know.
Man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he was never that guy to me like I thought he would. Like I said, he brought excitement to New York, but I also we got to keep in mind the way KP been playing. Remember, since KP went down there with that injury, that slowed his maturation. It slowed his potential, because now with that injury, he couldn't get better, couldn't work out, he couldn't get in the game and get beat. That injury destroyed that young man, because that young man, he could shoot. He would have got better. See, I think we can't look at KP when he injured. Because of the injury, look at KP before he got injured. That young man was on the cusp of being a unicorn. You know what I mean? I just think that when he got injured, since then, never been. He haven't had time to get better, I guess, to me, with the injury. He just was injured this year, coming out of the before the COVID. He only played 20 games. You know what I mean? Then after that, I'm like, this cat, he ain't played ball consistently. I want to see him play ball consistently for one more year. If he could play 82 games, then I really say, damn, let me see what KP got. Because KP could put up numbers, but he just ain't never on the floor to me. I don't know. It's interesting, but we'll see.
Fine, but at the same time, when it's also, you can't blame the injury. It's also him. Like, you remember when he had his surgery 2 weeks later, he was jumping off a boat, swimming. Like, it's not just the injury; it's his mindset, and it's how he approaches like just general life. That's his job. If I got hurt on the job, I have to make sure I'm right and healthy before I go back, so that I can make money for my family. He's not professional. His brother has a big deal with that, and people love Melo, but Melo being his mentor has a huge role with that. When Melo was his mentor, he was known as a selfish cancer. And look at the impact he had on KP. So much.
I agree with a lot of that. Excuse me, I need to cut off that, but real quick, one point. I'm just talking about from a pure basketball on the court standpoint. I'm not talking about his character, but I'm talking about what did his injury do to his game. I'm not talking about, because to me, I'm judging KP by his game. And I think when he hurt that knee, he lost a lot of his physical good ability. I mean, that's part of the basketball. That's part of it. I'm not saying that's the reason why he did it. I'm not saying that's not the reason why he's not doing what he's doing. I'm not making that an excuse, but injuries is part of the game. And sometimes when you get a major injury, depending on who the player is, they might not be able to recover from that the way they were more agile. You remember when KP used to get them put back dunks and all that? He had the athleticism, but now that he lost that when he hurt that knee, cats be getting at him. He don't got that explosion no more. And I think that's a part of it. That's why I think that I wouldn't take a gamble on KP. From that reason, $30 million, that injury is not going to take us nowhere. That's the only reason. I understand the off the court, because look, he just got fined $50,000 for being in the strip club. Some mess like that, whatever.
Oh, yeah,
but I agree with you 100%. His outside of the basketball life, he got issues. But I just think that
that affected his injury. I'm not trying to say that's why. I'm trying to. I agree with you 100%. I'm just trying to add on top of that too, because when he got hurt, his off the court issues bled to on the court because he didn't worry about getting healthy like he should have.
Oh, I agree with that. Absolutely.
Committed as he should have to getting healthy. And what if he was committed, we've seen people come back from torn ACLs all the time. If he was committed to rehabbing and being excellent, if he wanted it that bad, he would have been fine, or at least had a better chance to rehab and work out fine. You saw how many stupid things he was doing right after his ACL. There was that rumor that I won't bring up what it was, but you all know what it was. The night he tore his ACL in that hotel room, what he did, and I'm not going to bring it up because it shouldn't be brought up, shouldn't be publicized. But I mean, he's done a lot of dumb stuff that hurt his on the field or on the court actions and his rehabilitation. I think that's
I just think
because what he did after the injury and after the surgery.
I agree with all that, but if that's the case, then Dallas is a terrible organization. I wouldn't have gave a man the max contract who's doing stuff like that. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not there. KP might have been working out every day. He might have been. That's why he on the court now playing. KP is playing basketball for the Dallas Mavericks on the court. You know what I mean? They gave that man they gave him a max contract. So either all that crazy stuff he been going through, they still give him a max. They still maxed him out, So what I'm saying, but I'm just trying to really, because we talking about the trade thing. I don't want to make this about KP. I want to move on, but I just think that also KP, Dallas believe that man can get them where they want him to get them to. They gave him $150 million, and you know what it was? That as soon as he got the money, injuries came up. Let's forget all the other stuff. He got injured. That's and so that right there was a setback already. I think everything else on top of that is irrelevant compared to him getting that ACL. Some players can come back fast. KP is 7'3". A 7'3" linky guy. It's hard to come back from injuries when you're that tall. And I just think that you got that Sean Bradley body. Like Phil Jackson said, his core, he's weak down there, and I think his bones is fragile. He with that guy to play for Portland Trail Sam Bowie. I don't know if y'all can remember Sam Bowie.
Yep.
Phenomenal. Injuries all the time, back to back, and that's what's happening to KP. He's just too injury prone.
That's why he actually slipped. Remember, who was the coach of the Lakers at the point, working him out? He was also on the Cavs. I think Byron Scott.
Yep.
Was it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they saw him work out. They started laughing. This guy's never going to fill out. And then they took number D'Lo, I think, number 2, and Okafor at number 3. I'm glad we didn't pick Okafor, but
Jahlil Okafor is still a really good basketball player. He's just a dinosaur in today's league. If he played 10 years ago, he would have been a 25 and 12 guy every night.
Absolutely.
You watch it. I watched him live his third season in Philly right before they got rid of him. And, dude, he killed the Knicks. He had 30 points and 15 rebounds. If you slow the game down like this season, he would have been perfect for this Knicks team. This grit and grind slow, he would have been perfect to back up Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah.
I agree with that. He would have been a beast, man.
We need somebody like Jahlil Okafor, guys. That a backup center, like you said, Zach.
Billy.
He is always
Billy Hernan.
Yeah, he can go down and bang with the best of them. He talented.
And honestly, you could argue with Phil Jackson and his old school ways, if we would have gotten Jahlil Okafor like he wanted, his career would have been way different.
I agree.
You could argue that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but
I just want to see KP on Washington or something, you know, just a fresh start. See if he can be more of a second guy with less pressure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, KP on the Knicks would be a really good tandem next to Julius Randle because he can stretch the floor and he can do all those things. And the rebounding isn't as big of a deal since Julius is getting almost 12 rebounds a game. So he can block his shots that he has to block, hit his threes. He would open our offense tremendously. But like Divine said, and like everybody said,
$30 billion.
Can't stand it. It wasn't for that. I'll bring him over here, man.
Without the contract, without the
contract, yeah, that makes
without
sense.
the injuries, but I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
No, I wouldn't do it either. Before I even do that, I'll try to call up Los Angeles and try to get Kuzman. Kyle Kuzman, you know, he's 6'10". You know, he could. That's your small forward. You know, LeBron isn't too keen with him on that team. You want to bring him on a 3 team. He only makes $8 to $9 million a season. You know, you want to bring it in here and explore the opportunities, you know, and bring in a Kuzman. I like to see what could it take to get a Kyle Kuzman in here. Young kid, you know, up and coming championship. He played on the championship team already. You know, you know, something different. It's not going to cost a lot. It's not going to cost a lot.
Right. Just I worry about his consistency. Obviously, he has the talent. I mean, before LeBron came, or no, the first year LeBron came, he was scoring 18 points a game. You know, he has that ability to score. It's just, can he play defense at a good enough clip? Can he be a consistent number 2/number 3, depending on RJ Barrett's development? You know, but to your point, only making $8 to $9 million, you're not going to command the farm for him. So it's a risk you could take without, you know, hurting your future.
Mm-hmm. And let me ask a group before I throw it around the horn. Part of your take, and also answered it to me too. Is he an upgrade from what we have at the 3 from a Bullock or Burke? Go ahead.
Defensively, absolutely not. Shot creation, absolutely.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, he can create it on. He can put the ball on the floor. That's Achilles' heel right there in our starting lineup. I love Brady Bullock, but he can't go get it himself. You know, and we need a 3 who can go get it. He can put the ball on the floor like Julius Randle and RJ. You don't even pass the ball to him. You give me the ball, I'm gonna go get it. We need that type of dude right now, and I don't think he's that type of dude. That's why I like, for the cheap money, give it to Kelly Oubre. He can play. He a dog. He can play defense. I mean, and you know what? He ain't scared of the moment. Tough, lanky, tough defender. If he give you 15 to 17 a night, he giving you what Brady Bullock wasn't giving. Brady Bullock don't give you his every night. Kelly Oubre will at least give you 15 to 17 every night.
The thing is,
he get you 17, and his defense will cover. To me, Julius Randle's 6'8", 6'9" height. We need some linky athletic cats down there, because Julius Randle too small at the 4 to deal with these 7'7" cats at the 5 and the 4. And so in our small forward, he's small. You need to get somebody like a 6'8", 6'9" who athletic, because that's why Atlanta beat us. DeAndre Hunter, he had the height over Julius Randle. Julius Randle couldn't do nothing with them tall boys down there. And that's why I think somebody like Oubre will open up that floor. He's tough-minded defense ball player. Because to play for Tom Thibodeau, you got to be able to play some defense on that wing, or you're not playing basketball. That's New York Knicks basketball right now, and that can give it to you with the best of them. And I think for the money, if you're going to he's going to do a 2-year with a team option, and you go for that, because unless we're going to go big game hunting. Now, we going big game hunting, that changes the whole game. But we're not going to go big game hunting, then we ain't going to be signing no 4 years. To me, we're not going to be giving out max contract to cats who haven't proven themselves. I don't think the Knicks are going to do that. So I think if you're just going to continue the process the way you're doing it, maybe try to get to the second round, or pull up an upset, then you might have to go with somebody like a Oubre. You're not going to get Kawhi Leonard, because he can give you almost a little over half what Kawhi can give you from all phases. You know what I mean? The kid could play. So I would have to take a run on myself. That's why I personally like at the 3. If we can't get nobody out there that's going to take us to another level, but we need some better ball players. So if you put Oubre next, I don't think he messes with Julius Randle's game because so it's not going to hurt him or RJ's game because them cats can put the ball on the floor, and we need cats to do that. And I don't think he's a selfish ball player. And I think so I would like to see him because I like it because of his defense and his length, and he had a poor shooting percentage this year from three. In February, he had a great one actually, but through the year he wasn't shooting too well because of that wrist injury before he got hurt in his ankle, whatever. But I like his game to fit New York. That's the only reason I would bring him here. I'm not bringing him here to try to get us to the NBA championship. That's not what it's about. You know what I mean?
No doubt, and I agree with most of what you said. It's just one. He does not play well in a free flowing offense. He was horrible in Golden State as far as playing that free flowing pass motion, continuous motion offense, and that's what we need more of if we want to be more competitive. And his career shooting percentage is like 32%. You know who else's career is around that? Alfred Payton. He does not a shooter. He does not space the floor consistently. He creates his own shot, yes, but we have a few guys that don't shoot consistently that create their own shot. Like as far as RJ shot 40%, but I don't see him. I see him more around 34, 35 for his career. He can be streaky. Julius Randle, I don't see him shooting 40% again. We need guys that are just straight knockdown shooters, like you said, that are long and lengthy and play defense. You look at the good teams in the league, right? You got, like, for example, Philly. Ben Simmons is 6'9". Tobias Harris 6'8". Everybody has guys that are consistently like 6'6" and above who can rebound, pass, shoot, and defend. And they play a good scheme of offense. If we have more guys like that, Thibodeau and Johnny Bryant can open the offense more to where it's not just heavily relied on ISO. If you bring Kelly Oubre in, it does nothing for the offense other than make it more heavily reliant on ISO ball.
No, I disagree with that because it depends who your point guard going to be. I think that what I mean. Listen, I get what your point. I just want to make a piggyback off that. I think where ISO's the ball is them cats getting away from their fundamentals. I don't think because of him it would create an ISO. I think because them cats get away from their fundamentals in the game, then they start ISOing the ball when the defense start getting to them and they can't do nothing. They start ISOing it out because now I'm trying to get buckets because nobody. I get it from that point, but I think everything you said that we need, that's what he has. Remember, in Phoenix, 18 points a game. You know what I mean? And when he had 15 points before he got hurt. I think his career was on the upswing, but he does give us what I think we need because sometimes it's not about what you did in your rookie year. I understand his career shoot percentage. RJ shot like crazy last year. He was in a but. He got better the next year, so I wouldn't hold his career against him. This is what I've seen in the last 2 or 3 years that told me that he's gotten better, and I think he's the type of player. I think he's the type of player that'll fit New York style. I think Thibodeau will work with him. I think him playing under Steve Kerr, that young man learned a lot sitting on that bench with Steph Curry and all them guys. He learned a lot up here. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't judge Oubre like he was in Phoenix order compared to who he was around the whole year. He was around Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr, a good organization. The cat, if we weren't from his injury early year, that would have been a different story. He would have had a good year. He just got injured. But that ankle injury set him back. You know what I mean? I like him in New York, though. I do.
For reference, his best career shooting percentage from three is 34.9%, which is below the league average. If you can't shoot, you don't space the floor. And the Knicks' problem is they couldn't space the floor consistently, especially in the playoffs. They couldn't because they couldn't spread the floor, so they had to rely on ISO ball. And if we get guys space the floor,
it's time to get Samuel out of here.
You know what?
He's spamming the chat.
No, but I totally agree with you with that. He's built for New York. His personality, his hard work ethic on defense, will to get better, his be able to create his own shot in the mid range and attack the basket. I feel like he'd help our transition offense a lot more. Get out and run, a younger body. I totally agree with what you're saying. I just wanted to play devil's advocate a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you. One other point I really want to make about that is real quick. Remember what Julius Randle shot from 3-point last year? He might come to New York and be just a whole different ball player. Tom Thibodeau and his coaching staff and the way they play ball in New York, it might change the man. It might change his attitude. Yeah,
he might.
And I think, like I said, Julius Randle last year shot 28, 29%. I think the guy he know how to play basketball. Now, I think now is him being, I hope any player, not only Kelly Oubre, because there's a lot of players out there like him, but I think you put them in the right system and the right person who demand that respect. Like, listen, man, you got to get in the gym and make it happen. You know what I mean? I think when you got a coach like that, like I go for prime example, R.J. Barrett. R.J. shot terrible last year. Tom Thibodeau came in, go put your work in.
No doubt, no doubt. No, I get what you're saying, and
Uh,
I'm not ruling it out that he could get better. I'm not saying that. I'm just Kelly Oubre, from what I understood, is looking for 4 years, $90 to $100 million. I'm not paying him that much money to figure it out.
I ain't
here.
giving him that. I'm not giving him that for sure.
And
Yeah,
somebody,
I'm not giving him that.
somebody with cap space will. I mean, that's the problem. So hopefully nobody wants him, and we can get him on like the 3 year, $60 million, the third year being the player, I mean the team option, like you said, and like a 2 year with a player option or a team option. That'd be what I'd want Kelly Oubre for.
Hey, CT, tell me who you think we need, man. What are you looking for the Knicks doing this all season, and what do you expect in them guys? What you think they're gonna do to upgrade this team, and where you think they're going with it?
I think we're going to go. Or what I want to see is proven performers. Some vets that are at the point guard spot, and a athletic shooting three. Someone like a Duncan Robinson, but not at the 20 mil he's asking for.
Yeah, plus no defense.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm looking for the point guard, either Alonzo Ball or a Kyle Lowry.
Maybe a CP3, depending on what he commands.
Yeah. What about you?
Oh, I'm pretty sure Jedi knows exactly where I'll go. So if you have any more to finish, I'll wait until you're done, man. I'm just agreeing with you. That's all, CT.
I already mentioned it, so you go ahead when your time comes. Go ahead, CT. Finish up there.
Yeah. The chat wanted to know what you'll do this off season.
It's a few different ways I would go, and it's predicated on a few different things, and it's one, and this is only if the Pelicans are true when they say they don't want to match any offer. I like Lonzo because, like I said, I want size, speed, athleticism, and being able to do everything. Lonzo's a really good defender, and he's only getting better. He's a really good shooter now. That's terribly hard for me to say, because 39% from three on 8 attempts a game. People don't realize 8 attempts a game is extremely high volume, and to shoot still above the league average, that means you're a good shooter. He upped his free throw percentage by 25 plus percentage points this season. And his last year as a true point guard, he was a triple-double threat every night. 12 points, almost 8 rebounds, almost 8 assists a game. This year, he proved he can play off the basketball and still get almost 15 points and 5 rebounds and 5 assists. And that's so perfect when you're playing against Julius Randle. Julius Randle can take that main facilitator role like we saw that to drive in and kick out and get shooters involved. He's perfect to play off of that. He's also perfect to get transition, get this team playing to a better pace. He can do everything. Shooting guard, obviously, I want RJ there. Also 6'6", good size, can do a little bit of everything. We saw he's taking the next step as a playmaker. I believe he'll be a really good playmaker next season. He's a good rebounder at the 2. He's a really good scorer, obviously, now. For how old he is, he's only getting better. 18 points a game almost this year. His shooting percentages were crazy good. He does everything, and he can play everything. Those guys are well-rounded basketball players. At the 3, I want to trade for Jonathan Isaac. He's 6'11". He can guard every position on the floor. He's getting better as a shooter. He's up to the league average as a shooter. Yes, he was hurt last year. That's why I say trade for him, because the Orlando Magic are blowing it up, and he's a guy that you would, since he had that injury, you won't have to trade the farm for him. If he was healthy, you'd have to trade the farm to get Jonathan Isaac. He's going to be the best perimeter defender in basketball within the next 2-3 seasons. So he's a defender. He can pass the ball a little bit. I think 2 assists a game, but still he was never a passer. If you get him in a free-flowing offense, he might get a little bit more. He's a great rebounder. Last season he scored 12 points a game and showed that he can create his own shot. He can play in transition. He averaged almost 2 steals and 2 blocks a game. Then he shot 35 or 36% from 3, 45 or 46% from the field. And he can play the 3 and the 4. And then Julius, of course, and I want to try to get another trade for Miles Turner, because a center that can do most of the things Mitch can do as far as shot blocking, rim protection, good defender, solid rebounder. He's not that good of a rebounder, but the whole team, as you guys noticed, Lonzo can rebound, RJ, Jonathan Isaac, Julius can rebound. So that takes the pressure off of Miles Turner. Then he can score 13, 14 points a game, good three-point shooter, spreads the floor for everybody. And then I want to bring the vets back off the bench because at the guard situation, you'd have a Rose, you'd have a Luka, you'd have Quickly, you'd have Burks. The small forward position, you have Knox still as a third stringer. The second stringer, you bring back Reggie Bullock. Reggie Bullock's a great guy off the bench to have. Defender, 3-and-D guy. Obi taking the next step, backing up Julius, getting more minutes, taking more pressure off of Julius, giving him more rest. Then you bring back Mitch on that $1 million option you have next year. So right there's a deep, well-rounded team, and almost everybody in that starting lineup can do anything. You can run almost any system. You could pass the ball, free-flowing motion offense. You could be ISO heavy. You could be anything you need them to be. Tibbs and Johnny Bryant could have a blank canvas and just put whatever offense they want because those are the type of guys who can play in any offense. They can all shoot, all pass, all rebound, all defend, and all score. I mean, that's what we need, positionless basketball.
Zach, let me ask you a question. What is it going to take to get Miles Turner in your case? Because you're bringing these guys back.
Article, they wanted two first-round picks and a player. So, I mean, you could maybe sign a Nerlens Noel for a 1-year deal. He could be an expiring contract and send 2 first-rounders to them. And I heard Jonathan Isaac was 2 first-rounders and 2 second-rounders. We have the assets to make that happen for both of those guys. We have, instead of trading all of those assets I just said for like a Dame Lillard and gutting the whole team, adding players with it, you could just take draft picks and turn them into Jonathan Isaac and Miles Turner and add them to what you have. And then you keep the guys because you'll have Mitch on that, Julius on the player option, Mitch on that $1 million team option. I'm sorry, Julius is a team option too, but you'd still have that cap space to be able to go back and sign Rose, sign Burks again, sign, all Bullock, all these guys, and you have a well-rounded team. The same starter or the same guys pretty much that got you with a 4th seed are now on the bench. Like Bullock's now on your bench and you upgraded. Point guard is a huge upgrade, and you still have Derrick Rose, and you still have that project in Luka. You still have Quickly if he comes along. We add to the deepest bench in the league, and you add to the starting lineup. I mean, it's a no-brainer in my opinion. It's just, will they make the calls? I don't know. That's just, if I was GM, that's the calls I would be making. If that doesn't work, I'd go after an Oubre, like Divine said. I like Oubre. It's not my first option. He's long. He's athletic. Like he said, he can play in any. He can play. He's well-rounded. I want well-rounded guys that can play positions that can guard multiple positions.
Do you think? Real quick, BX, I'll let you chime in. Just a quick.
Yeah.
Do you think where people be hesitant on Jonathan either because he haven't played in a minute, or do you think they feel like his talent is enough to take a risk on him? Do you think because of that injury, he didn't play last year, correct?
No.
Right. Do you think any team would be hesitant, not just the Knicks, anybody? Will you think any team would be hesitant because of the injury? Like you think that his talent is which I think his talent is enough to get and take a chance on him. I don't think he's in a KP constantly injury type thing. I think it happened to him the first time. I think he'd bounce back. I think he'd be fine. So I'd love to have that young man at the power forward. What?
He's a small forward too. He could.
Exactly. I love Jonathan Isaac, man. When he was at Florida State.
And Jedi and I got killed for having this opinion, or at least.
Oh my God, yeah.
Killed because he said Jonathan Isaac was a scrub. He's trash, and that's when you can tell someone's never watched him play, man.
Man, listen. He's a local boy too. You know what I mean? He's a local boy.
And the thing was, he didn't have a high rating at MBK to 21. That's what it was. That's why he wasn't no good.
He didn't have a good summer league like Kevin Knox.
Right.
I don't know. They must have been watching basketball in Orlando. Jonathan Isaac is the real deal. He's gonna be, if he recovers from that injury, he's gonna be special. CT or BX, he's gonna be special.
Well, if you look real quick, Jedi, just to give you guys some context, he missed before last year, this year, the torn ACL. Before that, which was a freak accident in the bubble, he actually was tripped over somebody. He missed as many games. He played 75 games his second year, but he missed his first game as many games as Kawhi Leonard would on season per average. So, and he's going to be making way less, and he's going to be as available and young. Right. That whole team's young. Sorry.
Right. Right. He's the guy. That's the guy we if the Orlando Magic are willing to part because they got they then if they do they have to make a decision because Otto Porter Jr. is a free agent for the Magic as well. He's an unrestricted free agent, so did they see enough of him that they want the Magic will want to bring him back on there? I from the people I know down here with the Magic, I haven't heard anything about it. If they want to bring out or how they think of Isaac. One thing I did hear about the Magic, they do like Jonathan Isaac a lot. They really do like him. I think that's why they moved with Aaron Gordon. Besides the fact that they had to do that move, get some assets for him because they envision a team with Marquise Folk, Isaac, and Cole Anthony, whatever draft pick they get this year. It could be might end up winning the lottery as well, and they have a young dynamic team going forward. We all know they're going to have and it all depends on the vision of the new head coach. I don't. I've been saying Anthony Hardaway is going to be their new head coach, but it doesn't seem like it. It looks like he wants to stay in Memphis. I don't think he's ready to come up to the pro level. So it will be interesting to see if the new head coach, if whoever they bring in as the head coach for the Orlando Magic, if they envision Jonathan Isaac part of their future or their scheme. So that's another tall telling sign on that, guys.
And plus, what's his contract? Isn't it 4 years, $85 million? So it's still not as expensive, but he's locked in on the long term.
Yeah,
right.
So let me just ask Z and the panel in the chat. If you locked in those guys, you had Lonzo, RJ, Isaac, Randall, and Miles Turner. What do you think is the ceiling, or how far that team could go?
Well, honestly, in a couple of years, you'd be competing for titles. Because you look at the ages of those guys, right? Lonzo's, 22? RJ's 20. Jonathan Isaac's 21. Julius Randle's 26, going on 27. And Miles Turner's, 24? So those
25.
guys, 25, you could theoretically lock most of that core in for a decade. And with the way the league's turning out, this year, Brooklyn's not going to be around forever. The Lakers aren't going to be around forever. The Bucks aren't going to be around forever. Most of their supporting cast is getting old. So it's, they could make a run, and they could make constant runs. They could be a constant top 3 seed in the East. My opinion.
That's a good team. That's a very good team. That's a very good team.
I like for the 3 spot, I like DeRozan.
Yeah.
And would you entertain him?
Honestly, with that lineup, my theory, you could instead of bringing back Burks and Bullock, you could try to throw him a 1-year deal to come off the bench because he's not that superstar number 1 option that he once was. He could be our 6th man, and that would make us deadly.
Yeah, because he's a shot. We need a player in the last 1 second of the game that we can go to for a bucket. And we found out Julius isn't really that dude. We need a bit of a closer.
DeRozan isn't either. He's not a closer.
Yeah. I think he'd be the best player you could throw the ball to and get off his shot.
Yeah, but and hopefully his playoff woes are behind him. Hopefully he's learned from that.
The only thing that worries about DeRozan on a short-term deal, I don't think he'll come to New York for on a short-term deal. I can see him going either to the Lakers or even Philadelphia if they don't win. It's gonna to get a DeRozan on our team. You have to pretty much guarantee him the starting and get him on a multi-3-year deal, pay him because I don't think he'll come for that 1 year, comfortable team-friendly deal for us. Not for the New York Knicks, currently constituted and for him to add as a piece, I don't see it. He's this is like I think this is going to be one of his last paydays. If he could get the money, he's going to get it. But if he wants to ring chase, he'll end up going, somewhere Lakers, or even Utah if they don't call it out, or even whoever right now is in that needs that extra scorer that's going forward. I could see that happening. I don't see with the Knicks. I don't see it happen. I have my good friend is a San Antonio Spurs fan. He says he drives him nuts. He's not clutch. Yeah, he's not the biggest 3-point shooter, but DeRozan's a solid pro. He's a pro's pro. And I remember I mentioned on your program, Z. If we want to sign someone under the radar, low money, 2-year deal, or Rudy Gay.
Yeah,
bringing that veteran in here. That's another name for a small forward. Absolutely.
He's always a bucket.
Hey, real quick,
Yeah.
let me salute out everybody, man. Yo, salute to the chat. We got my man Hector, Project Nerd in the building. For the love of the game is in the chat, man. Salute to you, my brother. Salute Brooklyn Belly. We see you up in there. You already know with Baba Booey. All you cats, salute to all y'all up in there. Samuel Glory, I don't know who you is, but welcome aboard. But you need to kill a Nick hate though. We appreciate you coming on, but kill a Nick hate. But salute to you anyway. Lynn Tulin, they in the building. You already know Nick P. Salute. So let's get it. Send Nick, everybody, man. We up in the chat, man. We got Divine Brought to our 7 ticks. We got CT. We got my man Zach from the Love of the Game chiming in, blessing the
We
show
got
tonight, man. We
Sarge,
appreciate
who
you,
just
Zach.
woke
You
up
already
from
know.
his nap.
Yeah, don't
Yes, sir.
forget Sergeant Cowboys fan for life.
Yes, indeed. And G-Man, you already know. I'm going to throw the link to maybe the brother. He pop on. I know he know how we do. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody coming on tonight, man. Y'all already know what it is. Knicks off season. We here just cutting it up, talking Knicks ideas and all that good stuff, man. We appreciate y'all coming on. Y'all already know the deal, man. Subscribe, man. Salute, hit that thumbs up button, man. Y'all already know Knicks Real Talk, the Friday night show. We in here cutting it up. Yeah, man. But I'm looking forward to the season, man. Like we went over a lot of stuff. We still got things we can go. We can do this all night. But the Knicks are in a good place no matter which way we go. No matter which, they're in a good position. You know,
No doubt.
and that's one thing I could truly say. I know we just playing GM, but I believe in Scott Perry and them guys, man, and World Wide West and all them guys, Brock Aller and all them cats. I think they did a phenomenal job of putting this team together to get them to where they at, and to have the cap space, the draft picks, the money. The Knicks are in a good position. We haven't been in this position in a long time. We should well appreciate what they did for this organization this year. Because I think 41-31, fourth in the Eastern Conference, went to the playoffs, didn't go where we wanted to go, but they showed that grittiness, man, and I'm happy to be a Knicks fan. I think the best is yet to come. But I trust the front office, though, man. I've been a Knicks fan since 1970. You know what I mean? So you talking 50 years up in here. You know what I mean? And I just, for me as a fan, this is the best position I've seen the Knicks in a long time, where you could truly say, in 2 or 3 years, we on the cut. If we do it right, in 2 or 3 years, we on the cusp of something. I think no matter which way they do it, no matter if Knicks go big game hunting or they go the other route, no matter what the Knicks do, just don't mess with that flexibility. Don't just mess up that structure that they have. If you want to go for this player for 2 years, and another player for 2 years, when them 2 years is up, as long as you develop them young players. If you go for it and you still develop a young player, I'm good. I'm cool because in 2 years, all them contracts come off the book. So if you do go get somebody for 2 years who's making $30 million or $40 million, it's only 2 years. You still can develop a young guy while you got the 2 players fighting going for it. So if either way it go, I think the organization put themselves in the prime position. Either they're gonna go for it in 2 and 3 years, they don't get it or it don't work out, they back to square when they still got their cap money. Or they gonna draft some young talent and they gonna keep just trying to get it step by step. So either way it go, I think they're gonna do it right there in a good position, BX. I think they just structured well right now. So either they go big game hunting or they go the other way, no matter what, I trust that this organization gonna guide us in the right direction for sure. I do believe that.
Divine, think about it, man. I mean, guys, think about this. The position we're in for a second. You remember a couple years ago when Boston was the number 1 or number 2 seed and they ended up getting the second pick in the draft, having all this cap space and all these assets and everybody was loving them? That's the only team other than us that I know in the past, 10, 15 years at least, that has been in a position like this. We're a top 5 seed in the East. We're number 4. Could easily, if we get rid of Knox somehow, not saying I want that for the Knoxers out there, just saying we could have up to $82 million in cap space, 2 first-round picks next year, and pretty much 3, the 32nd pick in the draft's like a first-round pick. 4 picks in the draft next year total. Another couple first-round picks 2 seasons from now. Like, come on. Like, we're in one of the best positions any franchise, not just the Knicks, any franchise has been in multiple years.
Yeah, I know. It's like you got to pinch yourself. And we're just coming off a Coach of the Year, you know.
Yep. Coach of the Year, most improved player, almost had a 6th man of the year.
I say that I think our biggest success this year wasn't 4th seed or the result. It was just the perception of the whole team has just been elevated.
Yeah, we got so many guys that are just workers, right? Like, that's so underestimated. Like having a whole team that has the same sort of work ethic, same sort of vibe. Chemistry is a problem, and on a lot of teams. Like, look at LA. They imploded. They didn't have chemistry like they did their championship year. You know what I mean? Like last year, all those locker room glue guys and ended up getting a Montrezl Harrell who had problems in the other LA team. with chemistry, and Dennis Schroeder, who had problems with his chemistry issues, and look what happened.
And we've all talked about what we want to happen, and what do you think the front office is going to do this off season? Do you think they're going to spend long-term salaries? Do you think they're going to go young? What do you think is going to happen if you had to guess?
Probably a combination of both. I mean, like, I feel like they're going to really make a run at Oubre or DeRozan. I feel like DeRozan is the perfect person that Tibbs would want on like a 3-year deal, and I feel like they'll
Yeah,
one or two of those draft picks, get a few young guys, sign their veterans back. I think it'll be a nice mixture again. And I think we'll be in the top 4 seed again.
yeah, nice. What about you, BX Divine?
Go ahead, Divine.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
married on that.
I second everything Zach said. I love where the Knicks are at right now. They have so many options. It's unbelievable. Literally. That's why I always say you got. I'll talk on this program like, listen, we could talk Leon Rose and Worldwide West on it, but you got to give Scott Perry some credit. He came here in 2018 and he did what he had to do. You know what I mean? You might have questioned some of his moves, but listen, he saved us 158 million on Porzingis. He got us Mitchell Robinson. He got us R.J. Barrett. He got us Manuel Quickly. He got us Obi Toppin. He got us cap space, and he got us picks. Ain't nobody did that since I've been watching the Knicks for 50 years that did what he just did. You know what I mean? So you got to give Scott Perry his credit. You might have questioned his move. You might have thought, but he made this organization stable. Think about it, before this year, Scott Perry had got all that stuff. Before Leon Rose even came aboard, Scott Perry got all these draft picks. He got all this capital. He got these cats. He drafted these dudes. You know what I mean? So I think with him aboard, I hope they re-sign him. He turned Adrian Carmelo Anthony into cap space and Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson on a $1,000,000-something a year, 36 pick, and that man been playing underpaid all these years. The cat did good in New York. Kevin Knox, okay, he might not pan out the way he wanted to. He might not just be a tips guy. He might not be just a tips player. And it's not that he's not good. It's not that he might not make it on a team that's not demanding as New York and the Knicks. Maybe he was down in Orlando near home or something. It might be a different story for Kevin Knox. I don't think it was a bad draft pick. I think he had a good rookie year, but that second year came in when you started signing all them power forwards and Moot Morris. You went away from the direction, and it cost Kevin Knox's time. You know what I mean? And so other than that, I think Scott Perry did well with his draft. And so I think the organization is in a good place right now, man. Like I said, if we go big game hunting for 2 years, I say 2 years max, and maintain that flexibility for 2 years from now. You might say, okay, you know what? I think R.J. Barrett deserves $100 million. You got it. You know what I mean? You got R.J.'s $100 million sitting there on hold in the bank for 2 years while you try to make a little run with some decent players. And they go that route and maintain. I think we good that way. And if we do it like y'all guys said, go for the second tier players to keep the maturation going. I think they're good in that area too. I think they're good all around. I don't foresee anything that I would have to worry about with the Knicks, man. I think they spoke pretty well for themselves this year. Looking going forward.
Are you worried about them possibly trading everything for Damian Lillard?
I don't think so. I don't think that's even the issue. I think they're going to do what's best for the Knicks. You know what I mean? And I think if they do Damian Lillard, you're going to have to give up something to get something. It all depends what they give up. Like I said, they don't mortgage the farm. They said 3 years, Damian Lillard, we give you something that's not going to set the franchise back another 5-10 years. If we're going to go for 3 years, by at the end of that 3 years, everybody money come off the books. You know what I mean? I ain't got no problem with that. Long as at the end of 2 or 3 years, Damian Lillard money, whoever you sign money, they money come off the books, and we still got our cap space, and we still got some young players that's growing up behind these guys. Because think about it, I can picture Damian Lillard and Emmanuel quickly playing in the game together. That should be crazy. You know what I mean? So I can see that, because I think if you get a Damian Lillard and you get another piece there at that small forward spot, like you said, keep Reggie Bullock on that bench, the Knicks would be a problem. It just all depends who you put with him. You know what I mean? But don't go out and give nobody $150 million deal. I mean, we ain't trying to go through all that. But I take Damian Lillard's 3 years, Zach, if they don't mess up the structure and don't put us in the situation where we back to 8 years ago. You know what I mean? I'll take a gamble on it. I'll take a gamble on it.
There's the main man.
There's the
Sarge,
Cowboys fan. What's up,
what's
buddy?
going on? I see
You
you
got
back.
Sarge in the building. You
I see
already
you
know
battling
man for
keyboard
life
heroes,
is in
man.
here. Salute, my brother.
The
I see you
Spork Assassin.
I see you battling the keyboard heroes out there,
The
man.
Spork Assassin.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you when you know you have arrived, right? When you start getting haters, just like when you got trolls up in here, that's how you know you have arrived. That's how you
Hey,
know.
G-Man, in Cowboys Nation, you know this. Being a Cowboys fan, we deal with this all the time, man. You're built for this.
Oh, absolutely, baby. That's. I mean, I'm an expert in what we call what's the word? Psychological warfare. So you got to get up way early in the morning to think that a couple of snide remarks is going to affect my well-being. Come on now, stop playing with me.
I've never seen anyone call your takes trash.
You know what I can expect, CT? I could respect the fact that if this was someone that I had been on a panel with and we've had debates here and there, I could take that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But you just woke up this morning or this afternoon, wherever you are in the world, rolled out of bed and said, well, let me go in here and get my cred up by stepping on somebody else. You know what? I ain't even gonna go into all that because we already know what it is, baby. It's all about the Knicks. You know what I'm saying?
It's all about your team on my shirt.
Oh no, I'm not even gonna say those words.
Yeah. Hey, Zach. Yeah. We won't turn into Cowboy real talk tonight.
I'm just messing with G-Man, and you gotta. Every time we see each other, he calls me Giants man, I call him G-Man or Cowboys man.
Right.
You know what?
So we got to get G-Man some.
That's for the love of the game. That's why you do it. You know what I mean? For the love of the game, my brother. Yeah, man. But I appreciate everybody up here. We got the panel up here, Divine. We got Bitch at ICT. We got G-Man Sergeant. We got Zach from For the Love of the Game. You already know the streets is buzzing. Knicks real talk. We up in here, man. We just talking basketball. Knicks off season right now, man. We got a lot of big things coming up in the next couple of months. You got the draft. You got free agency. You got the lottery. You know what I mean? You got everything going on. Free trade speculations. So it's going to be a pretty crazy summer, man. We're going to stay in the loop. And you go on all these content creator shows and get it, man. Everybody out there giving y'all the content. Go get it, man. The Knicks going to stay on the clock this year 24/7. I think the organization now going to be a 365 thing because of the way they put themselves. Now we can talk about them in the off season because they're in a good spot. You know, we got money. You know, it's gonna be buzzing for the next couple of months. So let's hope the Knicks make the right moves, man, and get us feeling good like last year. Let's get to that next level, man. G-Man, we got to take it to the next level, brother. I'm ready.
Hey, you know, it's been a long time coming, like Sam Cooke say. You know what I'm saying? For those that have not lived this, I don't know what the word is. This thing that is New York Knicks fandom, right? If you have not lived throughout the course of the years and years that, you know, we've seen people come, we've seen people go. People always get the hype about, you know, the next best thing is this person or that person. We've lived all that, and nothing has come through fruition yet, right? But for the first time in over 30 years, I am confident. I have a confident bone in my body that says the front office has got it right. The team has buy-in. We saw this past season that these guys are playing for one another. You know what I'm saying? And that's hard to come by. When you're talking about a organization or individuals that are so think about this when you go to work, right? When you go to work, you don't go to work thinking that I'm gonna do my job. What you're working for is that next promotion. Because you're trying to put food on your family's table, right? So I need to be in the best position I can be to be able to support my family. And that's what these guys are doing. And we can't crucify them when they jump ship and chase the bag, right? That's what people do. But here on this team, we have a bunch of journeymen that have bought to the system.
Oh, okay.
There he goes. Oh, he's gone again.
My bad. It's me. It's me.
You're all good. No, I can't. I had to. My mic kept cutting, like wouldn't work. Saying I was losing connection.
I thought we were gonna play the Brady Bunch music.
Magic squares.
Nah, we good. Zach is back. He good. I thought it was when you. Zach, you know everything went wrong when you put up that cowboy shirt, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he
Absolutely.
all of a sudden started. Oh, I started losing.
I was about to blame. I was about to say. It must be Sarge passing the Cavassier around.
Look,
Some
that's big boy sippy cup right there. Everybody ain't ready for big boy sippy cup. But I would say to you guys' point, I was listening to you off cam, and there are a lot of great things happening with this team, and I think that moving forward, they haven't shown me anything thus far that says they're going to go out and make just a bonehead decision and mortgage the farm just to get a big name up in the building, right? I don't believe that is their mindset, and that's not the way that they want to kind of grow this team. So again, we said this all season. I trust the front office until they give me a reason not to. So I have to believe in my heart of hearts that when we start talking about the Damian Lillards and these type guys, that you can get him, but what is it going to cost you?
That's the key right there.
You would have Damian Lillard on your team and nobody for him to play with. Come on now, stop playing. That doesn't even make good sense any place. It just doesn't. And I don't think, again, nothing that this front office has done thus far tells me that they're willing to go down that path. So I'm of the belief that we will continue to do the 1-2 year deals. To you guys' point, second tier players that kind of sustain us going into next season. And then in the 2022-2023 season, when you got all these big name free agents out here, now this is the season they get to kind of elevate their stock. So when the agent calls and says, "Hey, I got Divine over here, right? You saw the numbers she put up this season, and this is kind of what we're looking for." And I think that he could be a cornerstone piece to not. I don't believe I just said that. Please don't let Cornerstone Kev see that. Please don't let Cornerstone Kev see that.
Yeah, you
Please
did.
don't. I did say that, didn't I?
Yes,
But
you did, brother.
that will be a foundational piece. Let me change my words. That will be a foundation,
a building block.
a building block to be able to go ahead and make this team a legit contender in the East. So people, when you start talking about contenders, the Knicks are part of that conversation. And I think that's the important part right here.
Yeah. I second that, man. It's a beautiful thing, man. We in a good spot. But with the draft picks, man, what do you think we're going? You think we're gonna move on up? You think we're gonna take the 2 first rounders, move up to get something else, Zach, and take them second rounders and keep a stash or put them in a trade? What you think? You think all 4 of them coming?
Me?
Yeah.
I think it depends on I give it some time yet because we have a long time until the draft. I don't think they're going to do anything until closer to draft time. I think they're going to scout. I think we have great scouting now. Walt Perrin is amazing at his job. We have a lot of guys that are great at their job. If they find 4 rookies, 4 prospects that they believe in, don't be surprised if they keep them picks and draft, because I hate this narrative that people say Tibbs doesn't play young guys. Let's think about when everybody was healthy in the 9-man rotation. Quick played, Obi played, Mitch played, and RJ played. But all of our rookies, and that's half of the rotation, really. 4 out of 9 is almost, in a 10-man rotation, that's almost half of the people that played were young people.
Mm-hmm.
And the 10-man rotation, Kevin Knox played. So that's 5 youngins, I feel like he's not afraid to play young guys. It's just who he's going to play, who's the best that gives us a chance to win. If these young guys give us a chance to win, help us run more, play more transition. Like, for example, giving Obi more minutes, giving whoever, getting a point guard that plays with more pace. If that's in the draft and they want to do that and keep the cap space and keep everything open, why not? I mean, but me personally, I tried to package those second rounders for maybe a solid vet, or to move up in the late first round. And I'd probably keep at least one of the 2 first round picks. If we're not moving up, I want to keep both of them, so we can get 2 chances at an Emmanuel Quickly type, draft selection steal. I'm just excited because, like you said, I mean, everybody said we have so much flexibility. Either way they go, I'm cool. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we definitely in a good spot, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's gonna pop up. I think we hope we just do it the right way, man, and I think we will. But we're in a good spot. I know that, and it's some good second tier talent out there. Like you said, if we stay the course, and just wait till 2023, 24. We got some good we got some good talent that's out there on the second tier, man. So I don't have a problem going with not doing a bag at him. Like I told you earlier in the program, I'm good either way, long as you don't mess up that structure, long as you don't mess with that flexibility. Just don't go over 5 years. Don't go, like I said, if you're gonna go for the 2 years, I'm with it. 2 years, when them 2 years is over, the money come out the books. We still got our draft picks. Just don't give it the farm, man, and put us back 10 years. Other than that, yeah, what I mean.
Or if you want to give, like for example, give Chris Paul like a 2-year deal, big money, but the second year being a team option.
Yeah.
See if he can stay healthy. Like DeMar DeRozan, same thing. Because I wouldn't mind trying to trot out a lineup with Chris Paul, R.J. Barrett, DeMar DeRozan, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson. I wouldn't mind that at all. With the draft picks that we have, and still having flexibility because you have them for 1 year.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work out, if it does, bring him back for that team option.
Zeke, you said something that's very, very poignant and interesting, and it made me have a thought. And
I did.
You did, and I hate to give you.
I'm on a winning streak.
You are. But when
that's Knicks Real Talk magic right there.
There you go.
Yeah, the last time you guys were on, I got him to agree with me on something.
When you have a player the caliber of a Chris Paul has a proven track record, right? So wherever he goes, he makes the team around him better, right? So when you're talking about what we're looking at, we have a hybrid of a team right now to where we have what could considerably be a young core, and then we have journeymen that come in and kind of fill those role-playing spots. Just depending on how they perform on any given night will tell you who Tibbs is going to have on the floor. But when you have a player the caliber of a Chris Paul, the things that I think the benefit that he brings to a team like this is not, you won't be able to measure it holistically on the court, but it's going to be adding to the culture in which they're trying to be. Chris Paul.
Okay, yeah, got it.
So it's going to be adding to, adding to the culture of what they're trying to build right now, and helping to develop the young talent that we have on the roster. I think that's where his in my opinion, that's where his value would be. Now he can perform on the court as well. I'm not taking anything away from his game, but I think holistically that Chris Paul is better served in that the efforts of developing or assisting in the development of young talent.
I just showed a picture of Mitchell Robinson. He looks jacked.
Yeah, they said he was. I heard somewhere at CT. I think it was on Ron's show that he was 270 pounds.
He's jacked, muscle.
Yeah, he was
CT G-Men. Remember that on Ron's show?
Yeah.
272. I thought, oh my God, he got fat. But then I seen pictures of it, and I'm like, wow.
Chiseled. That dude chiseled, man.
Yeah.
So
and I love him so much more now that I know he's a car nut like me. I love those Instagram pictures.
So
he was at the facility, I think.
I was gonna say the interesting thing about that is I was on Freezy's show, and we were talking about dominant big men, right? So when you take a Mitch that's 275 muscle, then you no longer being able to move him around in the paint.
Hopefully they don't drug test him.
Yeah, for real though.
And he's working out with KG.
Hormone in there.
But he could legit, be working his way into a Joel Embiid type position or player. But first of all, he got to develop a shot. That's
he ain't Joel Embiid.
I'm just saying where we have known Mitch to be in the past is someone that catches lobs and protects the back. That's been his mantra, right? But if he can take that next evolution in his game with the increase of the body mass, so people not going to be moving him around in the paint, but then develop a shot. All I want is a little mid-range shot, a little baby hook, whatever it is. I don't care. But I need you to generate some type of offense that's not predicated on somebody throwing you a lob every time they come down the court.
You know what? To your point, he'd be like an Andre Drummond type, just better with defense and whatnot, more dominant on the offensive glass.
Yep.
Putbacks.
Yeah, hey, Mitchell Robinson, the real deal. That boy, the real deal. I think it's just a matter of time, bro. a matter
Even that
of
little
time.
fake dribble handoff that Ovi does.
That young man do things that a lot of cats can't do. And that's why I like about Mitchell Robinson. A lot of cats in the NBA can't do what Mitchell Robinson can do. I always tell people, if you shoot 10 for 10, I'd rather have a cat shoot 10 for 10 until you can stop him than a cat shoot 4 for 6. Until you can stop Mitchell Robinson live and dunk. I don't care if he do that the rest of his life. Until you stop it, that's Kareem hook shot. Kareem had a hook shot. He shot it because you couldn't stop it. And now you play to your strengths. You know what I mean? I think they got to let Mitchell Robinson play to his strength. If he's a lob runner, he's an offensive rebounder, putback. Because Nerlens Noel can't do what Mitchell Robinson can do. I think if Mitchell Robinson would have played against Clint Capella, that would have been a whole different series. Because Mitchell Robinson got offensive rebound. He went out to the 3-point line and guarding 2 and 3s, come back, protect the rim. I mean, and the kid, I think next year with that body weight, I think the Knicks just need to go ahead and sign that boy. He earned it, man. Mitchell Robinson, 36 pick in the 2019 draft, making $1.5 million, $1.5 million a year. Get that man his money. He earned his Knicks money.
I'm not signing him. He can't stay healthy,
man. But this is the only time Mitch ever had it was a severe injury. I mean, he had foot injuries here and there, but it wasn't like a basketball related torn ACL. It's a lot of more. My foot got fractured, but it's not like some of them things where you're going to be out a whole year. I would take a chance on that man for this reason. But Mitchell Robinson at $8-9 million can do what a lot of cats can't do. I'm sorry.
$8-9 million. That's different. I'm talking like Clint Capella type money. I'm not.
He's not going to get that.
When a 7-footer has a broken foot, they do not recover. I mean, Sam Bowie, that's what he had. The same injury Sam Bowie had. Yao Ming had. All the Shaq had at the end of his career. Like all these broken foots, man.
Rick Smith did.
Yeah, but y'all got to keep one thing in mind. Back then ain't now because of the technology, the medicine, it's a whole different ball game with this medicine out here now. With Mitchell Robinson, now I agree with you with Sam Bowie, but that's 30 years ago. The medicine nowadays, the way they do it, I think Mitchell Robinson, he had a severe sprain. It wasn't like the thing was we gonna be out a year. Mitchell Robinson probably could have played in the playoffs. It was, but I think you take a gamble on that man for this reason.
A broken foot.
I think that he could do something on that front line with I think with Julius Randle that a lot of cats can't do. And, I really say that just because I'm a Mitchell Robinson fan. That's the reason why I'm dealing with it only from that level. I just think that the way that cat played basketball, if Tom Thibodeau would have had that boy all year long, when he got hurt that last game, you seen his maturation too when Tibbs took over. The last game before he got hurt, 10 and 16 in the first half. 10 and 16.
Yeah, we come to the same thing.
In the first half.
We come to the same conclusion. I thought you meant I'm not paying him like a Clint Capella contract. $8-9 million. You sign me up every time. I'm not. I didn't.
Right.
I thought when you say get his money, I thought you meant like the bag.
No. I'll give him. I'll give him my man money. What's the cat down in Houston?
I know Knicks fans trying to give him 15.
Christian Wood. Give him Christian Wood money. That's all.
What Christian Wood get? 3 years for 60?
I think it's 345. The 63 years, 63. I thought it was like 15 a year or something like that. You had to look it up. I'm not sure. I thought it was that, but yeah, I wouldn't give him the bag, Z. But I would definitely take a chance on Mitchell Robinson. I like the way he defend that. I love the way he defend that game for the Knicks. I just think if he would have played all year and he wouldn't have had that. He went out, came back in. I mean, the cat was on a cusp of doing something. And coming out of training camp, I thought he was like, you know what, this kid's gonna be special this year. Everybody would think about Noel's gonna take his job. Like, no, he ain't. Noel ain't got nothing on Mitchell Robinson. That's why he ain't take his job. Mitchell Robinson lost his job because he got hurt.
No disrespect to Noel. He did fill in so much better than we could.
Yeah, I'm not disrespecting him. No.
I know.
Yeah, I'm just saying he wasn't taking Mitchell Robinson's job though.
Mitch isn't moving the needle.
He was gonna be a backup.
Mitch isn't moving the needle for me until he learns how to space the floor. In today's game, you can't have every big on your roster not be able to stretch the floor. You're not going to win nothing without at least one big that can stretch the floor a little bit, and he can't. So if we find a guy, like that's why I said Miles Turner, he can do pretty much all the same things Mitch can do, and space the floor and score.
Christian Wood, go ahead, G-Man.
I was about to say, you guys both make great points, right? And that's kind of the thought process that I use going into this off season, because the only thing that we can go off of right now is Mitch's performance prior to the injury, right? So we can speculate as to what if, coulda, shoulda, woulda done, all that, right? But but people that's actually spending money, people that's actually going to tell you that I'm going to pay you to perform a service, they're going to do it based on your past performance and whatever potential you have to provide that service in the future. So I think that's going, and I think how we tell the telltale factor to that is going to be this: what moves the front office makes in the offseason from the 5 position. Now, if they're out there actively, trying to recruit or get a 5, then we know what their thought process is.
And for context, they're trying to trade for Miles Turner. That's the rumors.
Yeah. So if that's not the game, and it could all just be a whole bunch of misdirection and this, that, and other. We know the games we play during off season. We all know what that is, right? But when you get right down to it, where people actually put pen to paper and say, you are coming to my organization and this is what I expect, then that's where we go from. I am of the belief that if Mitchell Robinson has gone into the gym and transformed his body during the offseason, to me, that's a positive, because he did not stand pat and say, the only thing I'm going to do is just rehab my foot and my wrist, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to be healthy. No, what he did, he understood or understands that when he's in the paint, you got these people that outweigh him by 20, 30 pounds coming in and just doing whatever they want in the paint. And we can't have that. We can't have that. So he made that adjustment. So if I'm the front office, I'm watching this young man's efforts, and because I'm sure there's been some conversations had. Somebody came in and said, hey, Mitch, check this out, man. You know what? You're great at what you do, right? But these are your shortcomings, and this is what I'm concerned about. Right now, when you're at the 5 position, people come down and put a battle on you and bump you out of the paint like it's nobody's business. So I'm gonna need you to get your weight up. I'm gonna need for you to be a little bit more dominant at that 5 spot, so that we don't have to worry about it. So,
and to Knicks man's point, that Miles Turner is not as good of a rebounder as you'd like him to be, but his career average is 7 rebounds a game. Mitch's career average is 7.5 rebounds a game. So it also helps, like, for example, if they go after the point guard, I want Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball is a good rebounder, 5 to 7 rebounds a game. RJ, I think, is going to jump to like 8 rebounds a game next season. If we get a small forward that can rebound, plus you have Julius over 10 rebounds a game, that's not as much of a concern as, per se, you have a team that doesn't rebound, you need to rely on just your 5. You know what it's not like Mitchell Robinson is averaging double-digit rebounds ever.
I agree.
You know what you got? Yeah, got to keep in mind though. Mitchell Robinson has been playing for 2 or 3 years. I think we missing the boat here.
Miles Turner's
check it out. And my thing with Mitchell Robinson, I don't care if you don't shoot 3. Rudy Gobert got $200 million for not shooting a 3. I don't care if Mitch don't shoot a 3. Go 10 for 10 with 10 dunks and give me 20 points. I'm good. If you can't stop this force, hear me out for a minute. Excuse me. If you can't stop what he got, you couldn't stop Kareem jump hook. Kareem jump hook, you couldn't stop it. He got 30 points a game shooting the hook. But you play TS. I think Mitchell Robinson, like Rudy Gobert, they got something that a lot of guys in the NBA don't have, and they make them unique. That's the only reason I would sign him, because he's unique. You don't got a lot of shot blocking guys like Rudy Gobert, Mitchell Robinson. They rare. So it's not a lot of guys who can stick to the game. Like, you can't defend Mitch above the rim, because there's not too many 7-footers could do what he could do. But the only reason I say I would take Mitch, because he don't have to shoot 3. Let Randall, let the small forward shoot the 3, let the power forward shoot the 3, let the guard shoot the 3, let RJ shoot the 3. Mitch ain't got to shoot no 3. Leave that paint wide open for him, so when they do shoot the 3, he get that offensive rebound, go back up and throw you 2 quick points. Bang, he do 5 of them a game with 10 points, 3 putbacks. Mitch got a game that is hard to guard. It's hard to guard when you got shooters around him. Because now everybody in that team got to go out there and guard them shooters, leave Mitch down there by himself. And you get a right point guard who can throw that oop, or who can do the pick and roll. Mitchell Robinson going to be a problem. And that's just basketball.
I think that is 100% facts, Divine. I'm not saying you're not factual. I'm not saying I have a problem with Mitchell Robinson. I totally agree with you. It's just Miles Turner is one of those guys that can block shots and do those things that Mitch can do. And he adds a different element to his game with the shot. And Rudy Gobert, and when you say Kareem has an unstoppable move, 100%, but he creates that on his own. He didn't need a point guard to get him to throw the ball up for him to get points. Mitchell Robinson is different because he relies on someone else to get his buckets. And with him, with Rudy Gobert, yeah, you got $200 million, but they're not winning a championship because Rudy Gobert's scoring or any of that. They're winning because their whole team's complete. They have one of the deepest teams in basketball.
Yeah,
Rudy
yeah,
Gobert,
but Rudy Gobert is a big part of that, though. Without his defense down there, they not the same
yeah,
team.
but I'm saying they're limited
They
on
not the
offense.
same team,
That's why
bro.
they're not going to win a championship. They're limited on
Zach,
offense.
I disagree with that. I think they can win it this year. I think the Utah Jazz can beat Phoenix and can beat what you call them, and I think that team is they played together for a couple of years. Jonathan Mitchell, them guys is loaded down there because they played together for 3 or 4 years. They got Bogdanovich, they got defense, they got Mike Conley. Them dudes got a good team down there. I don't know why people sleep on them.
They have a great team.
I think they're going to the finals. I think they're going to the finals.
They can, they can. With us, I just want to see us play a bit more. If Mitch needs to go to the bench in spots, you play more small ball, and have Julius and Obi out there running the floor. I think that could be our strength. In minutes. Play.
But that also
let's say
spacing. Yeah.
Yeah. You played Mitch 30 minutes, and then you play small ball for 18.
Defense sacrifices having Obi at the 5.
Yeah.
Right. And
at some point.
We were talking about Christian Wood, his contract. He signed a 3-year, $41 million.
That's a steal.
That's $13 million. So that's the minimum that Mitchell Robinson is going to want.
That's a steal.
That's a minimum that Mitchell Robinson is going to command. $13 million a year. I think Mitchell Robinson, in my opinion, you got to give him 15 to 17 million if you want to keep him, unless if you want to move him, because I think that's going to be almost the same thing with Miles Turner. And as Lakeman said, I did see that Charlotte Hornets, Minnesota Timberwolves, and are interested in there. They have the flexibility, the money, and also the Pelicans also was part of that. Wanted Miles Turner there, bringing in there, that they're interested because Minnesota has been rumored to move Towns to Portland to team up with Dame if they want to keep Dame happy. So there's a lot of crazy things going on, but with the Christian Woods, that's $3 million, 41 for 3 years, $41 million for that guy.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Let me ask you a question. What are you going to do with Miles Turner when the contract? Are you going to give Miles Turner bigger money once that $18 million is up? And see, that's why I was debating with the Mitchell Robinson. I understand that, but are you going to pay that dude after that $18 million is up? Because you're going to have to give him $20.
I'd rather pay Miles Turner than Mitchell Robinson.
Well, I think it's with either one of them. I think it's predicated on what their performance is during the season. Mm-hmm. So you can't have a turd for a season and then come to me and tell me you want me to spend $36 million on you over the next course or whatever the case may be. But if you perform on the court, then you have room to talk. There's a foundation for a conversation. But
you can see Miles Turner, what he does to Mitch every time they play. I mean, Miles Turner's just a better basketball player all around. He is.
Well, I would say, guys have different games depending on the opponent that you play, right? So if you play against a guy, so if I'm playing against Devon, right? And I know Devon's tendencies. And I study Devon because Devon is that guy, for whatever reason, that I feel like if I could get the best of him on any given game, because he's our rival in the conference or whatever the case may be, then that is the guy that I want to go against and I want to have a good showing against. And I may suck against BX and I may suck against Zach, but the one game that I'm going to have in that season, the one game that I'm going to have in that season is going to be against Devon because I know the way he plays. I know his tendencies and I know what to do to get underneath the skin. So I look at it holistically.
You know what? If you can get Miles Turner on the Knicks, I'll take him in a heartbeat. I would take him in a heartbeat. I just think that his contract at the end of this year is $18 million. If you don't resign him, you should have kept Mitch for 21 or 41. You should have just kept him because if you lose Miles Turner, because you're gonna have, if you ain't he's not a free agent yet, so you're gonna have to trade for him. Am I correct? So you're gonna trade for him.
Right.
And if you lose his spot, if he don't sign back, you lost the trade thing, and he didn't sign back with you. And if you do sign him, you might have to give that man $20-something million. When you just can give Mitch for 3 years, 12, 13 million.
Miles Turner does so much more.
Miles Turner is a free agent until 2023.
Right.
He signed until 2023, and he's making 17.5 for next year and the year after that. And if you sign, I think you're going to end up paying Mitchell Robinson that same amount of money, in my opinion. I don't think you're going to get Mitchell Robinson
Yeah.
for 12 or $10 million. I think you're going to pay him the same amount of money as Miles Turner. And it's up to the Knicks. Does he fit the scheme? Does he?
Yeah.
You know, you might as well stay. You know, I personally think the homegrown talent. I would stick with my homegrown talent. You wasted this time developing him. You brought him into the system. You brought him in the building. He's part of the program. He hasn't been a distraction off the court. You know he could play in New York City. You don't know if Miles Turner, if the city might be a little too much for him. It's different from Indiana. You know, don't get me wrong. I wanted Miles Turner in the trading deadline. You know, I was like, when we make the trade, let him get him in here. Let's bring him in when they brought his name up. Of course, but if Mitchell Robinson is healthy, and Miles Turner is a little better with the three and all, I'd rather stick with Mitchell. Because I know the devil that I got than the one that I don't know. That's my
best
point.
part about it is we can do
I
either
think
one, be just fine. We can go
Right,
either
right,
way and
right,
be just
right,
fine. That's the best
right.
part.
He lost money with the foot. You know,
Yep.
he ain't commanding 18 mil with that broken foot. You know,
And plus,
what?
he was a bit of a distraction this year. Some of the things
Yeah.
he was saying, some of the things he was doing.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that's a distraction with us. That's not distracting in the Knicks. All that ain't distracting in the locker room. The Knicks don't get down like this. Tom Thibodeau ain't having that. I think that outside noise is us guys. You know, when they hear all that stuff, he tweets. That's us out here in that locker room. Them cats go to job. They work for a professional organization. They go work 9 to 5. They get a paycheck. You got to do according to what the Knicks want to do, or you get fired. Period. They perform at a job. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I think what I'm saying with Mitch, though, to be honest, guys. I do think he's movable. I'm not saying he's not a movable object for the Knicks, but I think right now, I think Scott Perry, he keeps his talent around. He kept Frank. You know what I mean? He kept Knox. You know what I mean? And I love that about all. You don't want to be that organization that as soon as you get a player, you don't believe in them, then you get rid of them. You don't want to be that organization. Ain't nobody gonna want to come here. They don't treat their players right. And Scott Perry does that. He let these guys. He let Damian Dotson stay here 4 years. I mean, you know, he get rid of one. He had to get up like Trier because, you know, he just wasn't the type of player they think he was going to pan out. But I give Scott Perry that. But I think Mitchell Robinson is going to be a special player in this league because I think, like I said, Andre Drummond can't shoot a three, but he still get his 30-10. Rudy Gobert can't shoot a three, but he still get his 16s. His skill set, he got a skill set that it can work in the NBA. You know what I mean? And I think you put a bunch of shooters around Mitchell Robinson. If they miss that shot, who getting the rebound? Mitchell Robinson, because he's a great offensive rebounder. So see, he got a skill set that helps the team. He don't have to be a 3-point shooter. Mitchell Robinson don't got to score with 15 points a game. Give me a double and 3 block shots. If you give me 12 and 12 and 3, I'll give you $12 million. For every point you make, I'll give you $1 million. If Mitchell Robinson could put up 13 or 12 in every game, give him $13 million. That's all.
Never
I think
done.
it's worth it. I do. But
So let me ask you guys a question, right?
it's a good problem to have.
Since we're talking about the 5, who do you guys think the gold standard is right now in the league at the 5 position?
At the 5.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Nicola?
What person playing the 5 position is the gold standard right now in the NBA?
Jokic.
Okay, so what are Jokic? What classifies? What does he do to make him the gold standard?
Everything.
You got to
Score,
be a bit more
rebounds,
specific.
passes, defends.
Okay.
He does everything.
Does he shoot threes?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I want to stop right there. So there is this narrative out there right now that your 5 needs to be able to be a 3-point shooter. Jokic is a unicorn. He is a unicorn. You're not going to go out next week in the draft and find someone that has a tenth of a Jokic potential coming into the league. There are certain things that 5s do, and it's going to also be predicated on the way that the scheme is devised for the team. So these guys, I have to believe that as an organization, we draft players based on the scheme of basketball we want to play, right? We don't let the player come in and say, okay, well, because you play this way, unless you are Michael Jordan, somebody like that, your style of basketball is going to change the scheme. The coach has a scheme, and the players that he interjects into that play are going to be people that can go out and produce based on whatever scheme that he's got going on. So, and I say all that to say this. when we talk about a Mitchell Robinson, right? The only thing I want Mitchell Robinson to do right now, based on what we have seen him do in the past, is develop a mid-range shot. That's all I need for him to do. That's it. If he can do that, then I'm good. I am good. I don't need him to reinvent himself, which he's doing. You know, he's got some size on him. My concern with that size would be I've not seen him on the court in any substantial minutes at that size. What is that going to do for his stamina going down, you know, in big minutes of the game?
And his durability, G-Man, his durability too.
That too. Because when you put weight on your body, I'm telling you now, I deal with soldiers a lot. So when they're overweight and they're out there trying to run these 4 and 5 miles, they got bone spurs, shin splints, and all this other stuff because you're overweight. Your frame is not built to be able to sustain that weight for long periods of time. So that's also a concern. But I by no means am I trying to cast Mitchell Robinson off to the wayside. I just need to see, you know, where he is and how he performs. That's all I'm saying.
Plus,
to G-Man's point, there was my biggest concern was this season about Mitch was the free throws. You know, if you want to exercise that you have talent to be a good jump shooter, you got to start with the free throws. And you know, the way he shot them, it was just, you know, it was ugly. You know, and I'm like, that's one part of your game where even if you're injured, you should be standing there and shooting them, you know?
Yeah, and to your point, G-Man, about Jokic being a unicorn, he's not the only one that shoots threes. Karl Anthony Towns is for the best three-point shooter in the history of the NBA. Joel Embiid shoots threes. Miles Turner shoots threes. There's plenty of big men that shoot threes, and you look at every team that has those guys, short of Minnesota, because they're a moribund, they're terrible franchise. Yeah. But, you know, if you look at all those guys that shoot threes, their franchises are normally very successful. I'm not saying just have a guy, a center, park his butt out there and shoot threes. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying when the floor is spaced open, wide open for everybody to make plays, that's, you know, playing 4-on-5 basketball is not winning you a championship. And that's why I tend to disagree with the Jazz having a chance or anything like that. It's because you can't play 4-on-5 basketball, especially not against the Brooklyn Nets or a team like that. Nobody, they're not going to win it. In order to win a championship, you need everybody at every position to be skilled and versatile. They don't have to be Jokic. They just have to be skilled and versatile.
Hey, no, real quick. Yeah, I agree. Before we get up the Mitchell Robinson thing, I just want to bring this up. Look at my man, DeAndre Ayton. You got to play to your strengths. Some guys don't. You got a lot of guys in this league that don't shoot good at the 3-point shot line. Don't get it twisted. It's a lot of It's some start. Giannis Antetokounmpo can't shoot for shit from 3-point line. Excuse my French.
But he's what, 34%?
Yeah. He is
still 34% is better than a lot of.
But what I'm saying is, his game is not predicated on three. His game is predicated on something else. That's not his. Giannis Antetokounmpo don't win games because he shoot threes. Giannis Antetokounmpo win game because he go down in that paint and he abuse and the bruise and he do what he do. But all I'm trying to say is you don't have to be a 3-point shooter depending on who's around you. The Knicks don't need 5 short 3-point shooters. If Mitchell Robinson is not 3-point shooter, they got 4 other ones. RJ, Randall, whoever was shooting from the 1, whoever shooting from the 2, they can stretch Mitchell Robinson with 4 3-point shooters. That's like how the Miami could have did with Hassan Whiteside, hypothetically. Put shooters around them cats and let them do dirt, but let them do damage by itself, because you can't double team Mitchell Robinson in the paint and leave one shooter open. It ain't gonna happen. So I think and I think that's what happened with the Lakers with Andre Drummond. When they should have spreaded that boy with 3-point shooters, and him, Anthony Davis, LeBron, get 2 knockdown shooters in that lineup, they would have been still in the game.
Though, with everything you just said, Giannis won't win a championship. Utah's not winning a championship. LA won a championship with Anthony Davis shooting threes at the 5, and they did not get out of the first round with Andre Drummond at the 5. There's a theme with none of these guys are winning championships. Look at the guys.
I don't think you can say that yet. I think that's premature, man. I really do. I don't think you can. You can say they can. You got the right to say it. I think that's yet to be determined, because you look at the steps that these guys have taken. My man last year, they went in that bubble. The Jazz went in that bubble last year and went toe to toe, blow to blow with them cats in Denver and lost by a point or two. I think
They were
people
up 3-1.
listen, the Utah Jazz got a talented team. They got a talented coach. They got a superstar down there. And they got Rudy Gobert down there. They got Mike Conley down there. He another savvy veteran. They got Bogdanovic out there. They got some players down there. They got Jordan Clarkson out there. Watch them boys. I'm telling you.
Joe Ingles.
I think they going to the finals. I believe that.
It'd be good to see. It'd be good to see. I'd be happy to see it, but
I've got a hypothetical for you all. If Philly make Joel Embiid available, are you interested?
Yes. That man's the most dominant center in basketball as far as dominance goes. His body, he could dominate anybody. Jokic is great, don't get me wrong, MVP, but when Joel Embiid and him go head to head, if Joel Embiid had the right mindset, he'd kill him every time. There's nobody that he cannot destroy in the NBA. Rudy Gobert? Nah, none of them. None of them can hold Joel Embiid's jockstrap. None of them. He doesn't. He's a stud.
Yeah.
So
you see what he's doing to Capella right now with a torn meniscus?
So the problem that I have with Joel Embiid is the same problem I have with Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, but Joel Embiid's more healthy. He's been more durable than Mitch.
Okay, so that's we're talking apples and oranges. So how many games did Joel Embiid miss this season?
Quite a few. I don't have the number.
He didn't miss as many as Mitch, but he was off the floor a significant part of the season.
Going into the
playoffs, going into the playoffs. Then once as we were going into the last stretch of our series, it was reported that he was out with what, a tailbone or something?
Right.
Some type of injury. So big men are more prone to injuries than somebody that doesn't have a 7-foot frame. That's facts, right? My problem with Joel Embiid is the same thing that we're talking about. I need you to be healthy. I need you to be available when I need you.
He's balling right now.
He is. Right now he is.
When they need him, he's there.
Right now he is. But at the end of our series, when Atlanta went into Philly, in their mind, they just read, that Embiid is hurt. He's going to be out. So who's to say he's 100% right now? I guarantee he's not. Nobody's 100% going to the playoffs. Don't get it twisted. I understand that. Nobody's 100%.
Yeah, I take his talent. But I won't take his injuries.
All day.
I won't take his injuries though. No, sir, that man been injured since he came in the league. He's one of the most top. He's one of the best dudes in the game. Joel Embiid is top 10 in the game to me. But I can't take that. The Knicks as the organization can't afford to let get that boy that money. He go down. Not the Knicks right now. You know what I mean? They cannot afford to pay Joel Embiid that money. And that man go down.
Yeah, but
you just pulled the Antonio dice. You just pulled. You know what I mean? You just pulled the poor things. Nah,
we can't afford anybody to go down that we pay.
But it's a business. We got to remember this, guys. It's a business.
So, right. We can't afford anybody to go down. Our best player. Not how we're constructed. We can't afford any. But Joel Embiid right now, Clint Capella, he's literally averaging 30 plus with a torn meniscus against Clint Capella, who gives Mitchell Robinson fits.
I think that
I don't think Capella give Mitchell Robinson a fit.
Right.
Oh yes,
we swept the Houston series when he was in Houston. Remember, so I don't know on that one.
He'd give him fits in the playoffs. If he would have played, he would have gave him fits too.
I don't think so. I don't
we
think
we could agree to disagree on that one. Yeah.
I would say
either way, Embiid's still a million times better.
He is. He's 50 million times better, but I would not take that injury. The Knicks can't take that. Man. The Knicks cannot afford to get Joel Embiid go down and set our franchise back 5 or 6 years. It ain't even worth it. Let that man do. He's a dominant dude. Let him stay right over where he at.
If he's available, you have to think about it.
Yes. Yeah.
Of course. It worked good in NBK 2K7. It worked good, man.
Yeah.
I think that
he's the real deal, though.
Embiid on this team makes us a completely different franchise. First of all, don't act
like he's the real deal, bro. He's the real deal. He's the real deal.
Again, you know what I'm saying? There is a narrative out there, and people that we sign, that we bring in on these contracts. Joel Embiid is not coming here for fish and chips. Let's get that straight right now. He's going to ask for the bag coming in here. He's going to want a long-term contract.
He deserves it.
Okay, based on what he's done in Philly, I would say yes for Philly. But What you're not going to play for Philadelphia. So that's a whole nother negotiating tool that you have to prove to me I have to be able to pay you. But to Divine's point, I'm not about to give you the bag for a 4 or 5 year contract and you're only available 40% of the time.
It ain't worth it.
They will run you out of New York City.
It ain't worth
He's
it.
available more than that, though. You look it up. Like he's not that injury prone when it comes to 40% of the time, guys.
That's too much for New York right now. 40%? That's almost half your season. Check it out. That's 40% is 10% from half. So I can see you say he's 20%, 30 maybe, 70, 30, but 40, 60, nah, I can't take that risk. Not with my money, not with $200 million. I don't think the Knicks organization would not do that. They've been burnt so many times. This is the reason why I think they won't do it. That's why Scott Perry got Porter Porzingis. That's the reason why they got Carmelo Anthony. That's the reason why they not signing these. That's why they didn't sign a lot of these guys, because they can't afford at the McDice, at the Melo, at the all these getting burnt with these. That's why they didn't get KD. They not in a position right now, the organization, where they trying to build up from the ground up and start elevating that team. They haven't got there yet, to me, guys. That's just my personal opinion. And I think Joel Embiid is a monster. He's Shaq 2.0. But I think he just one fall on that floor for messing up our whole franchise. I really do. And because he's getting older, first of all. Am I right or wrong, guys? He's getting older. And you give that boy $200 million or you give him $170 million, I don't think he's worth that with the injury history that he had, because Joel Embiid is one fall on that big, heavy body.
Every one of those superstars is one fall away from getting screwed and getting hurt.
Chances is more.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question.
Healthier 40% of the time, though. Let's give it proper context. He's healthy than Kawhi Leonard is.
I'm not questioning Zach. I think you misinterpret what I'm saying. I just want to correct because I don't want you to think that we saying one thing we're not. I'm not arguing debate. I just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Be clear. Joel Embiid, I'm not saying that his whole career has been injured, but he hasn't been injured too many times. But I'm just talking about from a Knicks organization standpoint. Just from a Knicks organization, I think where we at as a franchise right now, I do not think they would sign him just due to the fact it's too risky. Not because he's not talented. I know injuries is a part of the game, but that's why I'm talking about it, because it is part of the game. And I just don't think our franchise is in a position right now to take that next step, giving that man all that money. If something, I don't think they want to bet on that. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay. Not that he's not worth it.
I understand what you're saying. So in that same aspect, you're not willing to give Kawhi Leonard a contract?
I would love to.
Kawhi Leonard's way older and more injury prone.
But Kawhi Leonard, I think he'd be able to maintain his health more than Joel Embiid will.
No, not with Tibbs. They don't load manage.
So let me ask you guys a question. Let me before we move on to hypotheticals, right? Mm-hmm. Well, this is a hypothetical. So if we bring a Joel Embiid here, does he change the narrative as to the players that we're trying to put around him? Because he's going to be the centerpiece. It's no longer a Randall team. Let's not get it confused. It's going to be centered around Joel Embiid. So that's going to dictate the pieces that we bring in to support that narrative. So in doing so, and whatever happens, if we have a great season, we have a great season. But if it goes the opposite way, what are we doing? And that's a thought process.
You're saying if we get Joel Embiid, who do we put around him? Is that what you're pretty much?
Yeah, my point is the way that the Knicks are currently constructed and the way that they're building right now, we're building based upon a Julius Randle type person being the center point of the team until we get someone that comes in and takes that.
Until we get an official Batman.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
So I think Julius, since he can stretch the floor now and play like he's an all-around basketball player now, he's a 3-level scorer. He'd work really well along a Joel Embiid type because they could my turn, your turn as far as offensive inside and outside. One of them's inside, one of them's outside. Okay. Obi Toppin would play amazingly alongside Joel Embiid because he can shoot, he can play outside, he's quick. RJ Barrett, can play alongside him really well. Like our core players that we want to keep quickly, Obi, RJ, all those type of guys would play well with Joel Embiid.
Is he unrestricted?
They can shoot.
Or is he restricted? I
think he'd be phenomenal on the Knicks. I think he'd be the cream on the Knicks. I just think that injury going to mess us up from a money standpoint. That's the only gripe I got with it. You can be 100%. At that 100%, the 1% I got is that injury thing. That one thing. Everything else, You bring Joel Embiid here in a minute, in a heartbeat.
Definitely
Like-
a fear I have. It's the same fear that we have with giving Mitch too much money because he's injury prone.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you're not going to give Mitch what you're giving him.
Right.
Yeah,
I-
that's why I asked the question.
I agree.
Right.
See,
I think Mitch is a different scenario. I wouldn't give Mitch that money. I don't think Mitch going to command that money. Like CT said, I think Mitch going to be around $8 to $9 million. I don't have a problem investing in the $9 million than investing over 3 years than investing over $200 million in 5 years. That's why that's the reason why I was signing Mitch and won't sign him, because now you're talking about $200 something more $million on your payroll instead of $30 million. Nah, you can't even compare him to Mitch. That's why I would sign Mitch for that reason, because he costs less and he can help us. I ain't giving Joel Embiid no max when he's gonna be broken down the next couple of years. Man, no way in the world. That's real talk right there, bro.
I was
Mm-mm.
give Mitch a bag because of injuries. The same way I wasn't comparing the two players.
I know you wasn't. I just was throwing that out there in general. I think sometimes you might think I'm not debating with you. See, I'm just
Right.
speaking in general. Yeah, this is not really a debate show here. I'm just real.
Same as ours.
I'm just speaking on.
So this is
terms, but
healthy conversation.
Not at you, just to the panel. So
No, I got you. No, I was just clearing myself for the chat as well. I wasn't trying to debate or anything. But also too, guys, let's not forget though, like the end goal to win championships most of the time, there's outliers, but most of the time you need superstars. You need supermax players on your team. And every one of those supermax players that we see, you know, the Giannis's, the Embiid's, the Jokic's, the LeBron's, the Davis's, the Curry's, everybody is one injury away from screwing a whole franchise. But we need to take it. I'm not saying on Embiid, but we need to find a supermax guy, whether we draft them, whether RJ becomes that, whether it's whoever it is. We need to take that risk because we need to win.
That's the start.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think we will. That's why we said we go out to Damian Lillard, because then that we taking that. I'll take Damian Lillard 3 years right now. Then before I take Joel Embiid, I'll tell you that in a heartbeat, because Damian Lillard he plays ball all year round. He's not an injury prone player. I'll take his $50 million because he's going to show up every night and he's going to be consistent. He's going to be there. So yeah, I'll take him before I take Joel Embiid, because like I said, it's nothing, just the history of the injuries. So I won't even, believe it or not, Anthony Davis scares me. Look how much
he's made of glass.
He scares me more than
it's not the talent. It's not the talent. It's that these cats don't stay on the floor, man. And $200 million. Ooh.
He scares me more than Joel Embiid scares me. Honestly,
I agree. I can see that.
I'm with you on the.
You got to understand. That's why there's load management. You know, these guys are asked to perform 82 games a season just before they get to the playoffs. So that's why you see these guys sit out a little bit. You know, make sure they're trying to be available for when the heat really turns up.
That's why we need to have a stupid deep team when we do have stars, like a really deep team, so that Tibbs can feel comfortable giving our best player a night off. You know, and we could still. That's why we need to keep the Bullocks and the Burks and the guys that we're starting sometimes this year that should be bench players. We got to keep these guys on the bench. That way, okay, I trust Reggie Bullock. Whatever three we have, let's say, can we get Kawhi? Kawhi needs a night off. Okay, I can win with Reggie Bullock at the 3. You know, against the Charlotte Hornets or Indiana Pacers, I can win a game. You know, so and give them a night off, and then we can load manage successfully.
Yeah, I agree. I think that'd be the perfect game plan for it. But I think it's good to have all them options. I'll tell you that much. It's good to have all the options.
Oh man, it feels so good.
We really are.
It feels so good. Finally, we have options. Cowboys, man for life.
Oh my God! So let me go ahead and clean that out of my ears, because I didn't really just hear that. So what I would say about this whole conversation, and these are conversations that we will continue to have throughout the off season,
right?
About what we think the best. When we put our GM hat on and we say, okay, if I'm in the front office and I got the checkbook, this is what I would sign. This is how much money I'm gonna offer you. Take it or leave it, or whatever the case may be. All these great things, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the things that we just talked about all play a part. What is your past performance, right? So the only thing I have to go off on, just like if you're a hiring manager and somebody comes in for an interview, what do you have in front of you? You got their resume. So that resume is what we just looked at you do the last couple seasons.
Right.
And more often than not, we can pick out tendencies or things that we think that would be beneficial to our team, and then things that we think that won't. And then that's how you move forward and make the decision. When you talk about the Lillards, the Embiids, and all these top tier players, that's going to come at a cost. And as soon as you have to pay that person, that's going to limit the supporting cast that you can put around them, right? So you have to make up your mind. Either I'm going to get a supermax guy and then try to build a supporting cast either through free agency, through the draft, or whatever it is that I'm doing. That's going to be my mindset. Or am I going to say, I'm going to stay the course with what we're doing right now because we have a proven track record for this season. We spent the least amount of money in the NBA. We made it to the 4th seed. We overachieved what we said we were going to do at the beginning of the season. So do we stay that course and wait for some of these supermax guys to become free agents to where we don't have to trade for them? It's just a negotiation at that point.
Mhm.
That's me calling BX and say, hey, BX, check this out, man. I know you from New York, right? I know you've been dying to get back here, and I got a spot that, I'm willing to get you in, but we just need to talk about money. And it's all about money at that point.
Yeah.
And you don't have to trade any assets. You don't have to talk about draft picks. None of that. It's an agent talking to the front office. That's all that is. That's why I want to be. Because when you get into when you get into this, I got to trade for this person and that person. Then you having to deal with a whole other entity. That entity is going to say, okay, before I let Z go, I'm gonna get everything I can get out of you before I say, okay, I'm gonna let him go.
You're gonna let me go like that, G-Man?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't let you go for cheap, Z. But quiet as kept. If somebody come in and offer me the bag, I'm gonna shake your hand. I'm gonna give you a cigar. You can still use the summer home. You know what I'm saying? We still good like that.
That's
You know
right.
what?
That's
Just for
right.
that, G-Man,
Yeah.
I demand a trade right now.
Yo, man, Knicks Real Talk, the Friday night show, Divine brought July 7th. We got Zach for the love of the game in the building. We got Sergeant in the building. We got my man CT. The streets is buzzing. We have a great Nick dialogue and talk, man. There's a lot of love up in here, a lot of passion. That's all it is, passion. Let's not get it twisted. It's passion. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing else other than that. Now, like I tell you, I probably got hypertension. Hell if I know, but I love passion. I got to put it out there like that. You know what I mean? I'm a passionate guy, man. I love the Knicks. I love sports. I love talking with great minds because that's what make you get in when you talking to, you could talk to guys who know what they talk about, so you can have that conversation. If you don't know, then you don't know. So thank God to everybody up here that know they why. That's why we had these great conversations like that, and they get to that level. That's what I want. This is Knicks Real Talk. Remember,
I got to tell you, Divine,
it's real
I've been
talk.
on a lot of Knicks platforms.
Yes, sir.
This is my favorite show I've been on in a long time. As far as the Knicks channels, this is my favorite show I've been on in a long time.
It's a pleasure
No
to have
offense
you,
to all
my
the other
brother.
great content creators, but just this
Yes, sir.
conversation and the people on the panel, this is the best one I've been a part of in a long time.
We appreciate
Man,
having you.
you got a great one down there where you at now. That's
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, only reason I say we're better is because we talk Cowboys. I mean, come on. I mean, G-Man loves this guy. I'm just
Hey,
playing.
we gave you a segment. We gave you a segment yesterday on
Why do you think I'm saying you're my
Talk.
favorite? Why do you butter me up? Why do you think? You got a fan for life now.
Oh, see, y'all done started something.
He got his toilet paper out, huh?
Turn it around. What did it say in the back? What did it say in the back?
It says
oh, that's Cousin Cruz right there.
It says
that's
loser.
My cousin right there.
No, I love Victor Cruz. I'm not a normal fan when it comes to NFC's rivalries. I do I give respect where it's due. I loved him. Before his injury, I loved him as a player. I love what he stood for. He was a great football player. I mean, he's one of those guys like a Jason Witten for the Cowboys. No matter who you are, you can't hate him. You know what I mean?
You can't hate Jason Witten.
That's exactly what I mean by that. You can't.
Ubika. Remember him on Monday Night Football? He couldn't make that. Oh my God!
I'm ready for football season to start.
Yeah. Wow, you and me both.
I'm ready for them watch-alongs, G-Man. You and me doing them watch-alongs.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready. I'm ready to see
when the Giants play them, we be watching along right with you.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do one.
The game I want to see, I'm telling you right now, guys. The game that I absolutely cannot wait for is the Giants against the Eagles. I cannot wait for that game. Oh my God!
Well, every time anybody who plays the Eagles this year, it's going to be a beatdown. It's going to be a field goal game.
It is. I just want I want us to get it first. I want us to go in. I don't want them to come. I got to check the schedule because I don't know if we go to them first or they come to us.
We have a fantastic season opener. We're gonna get the brakes beat off of us by Tampa Bay. That's fantastic. Can't wait for that.
Ooh.
Hey,
are y'all playing at home or y'all playing in Tampa?
Who cares? We're getting our butts clapped. Who cares?
Well, because if you're playing in Tampa, I might come out of the
go to the game
and go down.
Man.
I'm just
go to the game. Just don't beat me up in person, all right? Let me cry. Let me be upset. Just let me be me.
Hey, let me start this fire. Let's start this fire on the panel. The NFC East going through New York.
You say fire or comedy?
Fire.
I would say
you really want this to be a debate show, Divine.
I would say yes. The NFC East goes through the New York metropolitan area.
When's the last time they won the division?
We're talking revisionist history now. Let's not go there because I can always say
last time they won it. Last time they won it this year.
No. The reason I say that is because it goes through both of us. We're the future of the NFC East, both of our teams. Because if you look at it, normally people don't win it 2 years in a row. So it's a very competitive division as far as I say that. That I don't think Washington has a quarterback yet. And yes, they have a great defense. But you don't if you have a couple quarterbacks, you don't have one. What's that saying? If you have if you have multiple quarterbacks, you don't have one.
You don't have one. That's right.
So the thing that Giants and the Cowboys can say is they have a quarterback.
Yep.
They have weapons around said quarterback.
And I, as a Giants fan, I have to be honest in saying this. I really, really hope Dak has a great comeback season this year. After that injury that he had, I wish him.
He better.
Wait a minute. You mean your Knicks fans not honest?
What did you say, CT?
So I guess it depends on the take and what your point of view is, how people
I didn't hear CT. What did he say?
That Knicks fans aren't honest.
No. G-Man had to say to be honest because he's not being honest in the beginning. He said as a Giants fan, he's really a Cowboys fan. He's lying off the bat.
I'm always honest. It's just that most of my honesty people can't handle. So
yes,
I predicate my statements with to be honest, so you can brace yourself. Brace for impact. You know what I'm saying? That's what I need to do. Brace for impact because it's coming.
Yeah, you're right.
I want y'all two to have this conversation on Bronx Jedi 76 Sport Talk with the same fire. I want y'all to come on there, and I want this debate on there. You know what I mean? For real.
We talk every
day. Hey, Cowboys, we gonna see y'all twice this year, Zach. So
I just hope
we're gonna have to find a way to be watching that together because I'm gonna get rowdy. So.
Where you guys? I know G-Man lives at AT&T Stadium. Where do you guys live?
I'm out here. I'm in Carolina.
Okay. I'm in Pennsylvania. So
I'm in Orlando, Florida. So I'm
there's really like no possible way we
I'm at I live at Raymond James Stadium. You know what that is? That's in Tampa, Florida.
right across. I'm right across the street from George Steinbrenner's
Kevin Knox land.
Exactly.
That's Kevin Knox land.
Exactly. CT. That's why I said Kevin Knox going to Orlando. Watch. We're gonna trade in Orlando for Mo Bamba.
I want Jonathan Isaac for Kevin Knox.
I do too, but I don't know if they're gonna give him up though.
I know that.
Hey guys,
I hope so.
I got to jump off, man. But as always, thank you guys for having me.
God, my brother.
All day, it's a pleasure for me to be here. Anytime you need me, just holler.
You're the man. Go on there.
You know the door's always open, man. You pop on here like you know.
I appreciate it, brothers. Y'all
all right, brother. Good night, man.
All right, peace.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, man. Knicks Real Talk, man. We ain't here tonight. We got Zach from For the Love of the Game in the building with us. We got CT, me, and Bronx Jedi, Divine, Sarge signed off. Great debate tonight. Great show, man. Loving every minute of it. I'm looking forward to the season, though, fellas, man. It's gonna be an interesting off season. I'm gonna get in. I hope we just stay the course, man. You know, we all have some great ideas and great takes here. And I think every one of them was on point. We can go either way, man, with this thing, man. We just hope they need to do the right thing at the organization and keep moving forward. If they don't go big game hunting, just make some good moves, use them draft picks we got and develop them players and get them to the next level. And I like what y'all put out there with the Isaac thing, man. And I like the Miles Turner and Turner and Brogdon thing. it's a lot of Knicks in a good position, man. They can go either way, and I think it's some good talent out there that we can get on this team that's going to move us to the forefront. And I just think it's going to be interesting, man. I really do. I think the all season is going to be beautiful. So I'm dying to see what's going to take place. I guess when this draft pick come to 23rd, see if we're going to move up to make some noise somewhere at BX.
That's the best part about this is that anything everybody brought up, everybody can agree on and be happy that they do any of those things because we all made good points and we all have that flexibility.
Yes.
Yeah. One thing that is falling under the radar is with our scouting department and reliability. I think we have an insight, especially with the Kentucky connections that we have. Remember, there was not an NCAA tournament the year before. Some of these players didn't get a full season due to the pandemic. Now they're really gonna have to rely on their connections, knowing these kids. They're calling this draft is gonna be a pretty deep draft. I think this is the final draft. Then they could go right into the G League. Am I correct? After next year, players could just don't have to go to college and go to the G League affiliate. So this is going to be an important draft going in to pick players and get those kind of gold gems. And since we have 4 picks on that, and knowing all the connects that they have, it's going to be interesting to see if they go with all 4 of them. They draft all 4. That means they really rely and they did their scouting and really work out these kids and did all the due diligence. So it's going to be really interesting, something that we really didn't talk too much about coming out of college. To see who do you think the Knicks should they target if they were to go with their draft picks? What position? Obviously we know point guard is the norm, but you got 4 different. Do you keep throwing shots on goal on point guards, or do you spread it around? Do you get yourself someone maybe a defensive specialist or a known shooter? What do you guys think on with all those 4 picks? Especially 19 and 21 going around. Let me throw that around the horn.
Who's taking it first?
Yeah, go ahead, CT.
You're
muted, bro.
Thanks. I think our first 2 firsts, 19, 21, are going to be packaged to move up with cash or with a player. I think I don't see us making both those picks. And I think the pick 32, 58 will either be a stash or moved on for a future pick. And just quickly to your point, I think next year, 2023, is touted as the high school draft. And
yep, exactly.
that's the draft. We have 5 or 4 second rounders. So that's going to be huge.
Yep.
Yeah. What do you think, Zach? You think they're gonna move 2 of them, or you think they're gonna just pick 2?
As far I want them to use all 4. If we're not going to package for a star in a trade, if that's the case, if we get a superstar like a Damian Lillard, use all the picks you want. Just keep RJ and keep Randall and keep Mitch and keep all those guys around him. You know what I mean? If you can. But as far as a draft, look for this big time sleeper that there's 2 sleepers for the second round, and I think one of them's declaring he's staying for a 5th year for a redshirt year, but I know him personally is Eli Brooks from Michigan. He's a 2 guard. Not a lot of people know him. Actually, I'm only 26. I almost had the opportunity to coach him in high school, but his dad said he wasn't playing there unless he was coaching him. So of course they picked him. But Eli Brooks is a stud at Michigan. He's a career 40% 3-point shooter. He's a really good defender. He's got good size. He can play the 1 or the 2. I could see him being a late 2nd round pick. And David Duke from Providence, really good defender, amazing shooter. He needs work as far as the only thing I can see he's really a project in is driving to the rim. But if we have a Randall, we have an RJ, we have guys that can do that, so he can space the floor. Keep an eye out for David Duke or Eli Brooks. Those 2, whoever we go with in the first round, I think it's a deep draft in the first round, so I wouldn't be mad at whoever they take. But in the second round, man, look for those 2 guys. They could have an immediate impact on this team.
Yeah, I see that. I like my man from who won the cats that won the national championship from I think what's the kid's name? He reminds me of he built like Donovan Mitchell. Good defender.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
man. He was on the national championship team. Them boys impressed me, man. Where they bailed them when they did their thing, man. them cats was giving it to Zanglad, and I like that kid, man. He reminds me of like his built. It's like Donovan Mitchell. I think he's gonna be nice, man. A good defender. I think you might get him down in the late first round. I think he's gonna go. But I also think we can move up there and look at you never know the struggles of the world. You just never know what the Knicks are in so good of a position. They can say, listen, I'll give you our 2 this year. I'll give you 1 next year, or 1 in 23 if you let me have this guy. I just think they're in a position like that. They might can move up into the top 5. You never know. You know what I mean? And go get a thoroughbred and blend them in. And now if you do that, then now you know what? You might just go get a nice guy like that, man, to replace Alpha Payton. Take his spot next year. You know what I mean? And now you got Van Gogh, this guy, and Derrick Rose. You got RJ and quickly at the 2. I mean, the Knicks are in a good spot with these young boys, man. I hope they do the right thing and draft well. And like you said, if you want to put some down, and because we don't know if Frank gonna be back, you get one of them guys that you draft to fill his spot. You know, if you don't know what they're gonna do with Knox, and so it's possible that a couple of these guys might stay. They might be replacing the Franks and the Knox of the world. You know what I mean? Who knows? And it's not a bad position to have. So I think having 4, to me, it's really 3 and 1, guys. I think that 32nd pick is just a late first. The second round, that Detroit pick, I'm giving that. I'm gonna call it a late first rounder, man. You know what I mean? So
for real.
Look at
that's one of the most
rumors that they're trying to package to go up to get Davion Mitchell.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
That's what you're talking about.
I thought so. I wanted, but he's he looks like he's Donovan Mitchell's brother out there. Like,
man,
plays the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody, you know, the darling is Jalen Suggs. You know, that's the number 1. I think he's going to be the first point guard to go. Is Suggs. I mean, that dude is phenomenal.
He's a stud, clutch too.
Stud. Yeah,
his game nice. I love to get him down here. Like I said, but we got all the picks. That's what I mean. We don't gotta give all the picks up for superstar. We can give them up for one of them dudes. You know what I mean? I just think they're in that position because you don't never know how that ping-pong ball gonna bounce. If it bounce to a team that say, you know what, I really don't need this. I need that. I'm willing to get these 3 before I can get that, because they might be one of the teams that's close to being in contention or just on the edge of being good. They might say, you know what, we're not trying to build through the draft. We're trying to go the other way. I hope we can get somebody like that, get the ping pong ball. Then we got a good shot to doing it. You know what I mean? So we need somebody to do it. New Orleans, like the Zion Wilson thing. We need that ping pong ball to drop to a 14th team. So,
I think they believe in their new scouting, and most of the time a player from the 8th to the 15th, they believe, depending on who you like, could all be the same level. And there's a Australian prospect I know of, which is around the 10 to 14, 15 range, is a 6'8" point guard. And he was 18 years old, played in the league here that LaMelo played last year, had exactly identical stats, triple-double threat, has a great court vision, similar to Ben Simmons, but without the the crazy athleticism, and but with a slightly better jump shot.
What's his name?
So, Josh Giddey.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him. Yep.
Yeah, you've heard of him. Yeah, and we'll get a good look because there'll be scouts I've heard today in Vegas when the Australian national team are going to play exhibitions against the US, in Argentina. We'll see our man Vildoza there, hopefully, and other countries before the Olympics. So there's a chance he could rise even more. But yeah, he's a wiry 6'8" point guard, sees over the top of other point guards. Average about 9-10 assists in the league here. Can get to the cup. His shot's the biggest question mark, although, he did shoot at a decent rate. It's a point line here. And I think he'll go somewhere around the 10 to 12 range.
Let me ask you this, CT. Let me ask you this. If he's available at 21 with that pick, do you think the Knicks should invest in him? You think, let's say for some reason the NBA is skeptic and they don't want to draft him, and he's at 21 for the Knicks, the second pick of the Dallas that belongs to the New York Knicks. Would you think they should take a flyer on that? And was he going to be a true point guard, or is it a guard that's going to slide eventually to a shooting guard, like because if it's gonna slide into shooting guard, or then I think we shouldn't really jump on it because then you got Emmanuel quickly and you got RJ, and then if you end up being another Franklin Kina, situation. But if he's a true point guard and he's at that, I think the Knicks. That's something. What's your opinion on that one?
Yeah, it's a great question. From everything I'm hearing, 100% by pick 21, he'll be off the board.
Okay.
So we had about 5 NBA teams try to come down here and do 14-day quarantine just to be able to see his last 2 matches. But his manager pulled the pin, and he didn't end up. They cut his season short, just like LaMelo. So I think, and from everything I'm seeing, you can watch the tape, but he's a bit more of he's a pure one. Even though he's
Okay.
6'8", he's just a pure point guard, not a shooting guard. He's like a Rajon Rondo at 6'8", just looking to pass it, hit the open man, because he can see over every other opposing point guard. He's been able to hit the shot okay, but again, it's a shorter 3-point line here. So that's his biggest swing skill. Whether he can show that in these upcoming games, but yeah, he's definitely risen. Toronto Raptors were the first team down here, scouting him. So I know they're interested, and I know they favour international prospects a little bit more. I think I heard New Orleans was another team watching him as well. So he's definitely in the, you'll hear his name on ESPN. He's one of the top international prospects. Again, he's very young. Was only 18 years of age. Averaged close to a triple-double. It's a short season here. He was only played, I think, 25 games in the season. And he had, I think, at least 4 or 5 triple-doubles out of those 20-something games. Competition's obviously, not as strong as Europe, but it's still a physical league, professionals. His body needs to fill out a little bit. He's a bit thin, but I think he'll be intriguing for teams with his size and his ability to pass. And in terms of the shot, yeah, that's the biggest question mark. But I think in the mocks he's around between the 10 to 18 range. If he's there at 19, I think the Knicks would have to seriously consider that. If they haven't already locked in a big name vet point guard. But it's going to be interesting, because like I said, he's got the passing like Ben Simmons, but he's just he's 100% a point guard, just with the vision. And not as athletic as Ben Simmons, obviously.
But I mean, to your point too, and to talk about what BX Jedi said, which is a good point about the moving to the 2, being a hybrid maybe. If his shot works out the way everybody thinks it's going to, if he does develop that 3-point shot in the NBA, he could play the 1 or the 2. It doesn't really matter. He can still play the 1 even if he's a bit of a hybrid. If he has vision, because he gives size, versatility. If he can shoot, then because then he just adds another ball handler that can make plays to take pressure off of Julius and RJ. And if he can make open shots, he can play off ball too. So I mean that he's an intriguing prospect. BJ Boston from Kentucky is also another good free.
Yes.
Yeah.
Zach, what do you think about Jalen Green, and do you think Cunningham is that dude? Do you think he's that dude that everybody making him out to be? What do you think between him and Green?
I'd take Cade Cunningham over Green only because of his all-around basketball game.
Okay.
Agree that he has more bust potential than Jalen Green does. Cunningham has more of a boom or bust. You know what I mean? He's either going to hit or he's not. Compared to Jalen Green, Jalen Green could be a superstar. He could be a 15-point-a-game scorer off the bench for his career. He has a lot more potential because he's a flat-out scorer. If Cade has to have the ball in his hand, he's ball dominant. He's either going to be great or he's not. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Right.
If you're looking for more of a safe pick, depending on the team, Jalen Green, obviously. But if you need a ball dominant player that's going to change your franchise, then yeah, I'm taking Cade.
Oh, okay. Yo, real quick, man. Let's plug it, man. We got Knicks Real Talk, Bronx Out Sports Talk 7-6. We got For the Love of the Game. We got the Streets to Buzzing, aka Divine, Big Jedi 7-6, Zach and CT. We in the building. Nick, salute you in the chat, and everybody else in the chat tonight. You already know that's where it's at. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us late night, man. We just talking Knicks and sports. Open topic show, man. Now we had a good thing going, so we just cutting it up. But I'm interested to see if the Knicks gonna get some of them guys, man. I think we're in a good spot, and it's gonna be interesting to see, but I do like the position we in, and I do think we got a chance to really make the move we want. And I hope we hit on it. I think Walt Perrin will hit on these guys. I think he hit on them. I'm confident. That's one thing I'm confident in, that him and Scott Perry are gonna pick some good talent. I do believe that. So whoever we get, I hope we do get a couple of them, man, and bring them here and let them develop with the team. That's why I said I like the position that we're in as a Knicks organization, because we can still fight for these higher playoff runs and still be. We got enough talent. We got enough picks to keep bringing in talent to grow on his team. Like I think after, like somebody said, after RJ, Mitch, and Obi, this might be that next draft. After this, I think it's going to be. We might start finagling some picks out there after this year, because we have enough young talent to move it forward for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. That might put us in a position to make to go for one. Maybe, because I think with the emergence of the guys we got, which I love them all, and we got a chance to bring in some more this year, and having the guys like Julius Randle and them already in place. So I think the Knicks are in so much of a good situation, man. I think they're in a good position, man. I just think they back. You know what I mean? I really believe that, man. I just think they did the right thing, and they put the right pieces in place. They got a chance to be successful, and I think that's going to happen. It's not the laugh out loud Knicks no more. You can believe that. So I'm hoping we go do good in this draft, get the right pieces down there. You know, like I said, even if we don't do nothing this year, but upgrade to 1-3, and if you want to do the 5 because you think it's better, that's cool. I'm with that too. I don't have no problem with it. But if we need to get to upgrade that 1 and 3, and take Bullock and Alfred Payton's spot, and put somebody that's on an average to give you whatever they're going to give you every night, not 3 nights in a row, then you're missing 5 nights in a row. All we need are 2 consistent guys at the 1 and 3 every night. They guaranteed to give you their points, and that's where I think we'll be good. The consistency, you know what I mean? If we get that, I think the Knicks can do that and still draft well. I just think they don't necessarily have to go for the big thing, but if they do, they could do that too. And I mean it. I just think we're in a good position with all the draft picks and the way they built this thing. I think we got a good shot to do that. So I'm definitely gonna have my eyes see what's going on and my ears open there and see what they're gonna do, man, in the draft, because I think it's gonna be special for us. And then I'm looking to see what we're gonna do on free agency. You know what I mean? Salute Al Lee. That's my brother. Salute Al Lee for up and being up, man. We appreciate you coming in. You already know. And I want to get into that too. That he brought that up. That Luka Valdoza thing, man. That's probably one of the most intriguing things I want to see this whole off season. I want to see what this kid is made of. You know, it's a lot of things I'm looking forward to coming into the off season and going into next year. For me, he got to be the biggest one for me, believe it or not. I think he got a chance to either make us don't have to get a 1 and keep Derrick Rose. If he paying out like that, then I'm good. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
And take that money and move it to somewhere else. So I think he's the biggest X factor to me this whole off season. BX.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's going to be interesting to see him now with the with his national team, as well as summer league, to see what he's going. He's right now. He's currently posting videos at the Knicks compound. He's working out. He's practicing there. Him as well. He's already building a repertoire and with Mitchell Robinson. Believe it or not, they're both in the building working. So you guarantee that they're running plays. They're getting to know each other. Getting to be familiar with them on the floor, and that's only going to help Mitchell Robinson a lot. That's why not to go back to a circle, but that's why it's important for Mitchell Robinson. I think he's going to have a big year with Luka, Valdoza on the team. Hopefully, in summer league now he's going to be able to work alongside with Obi Toppin and Emmanuel quickly, in the summer league games and practices, and then get to know them and their tendencies, find out what and unlock Obi Toppin on what he likes and what he wants to do, on where in the floor he could feed quickly, where he could just drop down and knock shots. So it's gonna be like you said, it's gonna be really interesting. It's gonna be a huge part. What I like right now, I can see the kid is putting his part. He's not here in New York being a tourist, but he's in here doing work. He rolled up his sleeves. He already knew. He read like he posted. He read the playbook. He's ready to go. Now he's in the facility putting the work in. Working, meeting with the coaches, finding out what they're looking for to him. And now he's getting ready for summer league, and he's working with Richard Robinson right now. Especially maybe some light drills, or who knows what they're doing behind in the facilities with the coaching staff, setting plays, running a set play, a certain alley or pick and roll, or who knows, maybe they're mimicking what happened to them in the playoff series and trying to beat that, or try to defend it against that, or have an answer for it. So like you said, I think that's a very important acquisition for this upcoming year. The only thing that I can say, the only thing I have not a negative, but a issue was, I wish we'll know where he is going before we draft, before we go to free agency. Because if we know that we're able to see that body of work, then we can make a decision if we're going to go. Because we have to make a decision: are we going to go for the point guard hunting for the next few years, or are we going to get a stopgap and to see if those will take over and then go forward? So, or we're going to draft and develop a point guard. So those are we won't be able to do that unless they. That's why I think they brought him in here with Mitchell Robinson early and I think the front office, the way the free agency and the draft is going to determine what they think of Luka Valdoza going forward. In a nutshell.
Yeah.
Right,
I think so too.
Remember this.
Yeah,
I mean, you guys have seen Campazzo for Denver, right? And how impactful he's been. Did you guys hear what he said about Luka?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He heard for the chat, or for people
and
that
Pablo.
might not know, he said that, and Pablo both said that Campazzo straight up said Luka's way better than he is. And he said that Luka is the best Argentinian guard to come out since Ginobili.
Wow.
So for that, and Manu Ginobili came out and said he's great. He might be just as good as him. So if we could get a Manu Ginobili type to come off the bench or be anywhere close to that, even be like 75% of the player Manu was, that's amazing to just find that out of the rough.
And the best thing about his game, it's all rounded. Like to point Z, like Campazzo, he's taller. He can pull up off the dribble, shoot. Hit a lot of clutch shots in the Euro comp in the videos. The 3-point shot's a little bit shorter there, but he's got the really good handle. They said he's one of the best handles in Europe. And, to hit Mitch off the lob, Obi, he can run the floor. I think Tibbs will trust him because he's not a rookie. I mean, he's a rookie in the NBA, but he's 25 going on 26 for the start of next season. And I'm just excited for this offseason as well because we're back to the normal schedule. We've got July, August, September full of, free agency, draft, summer league, Olympics, and then we'll see training camp the start of October again. So it's going to be non-stop action.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that, man. So I think what I love about the Campazzo thing, if Valdoza works out, I think that helps the Knicks say, you know what, we'll bring Derrick Rose back for this. You know what I mean? I think that's what's so intriguing to me is if he pans out, then we don't have to talk about the Damian Lillards and all these Lonzos and all that. If he pans out, they might just say, you know what, let's give Derrick Rose 2 years, give him his money. Let's bring that back. And then, they can go out, draft somebody or whatever. They can go get a point guard in the draft and stash him or put him in the backup or let him develop. You know what I mean? That's why I'm hoping this guy pans because he's the X factor to me. He's the key to me what I think the Knicks could do in free agency even more because now they don't have to go out there and say that's one position that we think we're going to be all right with. We don't have to focus on that in free agency or trading. We think we can make it with these guys, him, Derrick Rose, and whoever, and we can just draft a point guard in the draft to get him ready in the next couple of years. Him quickly RJ 3 years from now might be them dude. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping Valdoza works out from that standpoint. I think, but from what I seen, he would fit the Knicks well. I think he would fit the Knicks well. I mean, the kid can catch and shoot off the bounce, step back, pick and roll, plays defense. That's all you want in a point guard. You know what I mean? So, man, this dude, if he pans out, we gotta have a good summer. I believe
he has the potential to be one of the best contracts if he pans out as a good role player / starter. Even on what is it? We got him for 3 years, 10 mil, and every year's unguaranteed.
Right.
Like, man.
4 for 16. 4 for 16,
Sorry?
isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Oh, sorry. 4 for 13. 4 for 13.
Wow.
Yeah, we got him cheap, man. He it is non-guaranteed, just 1 year. I think this year they had to get him over here and all that stuff, and but he got a Mitchell Robinson contract. He was, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can work. He got a Mitchell Robinson contract, and if he give you that production, let's say that dude coming to give us 10, 6 and 3, 10, 6 and 2, consistently.
Yeah.
And Derrick
That's
Rose
why I want to see him.
And Rose giving you 17, 18 consistently. Your point guard giving you 27 points a game and maybe 10, 11 assists combined with 2 of them. That's pretty good for your point guard position without being a non-superstar. So I hope it works out.
That point guard mix a little bit too, and then you get more production. Find some minutes for Quickly to develop. Find some minutes for whoever you draft to develop.
Yes.
And I don't mind him not playing Summer League because he'll be playing in the exhibitions against the US, in the warm-ups to the Olympics, and we'll see the Olympics. And that's more than enough sample size against good competition to see how he goes. And with the Argentinian national team, he's a lead guard. He plays off Campazzo as the 2, and they share ball handling. So we'll see his versatility. He'll be playing mostly the 2 for Argentina, and then some of the 1.
That's because Campazzo is very small too, so he has to play that to guard 2s. Campazzo's 5'10", so it's not like he can play the 2 guard.
Right, absolutely.
But that even speaks to versatility,
Yeah, and BX would have seen. He's commented that Derrick Rose is like one of his idols, and it's like he's starstruck as being his teammate. So
it's a beautiful feeling,
right there. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be. I think it'll be interesting, man. BX, I think that's gonna be interesting, bro. I'm so psyched about that. You believe it or not, man. I'm so psyched about a lot of things that the Knicks fans here, but that's one right there. I'm truly believe, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why I'm psyched. Anytime the great Kobe Bryant say like this guy is the real deal, Kobe Bryant no talent. You know what I mean? And he wanted the Lakers, and I believe that Kobe Bryant believed in this cat a couple of years ago. He wanted the Lakers to get him. Then and Kobe Bryant, he's really got an eye for talent. He really does. God rest his soul, my brother. But if he's seen something in him, he wanted the Lakers to get him. That tells me that he's seen something, and that's good coming from a Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? When a Hall of Famer could tell you, a real Hall of Famer, legit Hall of Famer, when he sees something, he can tell you that's the real deal. You got to take that with a grain. You got to believe that.
Him and Manu Ginobili,
right?
Who's also a true Hall of Famer. He's not Kobe.
Absolutely,
the Hall of Famer.
Absolutely.
And Kobe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think he's ever been wrong on talent. He was hyped up about Julius Randle and Jordan Clarkson, and he wasn't as high on D'Angelo Russell, but still, D'Angelo Russell's the lesser out of those players, in my opinion, because he can't stay on the floor. Jordan Clarkson's reliable, give you a 17 to 20 off the bench every night. Julius Randle, we know what he is. He knows talent. Kobe Bryant knows who's built for this league. Sasha Vujacic, former Knick, he wasn't the greatest player, don't get me wrong, but Kobe loved him.
Yes.
He won championships with Kobe. Like
sniper.
Championship part.
That's a sniper right there.
Sasha wasn't Sasha when we had him, but we know Sasha was a championship piece. Not a cornerstone, but he was a good role player on those championship teams. Kobe knows talent.
Yes,
I don't think he's ever been wrong about a player that he speaks highly of.
When Pablo was a Knick, successful Nick player, transitioning as his mentor as well. So he's going to come prepared.
Yeah.
And he's been coached by Prigioni for a month or two. I think he was interim coach of his Spanish team.
Yep.
And that's another thing. He's going to have that level of support because Prigioni's based in Minnesota, I think, still.
Yeah, I read an article on that too. And he said he's still going to make sure that he follow, he make sure the guys over here take care of him. And that's what you're supposed to do. But that's what I mean. He's been around some great ball players, man. And then Prigioni, man, say once a Nick, always a Nick. But Prigioni said he way better than me. That's coming from the horse mouth.
And still, who knows what Prigioni would have been if he didn't come over here at 35 years old.
Correct.
He could have been you know what I mean? He could have had a great career over here.
Yep.
Yeah, he put that off a long way. Prigioni said he had opportunities to come, but he just didn't want to, flame out. And Vildoza's, coming at a really good age, and he seems like he's got that confidence and, that little bit of, dog in him. They play tough over there. Apparently came up from hard beginnings in Argentina, made his way to Spain, to have some success. And then he's used the money the Knicks paid to buy him out of the contract to come here on a prove it deal. So it reeks of a guy who's just believes in himself and, is betting on himself. And we're seeing what Campazzo's doing in his second year as well. And, this guy's at least equal to him in the same national team or better at a younger age. So it's an upside move, and I'm glad they did it because there are other teams interested as well. And I think, it's better than any other local backup point guard for that money. I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm psyched about that, fella. I think that's going to be a really good one, man. But salute to Alton Lee, man. Salute to the chat, man. We just out here cutting it up, man. We got Zach in the building from the love of the game, man. We appreciate you. I already know what it is. And listen, man, y'all go out there to support these content creators, man, for the love of the game. Be at Jedi Sports Talk and the streets is buzzing. Y'all go out there when these guys hit that notification. When you see them guys drop a notification in there, they about to come on. Go on there, hop on, man. Support these brothers' shows, man. Y'all getting some good dialogue up here, man. And these cats be giving it to you from a fan for the fans. You already know, man. The fans make the show don't make the fan. Without the fans, ain't no Knicks real talk. So y'all already know. But go support these content creators, man. They out there giving you they time and energy, man, to keep y'all in the loop until the season starts. And we enjoy doing it because we fans as well. So it's all good, man. We having a good time up in here. We just talking Knicks, man. But I'm glad about that. I'm glad we had that Valdoza topic because I'm really intrigued about that going forward this year. And I just hope that everybody come back and take another step. I think I hope RJ come back and take another step like he did this year. Hope Julius take another step this year. So I'm really happy. I want to see Manuel quickly take his step. Obi take his step. I think if these guys take another leap this year, and we bring in a few pieces, I think we're gonna be even a better team, and I'm really hoping to see that. So let's hope these guys, man, go in and get in another week from now. Tom Thibodeau got them coming back out to Tarrytown in I think a week or something like that. They ain't already there, and they're gonna get going, man. Do what they got to do. And see where they're gonna go this year. But I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I know Knicks fans is excited. We're gonna be buzzing all summer long, man, and we're gonna be here, man. You can catch us all over the place. Like I said, for the love of the game, Bronx Jedi Sports Talk, Knicks Real Talk, streets is buzzing. We all over, man. And go support all them content creators, man, down there, man. NBK, Die Hard, Queens Court, Man, Freezy. And just go out there and support everybody, man. Because this is about sports, and this is for the love of the game. That's why we do it. You know what I mean? So go out there and support that, man. Let's get it popping. And I appreciate y'all coming here with Knicks Real Talk. Y'all already know that. So we could do it longer, whenever you want to do it. I'm good, man. And I'm glad we on, man. So I'm excited, guys. I'm excited to be for the Knicks this year, BX and TT and Z. Hopefully we take another step, man. Hopefully we get to the second round this year and take another step. You know what I mean? I think in the next couple of years, man, we'd be ready. I think we'd be contenders. I believe the Knicks would be contenders in 2 or 3 years, maybe 2. It all depends on how the ball bounces. You know what I mean? And what happens. But I know we definitely headed in the right direction, man. There's different levels to this stuff. I think we're going step by step, level by level. And I think we done took one this year. From 21 wins in one season to 40. almost half over what you. That's phenomenal. So I love the maturation of this team, man, for real.
To your point, though, like we already are contenders if you want to go by the true definition of the word.
Yeah, that's right.
You're in the playoffs, so you're in the top seed, top 5
That's
seed.
right.
There's chance. I mean, I'm not saying we would have won the championship. I don't think any realistic fan thought that, but at the same time, we're contenders. And
Yes,
I have a
sir.
question for the panel, for all of you guys. And this isn't exactly what I would want per se, but we've seen Obi Toppin take a step defensively, like throughout the season. We've seen he had his footwork getting better, his feet got quicker. He was very active on the basketball court. He made his mistakes, but he was very quick. He's only 220 pounds. He's 6'9". He can shoot the ball better. He can play inside and outside. The ball doesn't stop with him, like it does with Julius. Not that, no disrespect to Julius, but Obi's not a ball stopper. Do you think? Don't start him there, but do you think he could play some minutes at the 3 to see if he could develop his game so he could play alongside Julius and Mitch? You think that's something we explore?
It's something I want to see for sure. I think his footwork improved to the point where I think he was switched onto some point guards. Like, remember that block he had on Paul, and then got out for the fast break. And I wasn't expecting that. And I know there was a lot of knock on his defense before the season, but it wasn't half as bad as Kevin Knox's defense in his second year. So I think Obi can definitely give us some minutes at the 3, which will be, I just think he's very versatile. He can play back to the basket, post-up game. He has a front-facing game. I just like his size, runs the floor well. I think the Knicks organization think incredibly high of him. We saw Leon Rose's reaction. They got their man. They were contemplating trading up to get Obi. There was rumblings that we were trying to explore a deal, but then we found out that Cleveland weren't going to take him. We were ecstatic, and I just think he can play 3, 4, 5, and I think he's a worker as well.
Versatility, bro. That's amazing. Like, you notice how much better we're getting as a team when we have versatile players.
Right.
Like, think about it. Like, RJ's versatile. Reggie Bullock's versatile. Reggie can play the 2 and the 3. Julius can play the 4 and the 5. Obi can play the 4 and the 5 and possibly the 3. Look at all these guys we have. They're just Luka Vildoza. He hasn't even played yet, and we know he can play both guard positions. That's my boy G Money. G Money, he wants the link. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, I'm gonna tell you, man. I love that Obi thing. I think the Knicks, him at the 3. I think the reason why I would love. I know this position was basketball too, but he also gives us another height. He gives us some more height down there. You know what I mean? And I think his all around game. I think Obi, to me, I think he could definitely do that. I have no doubt in my mind Obi Toppin can make that happen, man. I love to see the Knicks really go out there and put him in there, man, and let him try that. Because to me, that's another thing. I think Obi's going to take an RJ Barrett step this year, personally. You know what I mean? And if he does, I like that for him, Mitch, Randall, RJ Barrett. Oh my God, you get that point guard right there, man. That's fire, bro.
He has actually his fundamentals, like
size across the board, versatility across the board. It does wonders for your basketball team. Wonders for helping you compete.
Yeah.
G Money.
G Money,
Look at G Money with the fresh haircut.
Yeah.
You, my man.
Looking clean.
Announcer in the game, better than Mike Green.
Yeah, we were just talking about the Obi thing, man. Zach had a question about Obi Toppin. Can he pay the 3? It really, you know what, Zach, if he can go into all season and work on that footwork and get his defense better, I don't have a problem with that front line. I really don't, man. I would love to see Mitchell Robinson, him and Red Randall make that happen. I think that with with RJ at the 2, Randall at the 4, Mitch at the 5, and Obi at the 3, then you're gonna throw whoever you're gonna throw at the point guard. I like that team from an athletic standpoint. I really do. Now you got a
Right.
front line that's athletic, straight athletic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's nice to have.
Now, to my point with that real quick, I'm gonna this year. One of the positive about it, since there's gonna be a long training camp. Now it wasn't like this one that passed, with the short pandemic and XYZ. Now they're gonna have enough time to run that and see that in practice when they come in September 28th. They got a whole month of training camp, and they could do that. They could put an Obi to see if he could work out for on the three with Julius and Mitchell. So that's a big plus going forward. They're gonna have a long training camp where they could see that and see if it works. So yeah, I think they could do that.
And I think his biggest improvement will be his shot. What do you think, Z?
I think if he works on his footwork and defense, and like I want, because his shot was already getting there. Like his shot will get there organically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It might sound crazy, G Money. Don't kill me for this. I know you, G Money. You're gonna kill me, but do not kill me for this. Anybody.
Right.
This is just a thought. I don't know if it's gonna happen. This is just a hypothetical. Throw it out there. If Tibbs gets his butt in the lab with Tibbs all off season, just focus on defense. His body type, that 6'9", 220, his athletic ability and that hustle.
Mm-hmm.
If he becomes a lockdown defender, I could see a Sean Marion type comparison for him.
Mm.
Yeah,
that's a good comparison. That's not bad. That's good. That's a good comparison.
Throw names out there like that. That's a little out there. But I'm saying if Tibbs works with him, he could be a monster at the three.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
With a better shot than Sean Marion. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be special, G Money. I think Obi Toppin. You know what? Some guys just learn the game differently. And you think about it, usually sometimes the rookie like him, you at the 8th pick or whatever, 4th, 8th, whatever, you come in there, they throw you right in there. Sometime. But this guy had to come in. He college player of the year. He had to come into the NBA and get humbled off the door. He had to play behind Julius Randle. You know what I mean? He got humbled at the door. And I just think that might bode well for him. Like, and he had to sit back and learn and take them bench splinters and everything and say, no, man, I got to watch the game more. When Obi Toppin got hurt at the beginning of the season, that might have been the best thing happened to him. He had to sit back and watch the game, watch the NBA from the bench early, because it was. And I think it might have helped because later in the season he started really showing me some things. Man, I always knew he had the tools. And I hope he pans out, man. I think he could be. He's another guy like him and Valdoza. If them two dudes pan out for the Knicks,
the player I saw in the playoffs, the Obi I saw then, was the college player of the year.
He played well. He played well.
Like he played with the confidence that he knows he belongs, and I think we got, in terms of just Obi as a raw talent. He was higher than the 8th pick in terms of raw talent. There were mock drafts that had him in the top 3.
CT, to your point, if the tournament happened, he might have ended up going top 2.
Right.
If the NCAA tournament happened and he beasted, and let's not forget, in college he was a slow developer.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he carried a team. That's what I like.
And you know what? And to come to New York too. Think about it. You coming to the Mecca in your rookie year with the hype. You know what I mean? And I'm just glad that the hype got crushed early. It got crushed early. We don't want the hype. We just want the player. You know what I mean? Because sometimes a hype can destroy your career. You know what I mean? The expectations, a la what's her name, Bennett, all them guys, and
no.
Kwame
Brown.
Yeah. So that hype could kill you, man. I'm glad that he got humbled real quick. You sit behind Julius, you ain't ready yet. And that was the best thing happened to that young man. So I'm happy about that. I hope he stay in Knicks, man. I hope they don't make no dumb trades and keep up on guys. I hope RJ quickly, to me personally, RJ quickly, Obi, and Mitch, them the 4 guys, young guys, that I want the Knicks to keep them cats around that organization and let them be part of this franchise. I think them my main 4 right there. Quickly, Obi, and RJ, and Mitchell Robinson. I think you develop them 4 young boys, man, and bring them along slowly. And 2-3 years from now, you're gonna have something special.
Let me ask you this, Divine. If let's say Obi takes a monster leap next year, and let's say he's getting 20 minutes off the bench, which amazing. That's an amazing compliment from Tom Thibodeau if he's taking that much time from Julius. And let's say he's getting 10 to 13 points a game off the bench. He's dominant. You know where I'm going with this, BX. That's what Bronx. That's why you're smiling. Do you at the trade deadline? Do you try to, let's say, package Julius for a good small forward? Like, let's say we don't get a small forward in the free agency or the draft, and Julius is beasting, but Obi's beasting, and you see the defense take a huge step. You see all this. Do you get rid of Julius for more assets and another player that goes alongside those guys?
Like a Levine?
About it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like, for example, do you package
I've
that
been
for
saying
Jonathan
that.
Isaac?
I said that a while.
Do you-
That's what
back.
I'm
Do you
I said that
package
about a
that
couple
for
weeks
Jonathan
ago.
Isaac? Because you could give Julius Randle and get Jonathan Isaac in a pick.
When you gonna throw Isaac at the four?
The
That's
three,
a little
it'll
bit.
be at the
You're
four.
giving too much for Julius. Now, unless you're doing a three-team deal. When with Julius, I said it. I called it about almost 3 weeks ago. I don't. Randall won't be part of the future. They're really high on Obi Toppin. They're gonna bring him.
Boy.
They're gonna bring him in. They're gonna bring him in this year. They're gonna give him them. But after that, I don't see Julius Randle a long term on that. I broke that down on Bronx Yellow Sports Talk, and I also gave a little tease on Knicks Real Talk about before the season ended. I don't think Julius Randle is long term for the Knicks. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't. I think the front office, what I was told, isn't really. They like him. He was, he really excelled going forward, but they see that it's Obi Toppin is the guy that's going to eventually take over. If they don't trade him this year, for a mega star, then a potential blockbuster. But I think they really are really really enamored with Obi Toppin big time. This Knicks.
Well, yeah, that's Leon Rose's nephew, pretty much. I mean, look what he went through to draft. Scott Perry had no say. Scott Perry wanted Tyrese Halliburton, so did Thibodeau, and they went and got Obi. Which I love Julius. I'm so thankful, and Knicks fans all over the world should be thankful what he did this year. But if Obi really is like that and is built like that, what's the point of paying a guy who's about to be 27 years old if you have a guy that's 23, 24? 3 years you can have him around longer. He can grow with this young team. I don't know. I want Julius,
G
but at the
Money.
same time,
Yeah.
Hey Zach, G Money, let me ask you a question. Would you do Randall for Karl Anthony Towns?
no.
No? Okay.
Salute everybody. I like Cat, but no
I don't
way.
like that.
Okay.
I don't
Towns
like
can
that at all.
score in the post, but Towns, to me, he lacks heart sometimes. And also, he's not a good defender. I'm sorry. Cat, yes, he can stretch the floor and can score in the block, but he doesn't play good defense. At least Randall plays some good defense, and Randall's a better passer, though.
Mhm.
So,
Randall's more of a team player, and he's not soft like Karl.
right. He's not soft. Randall give it his all. I know he struggled in the playoffs this year, but Randall has been our MVP all season.
Absolutely.
And also, like you said, Zach, he plays with heart. He gives it his all and shows heart. Cat is a good player, and rest in peace to his mother. But I'm sorry, Cat doesn't play defense. So no, I would not trade Rand for Cat. No way.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're
And
giving
he's a bit
Pat a bunch
slow, I don't like those slow plodding centers. I prefer a more wiry center.
if you're giving us Cat and a lot of draft capital, then yeah, but that wouldn't happen. So
Mhm.
Yeah, the reason why I bring that up because I know earlier we were talking about. See, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, the stretch five thing. You know what I mean? I mean, the cat put up 20. He putting up 24 and 11. You know what I mean? He putting up Randall numbers.
He's
He
a
put
good
up
player.
Randall numbers. And I agree with you got on the defense, but that's why I brought that point out earlier. We said like this is a stretch five league now. We were talking about earlier, and that's the type of cat who got a body who can handle these Joel Embiid guys and the guy that you guys were talking about earlier. That's why I brought him up, and
Right.
wondering if this guy under Tibbs can light a fire under him. But the guy's numbers are there. You know what I mean? His numbers are like Randall, and he's taller. You know what I mean? He so I was thinking if you had him and you throw Obi at the 4, and so does that make the situation better where Obi getting minutes, but you still getting the same production numbers wise that Randall was getting at the 5 and giving Obi the 4?
Yeah, I mean, look at Karl Anthony Towns. He's the much more skilled basketball player than Julius Randle. That's not a question. Whether we like his
I
heart,
agree.
whether we like his defense, he's much more skilled. He's a better basketball player than Julius Randle. I hate to say that, but it's true. But the thing is, it didn't work out with him with Tibbs now, when he was younger. Now he's older. He's more of a star. He has more of an ego, more likely. He's not. He's less likely to listen to a Tom Thibodeau disciplinarian type coach. I don't think he'd come here just for that reason. He didn't like Tibbs. Tibbs didn't like him.
Mhm.
So it would. I don't think it would mesh for one of the. That's the main reason I don't think it would mesh.
I think it's. I think a little disagree with that just a little bit. I think Karl Anthony Town, going through what he has gone through in his life experience, I think he has humbled himself and taken a different aspect approach, teachable moments, getting better. Especially that kid been through a lot of trauma with
Yes,
losing his mom,
I
losing
pray
family
for the man.
members,
Yeah.
and I think now he's really a grateful person and appreciative. And I think him will come to the Knicks under Tom Thibodeau. I think he'll embrace it because he's saying, you know what, this is like something giving me an opportunity. Due to the fact of what happened off the court, I think if he were to the Knicks were to get him, I personally don't want it to, but if they get him, I think it will work for that reason because
And
of his life experience.
to your point, Tibbs, like I said this earlier when earlier in the season when we were thinking about bringing in Kevin Porter Jr. when there was a lot of talk about that with the off the field issues and stuff. A coach like Tom Thibodeau can't be understated what he does for someone that's having problems off the field, because he's a no nonsense guy. As far as like he's picked up people like Derrick Rose used to have a lot of off the court issues in Chicago. Not him per se, but the people around him. Losing friends because he's from Chicago, like the violence out there. He'd lose friends, and he said that Tibbs used to say, "Come on, I'll come get you from your house. Let's go watch some film. Let's go eat dinner together. I'll do." He's married to the game. He doesn't have a wife. He doesn't have a family. He's literally just cares about basketball. So he'll go pick someone up, and it's understated how much he cares about his players. So to your point, I didn't even think about that, Bronx Jedi. That's a great point. As far as like he might say, you know what, I need that distraction. I need that guy that's so committed, and that to the work that might be a distraction for me. And he actually ended up might playing better because of that.
Right.
Let me
I
ask you
really
a
like
question.
that.
What do you think of this lineup? This is the reason why I brought that up too.
Okay.
Karl Anthony Towns,
Uh-huh.
Obi Toppin,
Yep.
Zach LaVine, RJ
Uh-huh.
Barrett, and whoever you put at the point guard.
Give me a name for the point guard. Just give me a name.
CP3 should be. This is wishful thinking. CP3 is wishful thinking.
That's a
Okay.
that's a finals. That's
what I
finals
said.
appearance
With a
team.
CP3, the guy at that team, oh my God.
That's a finals.
You know what he's
because
doing with the
Philly
Suns?
could
Going
not.
to the conference final.
Philly could not score with that team. Philly could not match that team's offensive ability because Ben Simmons, as great as they are defensively, he hinders them offensively. And
True.
Joel Embiid, like you just said, one injury away. Brooklyn could still beat the brakes off of that team. It's just, can Brooklyn stay healthy? Do those egos mesh? Yada, yada, yada. Are they going to have chemistry issues? All three of those guys in Brooklyn are known after the first year or so of their new team they go to, it starts to fall apart. The wheels start to fall off.
Yeah, look at Harden's soft tissue.
In Golden State and Kyrie everywhere. So, you got those. Boston couldn't hold their jock strap. But, like, the only team I'd be worried about is Brooklyn. But Brooklyn, Harden could be hurt. Kyrie, KD could be hurt. Kyrie could be calling off sick for Game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals because he wants to go burn sage somewhere. I mean, like,
or take a vacation out of the state.
Yep. You know what's crazy
for a
about
month?
that team? You know what's crazy about that team too? The reason why I think about this here. Karl Anthony Towns, he got the center spot. Brooklyn's center spot ain't better than this. They got the KD, got the power forward. You get to that 3. I mean, they got the power forward KD over Obi Toppin, but when you get to Zach LaVine and whoever they 3 is, whether it's I think Zach LaVine run neck and neck with anybody there. I think CP3 will hang out with Kyrie. So I really believe with RJ Barrett in that lineup, that might be a problem.
The thing is, you'd want Zach LaVine at the 2. You'd want RJ at the 3.
Yeah, yeah.
True,
Either way,
true.
either way. I thought Zach
I
Levine
get
was a
you,
little more
though. I get you.
linkier, but I take either way. It's
I get you.
positionless. That'd
Think
be a
about
problem right
this.
there, man.
And Zach can fly. Zach is very
We
athletic.
Yeah.
You
we
want to
just
talk
took
about a
the
guy that came back from an ACL? He's more dominant now than he was before the ACL.
Yeah, that's it.
Big
Crazy.
time fact, Z. Woo-hoo-hoo.
He's more
Yeah.
dominant. And imagine if he would have been under Thibodeau his whole career and they didn't have to trade him. He got pressure from the front office. He wanted to trade Karl Anthony Towns instead of Zach Levine. He loved Zach Levine, but the Minnesota Timberwolves owner goes, "Look, you'll be fired on the spot if you try to trade Karl Anthony Towns." So he had to trade Zach
Yeah.
Levine for Jimmy Butler. So, that'd be a dope team.
But check out that team. If just say all them players, everyone on that starting line, just did they average season average, just all of them. Just, next year they do their season average. Karl Anthony down 24-11. Zach Levine 25, 27 and something. RJ Barrett probably do 17 and something. Chris Paul 17, 18 and something. Obi Toppin 12 to 13 or 15, whatever.
Chris Paul might average 20 assists a game.
Oh my
Think
God!
about
team
this
will
for a
give
second.
Brooklyn problems. That
we
team
just
will
took-
push Brooklyn 7 games.
I
I
still
don't know. Go
Brooklyn
ahead.
would beat them. I still think they'd beat the brakes off of that team just if they're all healthy. But you never know. We might take them to 6, and you'd have a chance. You definitely have a chance. But
Yeah.
I still think they're too much. But who knows if they'll even be together? Who knows if Kyrie just wakes up one day and says, "I want to be gone again," or you never know with that team.
And listen, and Karl Anthony Towns, he'd be 2 years left on the deal after that. So you bring him in, he only have 2 years left.
And you'd have all of their bird rights, so you'd be able to go over the cap to get them.
Yeah, and think about it. Trading him for Julius Randle, you ain't giving up a lot of picks up. You ain't got to give up to almost like a mono switch. Maybe a switch, or maybe a first.
You might have to give 2 second-rounders with Julius. But what are you really giving up? 2 second-round picks?
You can buy second-round picks back.
Right. We got about 16 of them from Ed Davis, so you never know.
Man, boy, like I said, the Knicks got options, fellas. They got options. I like that one though. I always thought that under Thibodeau that even Karl Anthony Towns when he was in Minnesota, that had more to do too with Jimmy Butler. You know what I mean? He was a young cat. Him, Andrew Wiggins, them was a young guy, man. They puppies coming in the league at that time. You know what I mean? And and then Glenn Taylor, right then it was Tom Thibodeau who was the president of Basketball Information, but Glenn Taylor was the owner. You know what I mean? So, it was like, okay, you damn you do, damn you don't with that one. But I like to see Zach Levine and at least Zach Levine. I like that for Obi. I think if you could pull that off, I kid you not, man, because you about to play Julius and Max. Karl Anthony Towns Max is about over. You know what I mean? So you're talking maybe 3 years compared to 5 years now. So it's kind of keeping us in balance with the structure and giving us flexibility in 3 years, like I said earlier. Because if you give Julius Randle 5 years, we on that contract for 5 years. If you were to trade him for Karl Anthony Towns, we only got him for maybe 2 years and a plus. And if you think he that dope, then you re-sign him. And the man from New Jersey, he want to be close to his father over here in New Jersey because after what he went through with his mother's death with COVID, and it's a good market for him. And I think I wouldn't have a problem with that if you can get Obi at that 4 and go from there. I would be excited about that, man.
Just keep in mind though that there was a lot of substance to that stuff in Minnesota.
Yeah, I heard.
Tibbs is a very disciplinarian coach. He runs a tight ship. He's not going to let Jimmy Butler send those type of messages and do those type of things to those guys if he didn't want it to happen. If he was he would have pulled Jimmy Butler aside and torched him and did whatever he did if he didn't think it was the right thing to do.
I think we've seen we took Phoenix to the final shot of the game twice this year, and we're seeing them blow out Denver.
And they might sweep Denver. I'll be honest, they're going to sweep Denver. I mean,
and we played Philly tough. We played Philly tough. The last 2 games we played them tough. Went to overtime.
Yeah, if it wasn't, man. It's just if it wasn't for the offensive rebound with Danny Green, we might have won that game at the Garden. And the one in Philly, we were up 9 going to the fourth quarter. If we didn't implode in the fourth quarter, we would have probably beat Philly twice.
Offense was our weakness.
Sure, our defense has been fine in those games.
'Cause
Just that inconsistent
we just
offense.
need moments of the game where we could trade baskets. We could get enough stops when we needed, and we held Atlanta to like solid numbers.
105
But
points a game, 106.
we just had with RJ and Randall not scoring like they were in the regular. We just had no one else
We
to
couldn't
keep
guard a
up.
corner three too. Another reason why the Atlanta Hawks spreaded their wings and fly in that series. We just couldn't guard the pick and roll with Capella later in the series, and also
Yeah,
Ice Tray. He was an
He's a
assassin,
superstar, man. He's a
Yeah,
superstar.
he put himself on the map, but
yeah.
that series,
But
and he did a bow in Game 5. He did a bow.
he deserved it,
Game
man. As
Yo,
much as I don't
and
like him after his cockiness and all that, he deserved it. He played a great series, but
yeah, he
if you
did.
look at it too, that exposed our defense. I'm a coach myself. I'm not obviously not Tim's level or anything like that. I just coach, where I'm from. But he, I saw all year that our defense is highly overrated. If you look at how many open threes we gave up all season. We gave up open threes to good 3-point shooters all year. They were missing. Then come playoff time, they hit the shots and we looked a completely different team. So it's not like we can't replace put in a Karl Anthony Towns or a Zach LaVine and be like, oh, well, it's going to hurt our defense. No, Tibbs is a guy when it comes to team defense, he can scheme up a defense around his personnel that will work well enough. It doesn't matter who he has. He can team like look, he was competitive in the playoffs. Nate Robinson is the starting point guard. Nate Robinson couldn't play a lick of defense.
Yeah, and Aaron
True,
Brooks.
good point. And they won a game in Miami too.
Derrick Rose never played defense. Like he can team up a defense that will work. Like we could do the same thing last year that we next year with different talent. You let the player, you protect the paint, you let the open shooters shoot, and if they miss it, they miss. If you make it, you live with it. We would have more offense, to CT's point, and be able to score more, and that would counteract it, and we'd be a much better basketball team.
Yeah, I think
to your point, we
played. Excuse me, real quick. CT, real quick. I think even though bad his offense was, that's why you missed it. Alpha Payton. Bad as his offense was in that playoffs, his defense, and after you think about it, in the first 2 games before he got benched, we lost 102, 102 2 points. They barely beat us, but when Alpha Payton went out, we had that point guard who could stay in front of at least make Trae Young fight for what he got to get,
So I'm very unpopular in the Knicks world because I support Alfred Payton. You look at the numbers against the Hawks all year. It was 13 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals a game. What he did that game we won, he played 8 minutes and he got 5 minutes, and he got John Collins in foul trouble immediately and got Trae Young out of his rhythm. Trae Young still had a good game. He's gonna get off and get his numbers, but he made it uncomfortable for him. And you look in the regular season, like you said, Divine, he made it uncomfortable for Trae Young. He made him work on both ends of the floor, and he got bigs in foul trouble. That's how you beat Atlanta. You get Collins and Capella in foul trouble. You make Trae Young work on defense.
Yeah.
You see what Philly's doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
And Philly, the good thing why Philly's up to 1, also they're being physical. They're not letting Trae get open shots, and also why Philly's up to 1, Joel Embiid, and Ben Simmons have been super duper. Tobias Harris attacking the basket. Sadly, Danny Green is hurt, so hopefully, because he hurt his calf, hopefully Danny Green could be okay. But another thing too, why I know we're talking about New York, but I just want to make a quick point about Philly and Atlanta. Another reason why Philly's up to 1. They're clogging that paint. They're not allowing the Hawks to drive, and they're running the Hawks off that 3-point line, which is key, though. Because the Hawks like to launch from downtown. That's why they stole home court up to 1, and we could very well see Brooklyn and Philly in the Eastern Conference Finals soon.
I just want everyone but Brooklyn, anyone but Brooklyn, So I want a full-strength Philly or a full-strength, Milwaukee.
Well, Milwaukee, it was a defensive grind in game 3. Felt like a 90s type game.
That's what they got to do. That's what you got to do against the Nets. You got to beat them boys up. You can't let them have that finesse game, run around shooting 3. You got to get up in them cats and throw something. And I think
They did.
Giannis Antetokounmpo and Brook Lopez, they good for that. And that was a good way to respond. To hold Brooklyn to 80-something points.
86
What?
to 83. Wow.
What?
And it's
That
rare you
won't
see
Yeah.
that.
Look,
That
that
won't
was a
happen
bad. That
again.
was a bad all around.
PJ was a great addition.
They didn't hit
Yeah,
the shot.
absolutely.
Andrew Holiday with the big layup at the end.
Dude,
That's the
why I'm
point. That's what caused the one in the game there. If Milwaukee would have called a timeout and they would have inbound the ball and reset and allowed the Brooklyn, even though the Brooklyn don't play good defense, if Brooklyn would have reset on the last play with a defensive shot, they
Mhm.
would have not won that game. That was heads play. They
Mhm.
inbound the ball. They didn't go to timeout. They took it to the length of the floor, caught Brooklyn off guard on their heels, and that's why they scored that layup there. And even
And
despite KG almost hitting that bank shot, but
I thought it was
Kyrie,
going in.
yeah, but Kyrie wasn't. But he didn't have his game. He didn't have his head in that game. No, for
Yeah, it wasn't good.
he didn't want. No, he didn't want to play that game last night.
Well, you know, that's my man. My man showed up. That's why I'm
And
gonna tell you
Bruce
something.
Brown screwed it up too. Bruce
I
Brown.
think that's tied up tomorrow. I think they're
Was
going
that
back
Bruce
to Brooklyn
Brown?
2-2.
J.R. Smith.
I think they're
Mm,
going back to Brooklyn 2-2.
No, I don't think so.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you
Nah.
something. I'll tell you-
Brooklyn's gonna
I'll
win
tell you
game
what,
4.
Hopefully.
I think
Brooklyn's
I just want to see a
I'll
grind.
say this real quick. They found the game plan. Now you gotta remember Brooklyn defense is not that stout. They ain't stout.
True.
They not stout.
They were locked
Now
up.
Antetokounmpo and them and Brook Lopez and them, they finally came out and showed some heart. It's like, nah, Blake Griffin, you ain't getting this shit up in here. I think they find and Drew Holiday, he made a tough on Kyrie the other night.
He
I
did.
think
He was
they
physical
found
with
their
them.
mojo a little bit. I had them beat me personally. I thought that they could take Brooklyn out in 6.
No
I did
way.
it. I
That's
did
The
it.
not
Yeah.
size.
That's not
Yeah.
gonna happen.
And the only
That's not
reason
gonna
I
You
happen.
said the
the only
size.
reason I had said that because I just knew that one of them players wasn't going to be there. I like one of them players is not. That's the only reason I picked them. I said one of them 3 guys, one of them not going to be there. And
Yeah.
I was like,
I believe their age will catch.
yeah, with the addition of Drew Holiday, made that team different. You know what? Drew Holiday is a stud, dude. I mean, he don't get a
He's
lot of
underrated, man. He's
Yeah, he
tough.
is
He can
very
fight.
underrated.
For
He can hit the
context,
winners deep.
Underrated.
I
Yeah.
wanted before RJ was drafted. I wanted Drew Holiday and Malcolm Brogdon as our 1 and 2 on this team.
We can still get Malcolm Brogdon. We still can
Malcolm
get Brogdon.
Brogdon is a perfect point
Yes.
guard for Tom Thibodeau.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he can hit the 3,
Yeah.
mid-range floater, great defender,
Perfect point guard.
good free
for
throw
Thibodeau.
shooter. I love Brogdon. It's just that he's injury prone. That's the thing with Brogdon.
Mhm.
But you guys, like, yes, Brooklyn isn't the best defensive team in the regular season. They also held Milwaukee to 86 points. Like that
Exactly.
for Brooklyn.
Z's right, Devon.
Like
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
the type of team. They're veteran laden. They were waiting for this moment all year, and now they're stepping up. Yeah, that's never going to happen again. They're not ever going to only score 83 points against the Bucks
And
again.
Joe Harris is not going to go 1 for 7.
No.
1 for 11 from the field, no
Brooklyn's-
way.
1 for 11.
Brooklyn's
Look at
winning it
that.
all.
And I want to throw this out there too. A great point. People forget about this play. Remember when the Bucks were down 3? Blake Griffin touched the net. If he doesn't touch the net, the Nets have a 3-point lead with the basketball. There's a good 90% chance they'll be up 3-0 right now if Blake Griffin doesn't touch the net. So I look at game 4. If you're Milwaukee, jump on this team. Because remember, they're up 21. Step on their throat. Don't give this team any life. Because if the game is close again in game 4, Brooklyn's going to close them out because the Nets have been there before. Again, Kyrie's not going to go 9 for 22 again.
Right.
Joe Harris
You
won't
just
go
got to
1
take
of 11.
Kyrie out. You know, I think
I know.
KD's going to do what he do. If you
Exactly.
just put
Bruce
Kyrie
Brown
off his
screwed it up
spot,
at the end. Bruce Brown,
they don't
like,
have
what
enough.
was he doing?
You know?
Missing. He had his moments, but missing floaters. That last play down by 1, that was silly. Like, you're gonna try to go over crazy over Brook Lopez?
Yeah, but they got right there. That's when Kyrie had to take over and not give up the ball to Bruce Brown.
True.
And he gave up the ball. And what do you want Brown to do? They gave him up the ball. He says, "You know what? I'm gonna take it. No one else." The Kyrie obviously didn't have it. They didn't want it, and Brown took it.
You know,
you gotta look at that.
You know what else is interesting too to me?
Didn't
Check this
play.
out. Real quick. If Chris Middleton do what he doing and Giannis have their game, that go your washout. That go KD, Kyrie, Chris Middleton, Giannis Antetokounmpo. That Brooklyn gonna have to have if Harden don't play, who gonna be that next Brooklyn dude to give you that? Drew Holiday can give you 20. He
That's a
can
good
get you
point.
20.
Joe
Who gonna
Harris.
be that next Brooklyn dude?
Joe,
If Kyrie
Joe
get
Harris
his,
can do that sometimes.
Joe
yeah, right,
Harris,
absolutely.
Shamit.
But you
Jeff
know what's the key to that too?
Blake Griffin sometimes.
Yeah, but Joe Harris also is that guy who, like, I think Z was talking about it earlier sometime. And Joe Harris is nice, but Joe Harris is also a guy who don't put the ball on the floor himself. He playing a good defense. You got to remember now, he playing somebody who can D him. I understand how he can shoot, but if you got somebody who can D you, that changes the game. I just think that they well balanced. I think Giannis Antetokounmpo and Chris Middleton, if they can have the game Kyrie and KD having, I think that defense, and I think Flowers, I think the point guard, I think they got a shot at beating Brooklyn. Because I just think that without James Harden, you got teams who got two guys who can go at each other. I want to see that, man. I think I'm gonna say my pick tomorrow. I think the Bucks tie that thing up 2-2. They go to Brooklyn.
Let's not forget too. They're up 2-1 against Milwaukee and only gave up 86 points without DeAndre Jordan.
That's a good point. Not a good point, Z. Why was if he plays the game 4? Then what?
And Jeff Green will be back.
And Jeff Green's been out too. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Divine, but let's be honest. The Bucks thoroughly outplayed the Nets in Game 3 and were Blake Griffin not touching net away, a better shot by Bruce Brown away, and from potentially being up 3-0, what Phoenix is doing to Denver. I'm sorry, man.
I get that.
I can tell
I
what's going to happen.
I agree with you that, but you know what happened? No, I'm gonna tell you what happened. They 2-1. I understand all that, but they 2-1. I understand. You can say that about a lot of basketball teams where everybody catch a break. No, know what happened? They won the game. Now they 2-1.
No, the Bucks deserve credit.
Brooklyn could have blew them out probably, but they didn't. You know what I mean? I think the key to me is this here. Sometimes you can't give a team a break. When you got your foot on somebody's throat, you should go for the jugular.
I agree with that. That I agree with. The Nets didn't come out focused.
I think they should have went for the jugular. Put Mike Budenholzer on retirement or to another team. Brooklyn did not do that the other night, and sometimes you got to be careful because that team, like Atlanta. Atlanta, you should have won that today. You had Philly you had the Knicks. You should have put them boys away tonight. You didn't.
And now you're down 2-1.
That's all I'm saying.
I think Brooklyn, the longer this playoff goes, the Brooklyn's going to feel their age. Yep. You know, all it takes is one more injury to two of their stars to miss a game or two, and it's lights out.
Yeah, but
they have so much talent.
And they have too much experience. Let's be honest. Atlanta's not beating Brooklyn. Let's just use logic here. Atlanta's not going to beat them. They don't have the experience. Philly, if you want to use the injury excuse, you can do the same thing.
Atlanta, talk about Milwaukee or Brooklyn. What are you talking about? You said Atlanta.
No, I'm just saying hypothetical. Let's say Brooklyn beats Milwaukee. Just a hypothetical. Let's look at mini matchups here. Let's say Atlanta somehow comes back and beats Philly. Do you really think the Hawks are going to beat the Nets? No, they're not going to do it.
Of course not.
All right, the Sixers. It's easy to say the injury excuse for the Nets. Why about the Sixers? Danny Green just got hurt, and what if Embiid is hurt? Then what? Then it's over for Philly. Because are you relying on the old Dwight Howard to dominate that series if Embiid's out? Or if Ben Simmons is out, is Shake Milton going to be – not Ben Simmons, I mean Danny Green. Is Shake Milton or Thibault going to be consistent? I don't see it, man. The signs are there. The Nets are going to the NBA Finals. Sorry, the Bucks are not beating these guys. I don't trust Middleton. I know Middleton played well in Game 3, but he may have a bad Game 4. I have a feeling, though. Also, the game is close. Brooklyn couldn't apply the strategy to foul Giannis at the end. They can apply that strategy, though. So that is why I think the Nets are going to the NBA Finals. I don't trust the Hawks because they don't have the experience. The Sixers, to me, they're not consistent. And the Bucks are kind of a streaky team. The West is I'll make this quick point. Look, I think the Jazz are going to beat the Clippers, okay? I don't trust the Clippers. The Clippers have to win a game in Utah. That's not going to happen. I got Jazz in 5. The Suns, in my opinion, are going to sweep the Nuggets. So probably the Suns and the Nuggets. Are either of those teams going to beat the Nets 4 out of 7 times? Probably not. Phoenix is not experienced. And Utah, look at Mike Conley. If you want to use the Nets injuries, what about the Jazz? They don't have Mike Conley right now. So I'm sorry. In my
I think that's everybody. I still, without Mike Conley, I still think of the Jazz going to the finals.
No, without Mike Conley, you think they'll beat the Suns?
I think so. I think Rudy Gobert will give DeAndre Ayton problems. He just would give that boy problems. He would give that whole team problems in the front line. I think Donovan Mitchell and Devin Booker gonna go at it.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Right? I think people underestimating Utah Jazz's firepower. Bogdanovich and Clarkson and Neal, them boys can knock it down. And the other guy, Ingles, them boys be dropping it, yo. I think people sleeping on them boys. When they played Denver in that bubble last year, that was one of the best series I ever seen in basketball.
That was fun.
Just to
and what Donovan Mitchell said, and they did that without Bogdanovich last year.
Mm-hmm. If he was there, no matter what, think about it. If he was there, they would have beat Denver last year if he was there. And I'll be honest with you, they might have even beaten the Clippers if Bogdanovich was the way the Clippers were looking last year. They didn't want to be in the bubble. You can argue if the Jazz were healthy, they would have played the Lakers in the conference final last year. I don't think they beat them. I think the Lakers would have won the title anyway, but it would have been a harder challenge though. This year's Jazz team is different. People still think the Clippers are coming back. Let's just sense this team's not coming back, all right? Because look, if the Mavericks can win the Staples Center, so can the Jazz. They can win the Staples Center. If Utah, I'm saying this now. I think the series, I got Jazz in 5. But if they win Game 3, Utah, they will sweep the Clippers if they win Game 3.
Money, didn't you say that the Clippers, there was no, let's be honest, there's no way they're going to come back down 2-0 to Dallas?
I admit I was emphatically wrong.
So
I was, but here's the
really
go ahead.
I'm not saying I think they will, but they can.
They can, but they're not going to. Example, the Nuggets could come back from 3-0 against the Suns, but they're not.
Yeah, I still think the Clippers are going to at least make it a series.
They got to win Game 3 and 4. If they go down 3-0 or 3-1, it's over.
That's why I feel about a lot of teams. A lot of teams just did what they had to do. You know what I mean? A lot of teams just did what they had to do. Like even Brooklyn. Brooklyn did what they had to do. They won their 2 home games.
Mm-hmm. That's the Bucks' turn.
And that's what even with the Jazz, they did what they had to do. They won their 2 home games. Jazz only different that the Suns won theirs and more. You know what I mean? So
and on the road.
That's why I said tomorrow's game. I'm telling y'all, the Milwaukee Bucks found something. They just got to get physical. They're gonna try that. Whether they win or lose, they're gonna play Brooklyn hard tomorrow.
No, I agree with that. It'll be competitive.
Yeah, I do think Giannis gonna let Blake Griffin know. Listen, you used to be the man. Watch Giannis Antetokounmpo tomorrow. You ain't on my level. You used to be on my level. And Brooklyn playing good defense against him. I like what Brooklyn doing to Giannis. They making Giannis play. They make him earn every pin. The first game, I think it was. They showed me something. Brooklyn clamped down and took that inside away from Giannis. He had 2 jump shots.
Forcing the jump shots, yeah.
Right.
I think,
and they did that. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be interesting.
I think Brooklyn run into trouble against Philly. Personally, I think Philly have the challenge. With a healthy Embiid, and if with Thibault and Ben Simmons on the perimeter, and all the depth shooters they have.
Oh, that defense is crazy.
He's not going to be healthy the rest of the year. He tore his meniscus.
Again, I mean, he played, and also, like I said, if the game is close, they're going to foul Ben Simmons. Is he going to hit those free throws? Probably not.
And then you're going to give Harden back. Harden is,
Philly's not being Brooklyn. Stop hoping with the Sixers. They're not
the foul, right? Let it. You can't foul under 2 minutes, right? So let him foul him.
Harden is not going to choke because look, it is a million times easier for Harden this time around. At best, he had an aging Chris Paul, which that's nothing against Chris Paul, but at best, his best shot was with Chris Paul and a bunch of castaways.
Exactly.
And now you know how much easier the game is with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving on your team. Pressure is off of James Harden,
and he'll get Jeff Green back too. Look at Jeff Green back.
James Harden.
Brooklyn, fully healthy, obviously, is the creme de la creme. We get that, but I do believe this here, man. Sometimes you just got to look at matchups too, and matchups make a difference. If let's say hypothetically, Brooklyn and Philly playing, I bet you that goes 7. Here's why.
I can agree with that. I
guaranteed you, even if Joel Embiid played, they ain't got nobody for him.
I agree.
Yeah.
Right. So him and KD wash each other out. We don't go. So now Tobias Harris and Kyrie Irving, they wash each other out. James Harden is the X factor. You know what I mean? But if Harden don't play, then now who you got Ben Simmons. So they talented just like I think Brooklyn got a lot of good. They started 3 or 4 now with Joe Harris, but I do think that perimeter defense, like CT said, man, I'm gonna tell you something. Fibo and Ben Simmons is the creme de la creme of defense.
They're gonna tire KD out.
Let's be real.
No, they
That
won't.
dude shuts down
Thibault dogging a
everybody.
34-year-old.
No, they won't. Okay,
Man.
who?
Durant's just gonna
Ben
shoot.
Simmons is the deal, bro.
I'll be right back.
Kevin
Yep.
Durant
Not off the Achilles, you know, a 7-game series.
still averaged 34 points a game. Like he's not. It does not matter. He that Achilles, he came back from that. Thibault has
That's
no.
okay, but wear him down on the other end. You know, a dogged defender with size like Thibault.
He doesn't have size for Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant,
you know,
7 foot tall, and can do anything.
I'm not saying he's going to stop him, but you tire KD out, and you know you limit the other guys.
Like 30 to 35, and also, look? I think Philly will get to the conference final. Who's to say they'll beat Atlanta? Who's to say the Hawks don't come out flying for Game 4? So that's
Brooklyn
what
just scored. Brooklyn just scored 83 points, and
doesn't
you're saying
matter.
no one can.
Does not matter. That's one.
Can
Doesn't
stop
matter.
KD.
Check this out real quick. Let BS go. Check this out real quick. When you play the Nets, you know what KD gonna do. I don't think KD is not even an issue because you know what he gonna do. You know what I mean? So it even don't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't stop KD. You just shut down the rest of them. You know what I mean? Michael Jordan. I'd rather Michael Jordan have 55 points than 30 points. And every time I have to watch Michael Jordan play the Knicks, I hope he go for 55 or 60 instead of 30 something because everybody else is not involved and Knicks usually win that game. You know what I mean? Let KD score 30 something. You make it hard on Kyrie and the rest of them, then that's how you got to beat them dudes. KD was scoring his sleep on anybody. You know what I mean? So he's not to me. He's just part of it. I think the Joe Harrises you got to shut down, slow Kyrie down, slow Blake Griffin down. You know, KD can't beat you by himself. So let him get his 32.
But neither can Joel Embiid. Neither can Joel Embiid.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So even, let Joel Embiid get his 30. You got to stop the rest of them dudes. And I think that they got a good defensive Philly.
And don't forget, Danny Green might not come back for the playoffs. He has a cast, so we don't know how bad that will be.
And with the point with James Harden not coming back, you don't rely on him on score, but the team plays much better with him on the floor because he's also assisting. He's giving he's got high assists. He's getting everybody involved with James Harden. He draws the fouls. He gets everybody going. So now you got guys like Shamit. You got other Brown. You got all the players on that Brooklyn team. They're shooters, and especially with the spacing, they're gonna want to double team. What are you gonna? I'm telling you, there's nothing.
And Bruce Brown could play defense too. They could put on Ben Simmons.
Milwaukee is getting it took Middleton to score 30 points and they only scored 80-something points to beat the Brooklyn Nets and out of the Kumbo I think is getting exposed as he's really not that mega superstar that they think. He doesn't shoot. He can't shoot the three. He can't shoot the three. He can't hit the anything in the free throw. And in the fourth quarter you want him. He can't. He doesn't take over a game for being a superstar. So. It all falls into the hands of Brooklyn. That's why I don't see the Bucks winning this series.
The Nets winning the championship. In my opinion, Brooklyn's winning the championship. The signs are there. Phoenix is way too young. People forget about this. The Nets were down 24 in Phoenix without Durant and Kyrie. Won that game. That was with Harden. The second game, Durant and Kyrie were there, no Harden, and won that game by double digits. Do you really think the Suns are going to beat the Nets? No.
Well, the Suns have the best chance, in my opinion.
Right.
No, they're the best chance.
Arguably. Utah for me.
I think Utah got the best. I think Utah got the best chance of me.
Utah ain't even beating Phoenix.
The Suns won't hold a candle to Utah.
Man, right?
It's Utah.
Yo, check it out. The Utah Jazz got firepower, dog. I think y'all not looking at that team, bro.
So have you seen Donovan Mitchell? He's literally
Kyrie and Durant to the playoffs.
And then when I
they
think
don't defend Kyrie and KD aren't defending Mitchell.
Yep.
They're defending Kyrie, Harden, or KD.
Check it out though. Here's the problem everybody missing. When you play the Utah Jazz, you gotta hit 3-pointers. Now it's not can you have to. If you don't hit 3-pointers, you cannot beat that team because you can't score it in the inside. Rudy Gobert messes that whole lane up on people.
Defensive player of the year.
Yeah,
you know?
Okay,
check it
the
out.
Jazz
When
have
you
hit
play
threes
them
against the
guys,
Nets too.
you
So what's the
gotta be
point?
a jump shooting team. That's what I'm trying to say. And you look at the Knicks against Atlanta. What happened to the Knicks? They became a jump
Yeah,
shooting
New York
team.
took jump
Look,
shots.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
Phoenix,
people
Chris
underestimate
Paul.
why Utah gave that man $200 million. Not because because what he do for
And
that team.
I
Chris
want to
Paul,
throw this
God,
good point too. I want.
Jay Crowder can shoot. All these guys can shoot. So Phoenix is going to
But
destroy them. But Giannis has zero basketball skill. He's a dominant athletic specimen. He can't shoot.
Yeah.
I watched in that Milwaukee game. It was laughable. Blake Griffin slapped his hands on the floor.
Sagged off.
Mhm.
He pretty much sagged off, slapped his hands on the floor, and said, "Come on, Big Daddy, come at me 1-on-1."
Giannis
And he
1
was
for 8
trying
from
to
3.
dribble. He couldn't get past an old, decrepit, aging, past his prime Blake Griffin
Yeah.
1-on-1. He is not a superstar. He's a dominant force athletically. That's it. Like Dwight Howard. When Dwight Howard went to the finals with Orlando, they said, "All right, beat us because you can't. You have no skill. You're athletic." Yes, Giannis is
Good point.
defensive player of the year. Defensively, he's a specimen. He's a god defensively.
Oh yeah.
But when it comes down to 1-on-1, he can't beat anybody.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. But I have to kind of
Yeah.
disagree with y'all talking about hating no superstar. Y'all out of your mind, bro.
No, I think Giannis is a
That
superstar.
man is a
It's just he doesn't
two-time
elevate the game in
MVP.
the
Star
playoffs.
athletically,
Hold
he's
on.
dominant
He a
athletically.
two-time MVP, been averaging 20-something, 27, 28 every day since he became on that level with 12 rebounds. Listen,
Good point.
that man
All
is a
Good
the
point.
stud.
athleticism.
But
For
what I'm
him to
saying
win,
though,
Drew
but just
and
like
Middleton got to
anybody
show
else,
up.
you got to put the players around them. To say Antetokounmpo is not a superstar, I don't know what basketball y'all watching. That young man is gifted.
He
He's young
dribbles.
and gifted. Yeah, and just like
He
Julius
is
Randle didn't
gifted.
have a 3-point shot, but that don't stop him from doing his thing though. Giannis Antetokounmpo
He's
been putting
gifted
up
athletically.
numbers every year since he's been in the league. Every year,
Mhm.
27 and 11.
He-
For you to say that, I think y'all doing a disservice to him. I think sometime you have to weigh and judge. Okay, who's around this guy that can help him get there? Everybody need that, and I just think that he's
Giannis is a
gifted
beast. He's had
athletically.
help. He's had
not
help.
gifted skillfully. He has no skills. So when the athleticism diminishes,
I-
it's nothing.
but you know what? But the Shaq didn't have skills, but he still was
But
one
he
of the
still got to the
dominant.
finals.
That's all right. You know what? But Wilt Chamberlain, your skill is your dominancy to them. That's what their skill level is. How dominant they are. That's what makes them. That their skill is being dominant. You know, like some people's skill is shooting the ball. Some people's skill is shooting dribbles. But some guys' skill, they use a dominant skill set, and he
And they
is
were
a dominant.
superstars.
He's a dominant superstar, man.
They were
listen,
superstars. They made the finals. They made it. They battled. Giannis ain't got out of the second round, really.
Well, other than 2019 when he got to the conference final, no disrespect to Giannis. He also did blow. I remember that series. He was up 2-0 in that series, lost in double overtime in Game 3, blew a 14-point lead in Game 5 at home, blew a 15-point lead in Game 6 in Toronto in 2019. Giannis, in my
hold up
opinion,
though. Hey, J Money, Giannis didn't do that. The Bucks did that.
I
not
know the
Giannis.
Bucks did that.
The
I'm not
Bucks
saying
did that,
it was
not
all his
Giannis. You know,
I
people
didn't
got to
say it was
understand
all his
basketball
fault.
is a team sport. Michael
I know
Jordan
that.
couldn't have
I
won
never
6
said it was
rings
all his
without
fault.
Steve. Hold up for a minute. Michael Jordan couldn't have won 6 rings without Steve Kerr, John Paxson, Scottie. I get all that.
I agree with that point.
Sometimes you don't got the right players around you. You can have talent, but is it the right talent? Giannis Antetokounmpo needed shooters around him. That they never gave him knockdown three.
Middleton, Lopez.
Middleton's
Yeah,
knocked
but
down.
think about it. Look at their percentages, though. Look at
Holiday.
Lopez. Lopez is not a 40% 3-point shooter. He's a center. He every now and then he goes out there and shoot the ball. Matter of fact, to me, he Achilles heel of them. You know what? You should trade Brook Lopez, put Giannis at the 5. Let him play that position where he can use his dominant and he ain't got to worry about a jump shot. But I think Giannis he just got to get some real talented. Because Milwaukee, you think about it, Budenholzer ain't never got nobody paid. Look what the team he had in Atlanta with
Got
Mills.
swept in the conference final by a
It ain't
banged up
Giannis.
Cleveland team without Kevin
My
Love and
man
Kyrie
ain't got
Irving.
nobody
Yes.
nowhere. He haven't got a team out to the Western Eastern Conference Finals since he's been coaching. Because sometimes it's the coach. And I don't think Mike Budenholzer lost that game yesterday,
Oh, he would have been fired by Sunday.
he's been fired. Right.
By
So
Sunday?
sometimes
Yeah.
you gotta look at the people coaching the team. I think Giannis get a real coach, get some real talent, that young man will take him there. I think he'll take him there. I just think he that
He
talented.
needs a jump shot.
Budenholzer is.
Yeah.
He's a
And he working on it. You think about it. He working on it. It takes time. Look at Julius Randle. How many years that line has been in the league? 7 years? How long Julius Randle been in the
Since
league?
2014-15 season.
Right. So he been in the league, what, 6 years?
Let me see. Hang on. 15, 16,
How old is Giannis?
18,
26,
20, that's 6,
27.
21, 7 years. Okay.
Right. And Julius Randle been in the league 7 years. You see us, and Julius Randle just started shooting his jump shot.
That's true.
Sometimes it's the maturation. And Giannis has shot the ball 3-point year better this year than last year. He signed that max contract. That when you sign a contract like that, you aim to get better every year. You have to.
I agree with that.
And I think that young man is a year or two away from hitting that jump shot consistent and putting the NBA on notes. He already doing it already. 2-time MVP.
Let's not disrespect Budenholzer like that. He's been a coach of the year. He's been in the conference finals more times than
I'm not disrespecting him, but he haven't got his team. He haven't got his team nowhere, dog. That's all. I'm not disrespecting.
Divine has a point, Z. Divine has a point, Z.
Right. I'm not disrespecting him. That's why I always try to correct you, Zach, because I'm not disrespecting him because he's a great coach, but he hasn't got them to that level. That's not disrespect. That's just how good he coached. That might
true.
You could say the same thing about Tibbs. Tibbs hasn't got anywhere.
You're absolutely right.
True.
That might be
Good
his max.
with Tibbs.
Yeah, it might be his max. He might not be good enough to get him to that higher echelon. There's a lot of coaches out there like that. Dan Tony just can't get him there. You know what I mean?
Dan Tony, Terry Stotts. There's a lot of bad coaches out there.
And I just think that Giannis. You put Giannis with somebody
Scott
like
Brooks,
with Eric Spoelstra, or put him with somebody who gonna build that game. Could you picture him and picture Giannis in Miami with Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero?
That team can be dangerous.
Come on, man. Come on, that's 40 and 20.
That team will be dangerous.
What? That's why I said, he might leave Milwaukee if that shit don't care because he too talented to be going out exiting the first round. Mike Budenholzer
second round.
Get him out of there, bro. I think Giannis is special.
Here's my opinion. Come 2 games from now, Mike Budenholzer will be gone. I don't know. In my opinion, Giannis sent the extension way too soon. I would have waited to see how the series would have gone, and then see where I'm going to go. Because I see what you guys are saying. Yes, I do. I'm not saying it's all his fault. That's not what I'm saying. I believe he's a superstar. But what Z makes a good point. Yes, you need a coach to win, but it's also you. You need to elevate yourself in the playoffs too. It's not just coaching. It's easy to say, "Oh, great coach." It's easy to say, "Oh, great coaches always win." That's not always true. Look at the Clippers last year. Doc Rivers is a good coach. Why didn't the Clippers win?
Doc Rivers did not win until he had multiple Hall of Famers. He won 1 championship with 4 Hall of Famers: Rondo, Garnett, Allen, and Pierce.
Well, really 3, because Rondo was not a Hall of Famer at that time. Really 3.
I'm saying he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm saying.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah, Ray Allen wasn't really a Hall of Famer at that time either. They're all past their prime. But what I'm saying is, he's also a coach that's the only one that's blown multiple 3-1 leads in the playoffs.
That's a good point.
All coaches can be great. Tibbs right now would be in the second round if it wasn't for our starters shooting a combined 21% from 3-point range all season.
We can bias jump shots.
Every single coach is there for a reason, because they're a great coach. They wouldn't do it at the highest level if they weren't great coaches. NBA players win you games.
That's a good point.
If Thibodeau went out there and make threes for the Knicks, he would have done it. If Budenholzer would go out there and make jump shots for Giannis, he could. You can only scheme so much when the ball doesn't go in the basket. It's not the coach's fault.
Yeah.
When you're going up against LeBron,
it's also the players. The players have to make themselves better, and
that's what I'm saying.
With Giannis, I think Giannis is a great one-dimensional offensive player. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying his defense. I'm not talking about his rebounding. I'm not talking about but he's a great one-dimensional player to get to the hole and score. He's a scorer. But the thing is, his level of scoring doesn't transform into a fourth quarter, and especially in a playoff, to take over or close in a playoff. So that's the problem that we're having with him. He might, it would have been better if they would surround him a little more. Middleton, don't get me wrong, is good, but I think he's not. I think he's like that B-level number 2 star that
right.
And they need like an A closer to help him out to get over that hump.
They went out and got a Damian Lillard.
That's
play
that's it.
with Giannis.
Dame with
let Gian-
Giannis would fit because
and let a
here
Giannis play Robin, the Dame's Batman, as far as offensively goes, they'd be a dangerous team and they'd win
they,
multiple
they,
games.
they would be. Because here's my opinion on both guys. There's a reason why I'm fair with Giannis and Dame. There's a reason why both guys kind of come up short because it's them too. But like you said, if they work together, if that were to happen, if Dame went to Milwaukee, because I think he should go to Milwaukee with Giannis, I don't think they beat Brooklyn, but they would at least challenge them more, in my opinion, with Dame.
If they
If
kept Drew Holiday to play the 2 guard, they're beating Brooklyn.
you think
Hey,
they're being
If they kept Drew Holiday, who could score 20 any night, and is an
I put it like this
all-star,
here: if you put my man, let's just say you get rid of Brook Lopez and you bring Kawhi Leonard and put him with Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, and Drew Holiday,
the
that's a
clock?
wrap. That's the best
They're
defensive.
beating Brooklyn with that. They're beating
defensive
Brooklyn.
team
Yeah.
is crazy. Yo,
Drew Holiday, Kawhi, Giannis,
and Kawhi Leonard on the
Middleton.
perimeter shutting down anybody. Just we gonna call it like it is.
and Kawhi's
Anybody.
clutch too.
And Giannis Antetokounmpo
Exactly.
5 and Chris Middleton, it's a wrap, bro.
Yeah.
It's a wrap.
And like
Oh, that
Giovanni
team
said,
would be Brooklyn.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
team would be Brooklyn with
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard.
That's
I'm
Yes.
stone cold fact.
Yeah,
Kawhi
I think
Leonard-
that's like AD. That's like AD and LeBron with Kawhi and Antetokounmpo. That you
and
on
you
that
keep
level now.
Middleton, you keep Holiday, and have a deep
Oh my
bench.
God,
That team
bro.
would beat the Nets though, because to beat the Nets, you got to be physical. And Kawhi, I know Kawhi is struggling to clutch against Utah, but he is a clutch player. We know that
Yes, he is.
on both sides of the ball. And if you have, this is wishful thinking, but if they had Kawhi with Drew Holiday, Greek Freak, Middleton,
Oh,
that with Forbes, Portis, man,
A crazy-eyed Bobby.
and I tell you why.
exactly.
And check this out.
Mhm.
Look what the claw would do to Joe Harris. Would shut him down. The claw would shut Joe Harris
Shut him
down.
down. Big time
Literally.
facts.
Literally. And I'm gonna tell you, Drew Holiday will make it hard on Kyrie. Hard on that dude.
I
just
agree
think
with that.
man. See, that's why I said I think you got to give him the right piece because he never played with nobody like Harden and Durant, like LeBron and AD. Antetokounmpo never played with a star like that. Never.
Yeah, but if you can say
Yeah.
the same thing, if you give Julius Randle, Kawhi Leonard, Drew Holiday, Chris
I
Middleton,
agree. I agree with you 100%.
That's like oh, so if we give every superstar player a dream team, they're going to win championships. That doesn't really say a whole lot.
No,
about
not necessarily. No, because nobody went it by themselves. Like I said, none of them play. LeBron had to go play with Dwayne Wade to get a ring. No,
And
no
Chris Bosh with him too.
Nobody,
Right,
not even
Ray
Michael
Allen.
Jordan. Michael Jordan had to go get Scottie Pippen and all them other guys. Everybody
true.
need a Batman and a Robin. Everybody.
Yeah,
need
I
one.
agree.
Yeah,
Kobe and Shaq,
there's
Kobe
been
and
That's
Kyle.
the reason why the Heat didn't win it last year.
Hakeem
The
and
Heat had a
Clay,
lot of
yeah.
players. They didn't have a Batman
There's
or a
been
Robin to Jimmy
superstars
Butler.
that played with just two super. Like for example, when Kevin Love disappeared in 2016, and it was LeBron and Kyrie coming back down 3-1. They won it with two stars, with two superstars. If you give any superstar 3 or 4 other all stars, they're gonna win. It's not that's not saying much about Giannis if you give him 3 or 4 other all
No,
stars.
but you're not giving them 3 or 4 All-Star. You just giving them
Drew
Kawhi
Holiday's
Leonard.
an all star.
Yeah, but
Chris Middleton's an all star.
But I'm talking about
Kawhi
True.
Leonard's an all star.
Drew Holiday made an
who
All-Star
who
team
won the
before.
championship last year?
LA.
Who did they
Two
have?
superstars.
Who
Two
did they
stars.
have? That's what I'm trying to
Technically,
say. Kawhi Leonard is a
Multiple.
superstar.
I agree.
Antetokounmpo is a superstar. Drew Holiday is not a superstar.
He's
a
an all-
player.
good
He's
player,
not a
good role
superstar.
player, good role player.
But you look put like this. Give Luka Doncic a superstar. It's a wrap.
I
It's a
agree,
wrap.
man. Porzingis
Luka
is not
Doncic is
fit
going
with
to be the
Dallas.
best player in basketball in a few years.
So
He
you
will.
look at the year before that. Who won it? These guys are winning with multiple talent. LeBron James needed Dwayne Wade. He needed Kyrie Irving. Steph Curry needed Kevin Durant. Or even before Kevin Durant, he had Klay Thompson, which is on the superstar level. You got to have that Batman, that A1 and A2. You ain't winning it by yourself. I never watched basketball in my life and seen that happen. Wilt Chamberlain couldn't even do that. He couldn't do it. You know what I mean? You got to have that A1. You give Giannis.
Well,
Detroit
what about
won
Kawhi with
without
Toronto?
anyone.
Well, if you want to count Kawhi in Toronto, technically Lowry was his Robin, I guess. Like Kawhi was the Batman. I guess Lowry was his Robin in
Siakam.
Toronto,
Siakam.
or Spicy P, one of them. Yeah,
But if you look at Detroit, they won without a single superstar.
it's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah, them days ago. But yeah, but that was a balanced team. But that's what I mean. I just think that I'm if next year come around,
Mhm.
Kawhi Leonard leave at the Clippers, he either come to New York. I would go out there and play with the Greek Freak because he playing with somebody that gonna ball like he gonna ball, and he might
They
take the
can't afford him.
he makes it easier
That's it.
for that
Yeah.
dude because now you're gonna have to key on Kawhi Leonard too. You know what I
They
mean?
can't afford him though. That's the problem.
They can't afford him, and then also even if
That's
they
true.
could, no one's really gonna. He's no, or none of these NBA stars going to go to Milwaukee. It's
That's why he
cold as
shouldn't
heck.
sign that contract.
During the
Yeah,
season. During the season, there it's cold as heck, and there's nothing there. You know,
Mhm.
you
Good
know, no
point.
disrespect to Milwaukee, to the city and all, but that's realistic. That's why a lot of players don't want to come. Now, I live here. This is a good city in Orlando, and you know
Right.
LeBron James. He'd rather retire before go play in Orlando. I'm like,
Yeah,
you
man.
know. Yeah, I don't know why. And the taxes, you make a shitload
that's
of
the
money.
main
You
reason why
know,
he want to do it.
to
Taxes
come
in
play
Disney
here.
World. He could do all his production for Disney World.
You know,
Yeah.
but he said he'd rather retire. I'm like, why? None of the stars. That's why Dwight Howard wanted to bail out of here.
You're
It's
That
right.
was and
the
Shaq.
city,
And
Shaq.
Shaq.
And
Yep.
now he lives here
Good
still.
point, G.
Shaq. He still has a house here. He still so I don't know what was the big deal and wanted to leave if he's here now because at that point of when the kids are when you come in as a young player in the NBA, you want the limelight. You want you know the limelight to go out and this city Orlando doesn't. You know this is a city that closed down at 2 o'clock in the morning. You know everything's shut down. Everything's quiet. It's slow pace. So a lot of the NBA stars don't like it. It's not and it's so small that they you know if they go somewhere and misbehave or do anything, everyone's gonna know about it. So that's
Yeah,
why a lot of the players don't want to come here where they can hide in the media or you know or this age and that. And I think that's the same happened with Milwaukee. You know, I think
Right.
you know. So I don't think you know. I'm not saying they're gonna go there to go wild out or do anything ridiculous, but you know, but they want to have some type of form of
yeah.
entertainment
That's a
outside of the
retirement
other.
state, pretty much. Do you think? What about Zion? Do you,
Ooh, it depends
Get
what
rid
New
of
Orleans does
Randall
in the
and
future.
bring him home. Bring him home. Come home, Zion.
Come on, Big Z, Zion. I would love Zion to come to the Big Apple. The dude can
Hey, G-Mo,
fly.
Big
Yeah.
Z, not Zion. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
yo, him and Obi Toppin, bro.
Yeah. They'll fly.
Yeah, he talk about some flying up in this, but what?
The rims in Madison Square Garden would absolutely hate Leon Rose if he got Zion to play with Toppin.
Mitchell
Yeah.
Robinson, Zion, and Obi
Zion has to.
Toppin.
I don't know how long he's gonna be in the Big Easy because the Pelicans, their wings always get clipped. Nah, the Pelicans don't fly anymore, man.
You
It's
think
sad watching
you
all
think
this
he leave
play.
New Orleans? BX think he gonna be in New York. BX called
I,
about 3 months ago. He said he think he's going to come to New York.
I'm gonna wait and see the next 2-3 years how New Orleans looks because it's been back-to-back years now that he hasn't made the playoffs. Even John Morant, with arguably a less talented team, took his team to the postseason and won. I know Donovan was hurt, but still won a playoff game against the number one seed on the road. So we had Zion. I would love Zion to come here. I would love him to come here.
Why this is right here is why I want Lonzo so bad. Because if you hear Zion when he talks, he loves playing with Lonzo Ball.
Yes,
He
sir.
absolutely loves playing with Lonzo Ball. And he was actually upset when they heard that they drafted Kira Lewis Jr. and they weren't going to match any offer for Lonzo that was like over $12 million, which you know he's going to get more than $12 million a year. So that
Right,
was like a
right.
slap in the face from the Pelicans to
They
Lonzo.
got fire Stan Van
And
Gundy
you
too,
have
man.
you have you have yeah, Steve. He's a no nonsense coach, but he's like makes no sense to play for him. When like Tom Thibodeau's a no nonsense coach, but you know it gets results. And
Mm-hmm.
but like Lonzo here, RJ's his best friend. You know,
Mm-hmm.
he's got all these guys here that he loves playing with, and it's a big market. He could take his marketing and his aura, his brand to the next level. As long as he stays healthy, he is
Mm-hmm.
coming to New York City. He knew what he did when he said that dumb stuff in that interview about his favorite place to play in New York, and then he said as a joke, he goes, "Other than New Orleans." We all know what he was doing there. He smiled big as clear as day. You know exactly what he was doing. That was calculated. That he's coming to New York City. It's
And later in his
book it,
career,
book
And
yeah,
it.
listen, and do you think Lonzo Ball, R.J. Barrett, Obi Toppin, um, Zion
Julius
Williams, and
Randle.
Mitchell Robinson That's a scary athletic team right there.
That's a team that can get to the second round, and maybe depending on Matt
Let's not forget with quickly coming off the bench.
Quigley
Right,
too,
right.
man, that can
Oh
stretch the
my.
floor.
That's why the
Luka,
Knicks just got to
whoever
play
else we
this thing
draft.
right, man. Damn.
That
That's
team will
why
be on the highlight reel
Crazy.
every time.
that's why I said that he's leaving, and it's getting more. It's coming more to fruition because now you got Josh Hart wanting out of New Orleans. There's a
Mhm.
it has to be, and Lonzo's not coming back because of the coach. And you can't fire Stan Van Gundy yet because it's his first year on the job. You're going to become a dysfunctional franchise.
Well, Indiana fired Nate Bjork, and it was his first year,
Yeah,
so
you can
Right,
find
but
it.
you could fire them, but it's gonna what kind of stability you're gonna show players when you're gonna show up Zion? He's your corner, he's your franchise, your building block, and then you have a revolving coach there. Then he's gonna get labeled as the coach killer or whatever the case. And that kid don't want nothing to do with that. He's not
true.
the reason why the Van Gundy he's not killing the coach. Is that it's just not working that style for them for that team and they need they I don't know. I can see that if they do, I think Van Gundy gets another year. I think, and then I still think New Orleans is not going to be good either, and I think he'll be gone too. And that's when all this next summer, but when all that free agency and all that all the speculation is going to start rumbling with Zion wants out, unhappy, and that's when all that's going to
Hey, check
come
it out.
true.
And that's what we send Julius Randle, 2 picks, 3 picks.
If that were to happen, I will miss Randall.
You're
If
going to
Me
need
that
too.
more than
were,
3
I
picks.
Yeah,
will
me
miss
too.
Randall.
Yeah, me
Me
too,
too.
because Randall hits the three and he stretches the floor more than Zion currently right
You're
now.
going to need way more than that to get Zion. Dave
Yeah, you
Filker's
probably
gonna
need 4
go.
picks and 3
He's going to
players.
throw like
And
7 picks and Julius Randle.
7 picks, a Domino's pizza with Randall. Yeah.
A Domino's pizza and some chicken wings and possibly a few ice cream cones.
Yeah.
Maybe
And
With
get Cake
picks
Boss,
and Randall,
get
and we're
Cake
good.
Boss, get Cake Boss from New York to throw in a few cakes.
so
Yep.
because we know what it is, I'm gonna say a possible burger because it's gonna be impossible to get them.
Yes, sir. I
It's gonna
mean,
be a
personally for
possible
me,
burger. It's
I
gonna be
don't want
impossible
to
to get
lose
that.
Randall. Personally for me, I do not want to lose Randall, but I don't
For
want to lose him.
Zion,
But
for
what?
Zion, you get rid of him. I'll pack his bags and drive him to New Orleans if it got me Zion Williamson.
Okay, if you talk about for Zion, I may consider. I probably would do it. No,
D-Money,
this
I'd
is
drag you in the car to ride
it's gonna
shotgun to New
it's
Orleans.
gonna be a three-team trade if that were to happen. I don't see Julius want to go back to New Orleans. I think it'll be a three-team trade. I could see here's the scenario. If it doesn't happen, I could see next year, with that option,
Mhm.
Julius getting shopped, going to here's the one outside the box. It just came into my head. Julius goes to Dallas. Dallas sends Chris Fox to New Orleans, and Zion comes to New York, and whatever other members or other
Yeah,
jumbo
KP has to
bumbos in
leave
there.
Dallas. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, man. KP has
this
to leave
is
Dallas. He doesn't fit, man. And the way the Mavericks choked this series away against the Clippers, I'm sorry. To me, they lost the series in Game 3, up 19 in the first quarter of Game 3. And once they lost that game, they lost the series. But they got to trade Porzingis. I'm sorry, he does. He's a good. KP's a good player. He's soft. All right,
the thing
he's
is.
soft. Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking
Yeah,
of Dallas, and since we're on a pipe dream here, let me provide more substance for that pipe dream. So there's a guy that grew up and a huge Knicks fan.
Hmm.
He absolutely loves New York. That's where he wanted to be, but the Knicks weren't in a position to draft him. He's going to be the best player alive.
Hmm.
Um, he's dominant force who can carry a team in the Eastern Conference to at least the second round by himself. So you trade exactly the whole farm to get him because he went to the first round and almost beat the Clippers twice by himself.
Yes,
Luka
sir.
Doncic. I give everything on this Knicks team and then some for Luka Doncic.
So
And you
would you?
build the team around him. He
but
is a bona
Dallas ain't gonna
fide.
let him go.
Trade maybe? Would you trade
If he
picks?
demands for a trade, if he asks for a trade, apparently he wants KP gone. If they can't get KP gone, he might ask for a trade.
That's true. And if that were to happen, would you trade less
Everything.
everything, including? I'm just trying to be funny. Gold. Also,
Who?
I'm just being funny.
I'd
Would you?
trade New York style pizza for Luka Doncic.
I would too. I would too.
I'd trade everybody on this team, all of our draft capital, play in free agency, make something happen. Because if you get Luka Doncic, you're going to at least the second round of the playoffs in the East.
Second round, maybe even the Eastern
With
Conference
him,
Finals, depending
look
on
who he's
matchup.
carrying. Look who he's carrying in the West.
Uh-huh.
He's carrying Tim Hardaway Jr., Kristaps,
And Vinny Smith,
Maxi
Kleba.
Kleber. Do you even know who Maxi Kleber is before the last 2 seasons? No.
No.
Jalen Brunson. He's carrying these guys to almost beating Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Rajon Rondo, Reggie Jackson, Marcus Morris.
And he would have
literally
done that
carrying-
if it wasn't for Rick Carlisle being a moron, taking him out in the first quarter of Game 3, being up 19 at home. Because if they were up 3-0, let's be honest, guys, the Mavs were going to win that. I was wrong, emphatically wrong. But if the Mavericks would have won Game 3 up 3-0, that series is over in 5 because they won Game 5 in a row. I don't think they would have beat Utah, but they would have given Utah some problems, though, Dallas. But Luka Doncic, yeah.
If we had Luka Doncic on the Knicks team this first round against the Hawks, it would have been laughable.
Oh, we would have won that series in 5. We would have won in 5.
Yeah. He's good. Luka's good. Luka's
He's
good.
great.
Luka Doncic.
He can pass. He can penetrate. He can hit the step back
I'm
three.
doing anything. They want RJ, fine. They want Randall, fine. They want all the draft picks, fine.
The
They
way
want
this,
Mitch,
yeah,
cool.
I agree. If Dallas was to
Give
call New
me-
York right now and ask and say, hey, we want to shop Luka to you guys. Yeah, I think you got to listen to it. I will give up more. I will give up more than what I will give up Dame Lillard.
I'd give up more for him than I'd give up for anybody in the league.
If they ask for
Anybody.
you know what I would do with that? Because I would do Julius Randle. He from Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'll do Julius Randle. I would just try to keep RJ, but you got to give him up. You got to give him up. Because you got to have talent around him too. You know what I mean? You gotta have
I get you. I'm just saying if they beat the whole team.
But if you can get Julius Randle, and if you got to throw an RJ, you got to throw him in. But I think them two, 4 first-round picks, 2 Dallas picks back, two of ours, and maybe a couple of seconds. I think you can get it done.
No, you have to give up like 8 draft picks, RJ, Randall, Quickly, and Obi for him.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I don't care.
No way, because you know why?
The best player in basketball.
Yeah, but if you don't win a championship, you ain't got nothing to build with after that.
They're gonna win if they surround play. Do you know how many people are gonna want to come to New York City to play with Luka Doncic?
But
do you know who would want to come?
You might not have the money.
You would have the money if
and also cash space.
You'd have the money.
Because he's
not making money.
It's going to be $200 million.
No, but not yet. He has like at least 3 or 4 more years before he's supermax.
Yeah, he's got a while before he makes some real money.
He has a while before he makes that big contract. So you can imagine, like I guarantee you, a Chris Paul, Kawhi Leonard, LeBron, KD.
Oh, I agree with that.
Any of these guys would want to play with Luka Doncic.
I agree with that.
In New York.
That's the problem when we got Melo. Nobody wanted to play with Melo. Melo wasn't a guy that people wanted to play with.
True.
He's not the type of Luka Doncic is 30-point triple-double in his second season in the playoffs last year. He
almost went to the second round.
Anybody wants to play with him. The only one that doesn't is KP, and who the heck cares about Kristaps Porzingis and what he wants? Nothing ever's going to make that man.
I like KP, but KP has an attitude problem. Sometimes the dude, to me, the unicorn, he lost his horn in the playoffs, though. Like, it was so shameful watching KP in the playoffs this year. How do you get outplayed by Tim Hardaway? No disrespect to Tim Hardaway.
6 rebounds, 1 assist.
Exactly, man. It's ridiculous, man. It was shameful. He looked so bad.
Did that in New York City?
Yeah, you know, he got exposed. And even in New York, I knew it was going to happen. Everybody got caught up on Kristaps because he was 7'3", can shoot a jump shot. He had like Phil Jackson said, he had no core, no lower center of gravity, no core. He can't post nobody up. They'll push him right out the paint. You know what I mean? And now they done found out what he good at. The only thing Kristaps Porzingis do is shoot a jump shot. It looks pretty.
Shoot jumpers and three. He couldn't even do that in the playoffs. He was inconsistent as heck, man, in the playoffs.
And I was a KP fan. Let me not get into it. I love KP.
He's a good player, though.
Yeah, but it's just that he got exposed after that injury because now he don't have that lift like he used to. That injury set him back. You know what I mean? He can't maneuver. He was doing some crazy stuff in New York, man. Remember how jumping over people's backs, dunking, shooting the ball off the glass, putting the ball on the fast break.
Shooting logo threes.
Yeah, as soon as he got injured, I was like, that go your because like I said, some people like Giannis, like y'all said, he depends on his athleticism. KP depends on that and his shooting. Now he lost one of them. He lost one of them now.
So
now they disposing him. See, like Giannis, like I said, KP can't play the inside. Giannis can't play the outside. They both exposed. But what can Giannis do that KP can't do? He more stronger. He running the ball faster. He more healthier. He more dominant.
And he's a better leader. I'll give it to this dude. Giannis is a better leader than KP.
Yeah,
I gotta be honest too. I mean, look, Porzingis is a good player. He's a good player. But the problem I have with KP, the dude lacks toughness. Okay, he lacks so much toughness. They should have beaten the Clippers in 5 games. I'm gonna be honest with you. The match should have won the series in 5. All right, because there were so many moments during the series when he wasn't looking to shoot, or he wasn't trying to post up in the high post or low post, and he kept settling for threes. Yeah, he can shoot the ball, but if you're KP, like there's times that Marcus Morris is guarding you, like go down the block, man. Dunk on him.
Hindsight 2020. When everybody kills Phil Jackson, that man knew talent and was right about every player. He said Frank Ntilikina would be a perfect triangle point guard. Guess what? He would have been. He said KP wasn't our future, and he wanted to trade for Lauri Markkanen.
I wanted that trade.
Lauri Markkanen could still very well happen this summer.
He was right. He said Melo would never win a championship and was a ball stopper and was a cancer. Guess what? He was right. Everybody kills Phil Jackson, but he was 100% right about everything. He wanted to draft. He was interviewed after he got fired. He wanted to draft Michael Porter Jr. over Kevin Knox. Guess what? He was right. Like all these things, Phil Jackson. I mean, Phil Jackson was killed by New York City, and guess what? He wasn't that bad.
Yeah, he did some good things. He did the reason why we're in the direction now because of Phil Jackson. He the one came in and stopped. Yeah, he did some good things, and he the one came in and said we're not trading draft picks, we're not doing this. I think for the Melo thing though, I think that's a little blown out of proportion.
No way.
I tell you why. If Chauncey Billups and Amari Stoudemire wouldn't have got hurt when he got here, we wouldn't even be talking about this right now.
So we would have probably given Miami. We would have been. We probably been Boston in 2011.
Chauncey Billups wouldn't have went down, and Amari Stoudemire wouldn't have went down in that playoff series against Boston. We would have been singing a different note. They was about to get them boys.
We would have played Miami. I don't think we would have beat Miami, but we would have given them a run for their money. Man. I say.
Listen to what every single teammate that's spoken out has said about Carmelo Anthony. He had some amazingly talented teams in Denver. Allen Iverson, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby, J.R. Smith, all these different talented players couldn't get anywhere. He went out of the first round one time. One time.
But that don't make him a cancer, though. I think he was translating his character now because let me tell you why. To me, I haven't heard no players like that he played with. I never heard Chauncey. I heard Chauncey Billups might say when he was a young guy coming in the league because he was so gifted offensively. Denver put that boy in that spot.
Hey, you gotta look at some of the teams Melo did go up against, like the Spurs, Lakers.
Yeah, let me get this point, man. I'm let you chime in. When he came out of Syracuse, Denver threw Carmelo Anthony in there and said, "You take this franchise to where we got to go." Before Kenyon Martin got there, before Allen Iverson got there, before Chauncey Billups got there, Carmelo Anthony came in the league. And think about this here: when he got to Denver, he always went to the playoffs by himself until he got the dudes. Carmelo Anthony took Denver to the playoffs every single year. He didn't make the playoffs until he got to the Knicks. He went to almost 13 straight playoffs until he got to New York or something like that. So what I'm saying is, but when they think about this here, when they got Allen Iverson, Kenyon Martin, who did they go up against?
Kobe
Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal.
What?
He didn't go up
and Tim Duncan and them guys. You understand what I'm saying? He was in the Western Conference playing some smoking teams, dude. And obviously he couldn't get over the hump by himself. But I respect Carmelo Anthony so much for this reason. When he came into the league the way he did, just won a national championship. You going out to Denver didn't have nothing when he got out there. They didn't have nothing around him. They didn't put nothing around him and George Karl, and I can't stand him for this reason. You don't talk about NBA players like that to the media. You might not disagree with Carmelo Anthony, but you don't go on the media broadcast and talking negative about a person. You the coach. If you don't like the way a person is, okay, that's cool. But I think that's a lot of negative publicity, man. Carmelo Anthony
George
he a
Karl
Nick.
was a
He,
great coach with Seattle. He's a great coach. He never said anything about any of his stars other than Melo. Chauncey Billups said Melo cared more about scoring than winning. He
but that
cared more
don't make
about
him
the
a cancer
individual.
though.
Hold on.
I just
He
think
literally,
I'm
and
saying,
Melo
Zach.
himself,
I'm just talking about the cancer part.
That's a cancerous activity.
No, that's just
Melo
no.
told
That's a
himself.
no. It's
Melo
not.
said himself in an interview with Stephen A.
I
Smith.
disagree. That's a young
Well,
guy
hold
coming out
on.
of college who was put on a certain level trying to carry a franchise because you put him there. You
But
made
Melo
him the man.
himself said,
But
even
I'm trying
in
to say is you made Melo the man. Like when LeBron came in the league, you made LeBron the man. You made him the man. You know,
he
the
handled it.
media made LeBron to be the king of the basketball. He didn't make himself to be that. When Carmelo came out of college, they put that boy in that position with no veterans around him, nobody to teach him the game of basketball. Remember when Carmelo came in the league, Zach? There was no veterans on that team until about 5 or 6 years later.
But Melo,
They put that man in a bad situation from day one because you can't take a young superstar and don't put veterans around him and teach him the game of basketball. You can't
literally,
do that.
even Melo, a 35, 36-year-old Carmelo Anthony with Stephen A. Smith interview said, even when he was 8, 9 years in the league, he should have been well matured by then. Do you agree? He should be well matured and get
Good
past
point,
this
Z.
young thing.
I can't speak. I can't
He
speak to
said
that because
himself,
if he said that, then he's
he
right.
said
But
himself he cared more about the money than he did winning and playing. He said he did not care about playing with Dwayne Wade and LeBron James. He said that was the goal for them. I wasn't letting go of the money. He cared more about himself than the team and winning, which is fine, especially where he came from. But that's cancerous activity to
so
win a
let me ask you a
championship.
question like this here because Carmelo Anthony got to New York and took us almost to the Eastern Conference Finals. It wasn't because of a couple of bonehead plays by J.R. Smith. It wasn't a couple of plays by him punching Terry in Boston. You know,
You
they
are
ran up
also
against the
getting
better.
killed by Roy Hibbert in the paint. We
Yeah,
losing to
Lost
DJ
to the Knicks.
right.
Augustine.
Carmelo Anthony, listen, the Knicks never made the playoffs until Carmelo Anthony got here. They do
Devon
nothing
has a
for
good
all the
point,
years.
Z.
So Carmelo Anthony came to New York, and we finally got to the playoffs. He was in the
Right.
playoffs every year in Denver, man.
I
And like I said,
but
I
I'm
understand where you're
saying
coming from with the maturity. I get that. I get all that. But sometimes it's bigger than that. It's
I didn't
bigger
say
than
he
that.
couldn't make the
It's bigger than that.
playoffs. I'm saying it's cancerous to winning championships, and that's proven his whole career. He should have. His talent, his superstar ability, should have won at least one championship with the teams he's
But
had,
I
and he
disagree
did.
with that. Because I disagree. I'll tell you why. Charles Barkley never won a championship.
And
Patrick
he
Ewing
should
never
have.
won a championship. Hold on for a minute. Time out. It's a lot of talented players in his league who never won a championship. Karl
Reggie
Malone
Miller,
never won.
And guess
John
Karl
what?
Stockton,
Malone
Karl
had John
Malone,
Stockton and didn't
Guess
win a
what?
championship.
All
That
those guys
don't.
you
You know
said.
what? Some
Pat
players
Ewing.
just never reached that level. But I don't think it's because Carmelo Anthony didn't want it. Maybe when he was younger, like I try to tell you guys, sometimes you can't take a young kid and throw him in there with a bunch of grown men. You let my son come in here and try to deal with me. You can't deal with me. You ain't on my level. So when Carmelo Anthony, when he came in the league, you know who was still in the league? Tim Duncan, Shaquille O'Neal, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant. You talking about he came in the league with them dudes still here.
But you
It
like
ain't that simple. It
the
ain't that simple.
Carl.
I got to defend Carmelo Anthony from that standpoint because I do believe that I agree with some of the things you said. He, like you said, he said that, but at the same time, I don't think he was a cancer. I think Carmelo Anthony would have played with anybody. I think a lot of guys. He could have joined that banana boat crew. But I
LeBron,
agree with Carmelo Anthony. I wanted to finally get paid. He took getting paid over going
LeBron,
down with LeBron and them. I
LA.
get it because you know why? He never had to get a chance to get to be a free agent. Some guys want to be a free agent. He never had that opportunity to be a free agent in his life. So that was for he wanted, and a lot of guys do that. Zach and BF, they want to become a free agent to see what it feels like. You know what I mean? He had an opportunity. Phil Jackson gave him 125 million.
Real quick, I wanted to go back to a point you said. You said Charles Barkley never won. Who was the other guy you mentioned? Not Karl Malone and John Stockton. Who was the other guy?
Well, I mentioned Reggie Miller. I did.
Patrick Ewing.
Okay, yeah. And how many people have said negative things about Patrick Ewing as a locker room guy and a leader? How many guys you played? Charles Oakley, multiple other players. Charles Barkley was well known that he didn't care too much about winning championships until he was old and out of shape and went to Houston. All these guys like Karl Malone was known to be a cancer. Some of the dumb stuff, you should look up the crappy things he did to his teammates and off the field, off the court. Like these guys, Carmelo, like these guys weren't top dog superstar championship caliber guys, and it affected their team. I mean, everybody. The only person that's the only two people that never said anything negative about Carmelo Anthony was Amari Stoudemire and Allen Iverson. Everybody else had something to say. Stephen A. Smith's his biggest fan, and even he said to Carmelo's face, "It's a travesty that he didn't think he cared about playing in championship games." And if you're in a sport that the goal is to win a championship, and you don't care about winning championships, you're cancerous to the environment of winning.
I don't think I disagree with Carmelo. Carmelo wouldn't want to win a championship. I think every player who loved the game of basketball like he do, coming out of college, playing in the Grammar Street in the parking lot, playing in the schoolyard, playing in the high school, them cats dream of that. They say Carmelo Anthony wouldn't want to win a championship. It didn't go his way. Didn't go his way just like it didn't go Barkley's way. It didn't go Patty Ewing's way. It wasn't because they had cancer. It's because they didn't want to win a championship. They just didn't get it done. But that don't mean they don't want to win it. I think Carmelo Anthony to this day, if he had an opportunity to win a championship right now, just like 4 or 5 years ago, he would have did it. It's just that it didn't work out for him. But I just don't like going around labeling people. When I say what he says the cancer, Carmelo Anthony is a good dude. He's a good dude, a charitable dude. He's a real. So I don't want you calling the guy cancer because you got to look at his overall picture. That man he's a philanthropist. He when them play, none of them Knicks players that say they don't like playing with Carmelo Anthony. All the young guys that came on this, I love playing with that guy. Carmelo Anthony right now would do wonders for Obi Toppin.
I'm not saying
wonders. All I'm saying is I agree with you. Maybe he might have wasn't hungry to win a championship, but I think that you use the word cancer on him. I can't even get that. I can't accept that.
Don't misconstrue what I said. I did not say he's a cancer off the court. I never once questioned him as a man off the court or anything like that. What I'm saying is to winning championships, he was cancerous. He did not want to win championships like other guys do. Michael Jordan cut both his legs off to win a championship. Kobe, same thing. Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Kevin Garnett, all these guys, Paul Pierce, would cut their legs off to win championships, would do anything. Melo wasn't that type. I'm not saying he's like that off the court. Off the court, he's a tremendous man. He's a good person. He's done so many things for different communities. For Puerto Rico, the things he's done, my goodness. For Baltimore, the things he's done for the city of Baltimore, my goodness. He's a great person.
Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. When they were playing, do you think Carmelo Anthony, when he got to New York, when they were battling in the playoffs against LeBron and them, when LeBron beat him and Stoudemire and them, you don't think Carmelo Anthony wanted to win the championship? When he lost to Roy Hibbert and them, you don't think Carmelo Anthony tried to win a championship in New York when he went up against better teams, dominant teams?
The Indiana series, we should have won that series. No excuses for that. We should have been Indiana. We got
right, but I'm saying, but it wasn't his fault.
It was the whole team's fault. But
right, that's what I'm saying. So you can't say that he didn't want to win a championship. He just didn't get it done.
Let me ask you this question then. If he wanted to win a championship so bad, why did he stay in New York with that horrible franchise all those years? For the money.
No, because he's from New York. You know what? Listen, when Carmelo Anthony signed that contract, he got injured. Remember, he got injured. Listen, Carmelo Anthony came to New York when New York was in the ruts. Put this team in the playoffs. They got better every year Carmelo Anthony played with them until he got injured. The first year he got there, a starry Mata went down. Him and Chauncey Billups, they would have beat Boston. That year he lost to LeBron them. They was fighting and scrapping. They had LeBron, Dwayne Wade. They had a better team. Them boys won a championship. The year after that, when he got injured, Phil Jackson came over and went downhill. Matter of fact, they should have kept Mike Woodson in the team that Carmelo and them had. It might have been.
I agree with that.
They could have went and signed a couple of more players. When they had Jason Kidd and them cats, Carmelo Anthony them was balling, man. New York was on fire. They was lit. Knicks tape was lit. What happened was when Phil Jackson came in here, they wanted him to do certain things. He not used to it. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You want Carmelo Anthony to run a triangle. That man ain't running no triangle. He's been in the league 15 years. And I think it helped him. I think when he ran the triangle, it made him a better player.
Yeah,
And
but
it did.
still,
His
like,
numbers went up, scoring wise, and assists went up. But still, you asking Carmelo Anthony to do all this stuff with a bunch of mediocre players. Listen, Chauncey Billups was hurt. Amari Stoudemire was hurt. You ain't win no championship with them dudes. Not when you going up against the other big dogs like LeBron and them. So to say that he didn't want to win a championship, I disagree. I think he didn't have the talent around him in New York to get us to that level because you had LeBron, D Wade, Chris Bosh, all them cats down there. The Knicks couldn't beat them dudes. But to say that he would, I don't know about that, man.
It's a combination. Look, the word that you said, cancer. No, the problem is with Carmelo Anthony is he doesn't have his game doesn't allow him to elevate his teammates around him to elevate them to that championship level, like a Jordan, like those guys that we mentioned that won titles. Those players elevated and helped their team around them elevate or win the title. Carmelo didn't do that. You know, even though he had Stockton, but he didn't help them elevate their championship level. Barkley's play didn't help them elevate his teammates around him to the championship degree level. Well, that's what it is. It's not the cancerous. It's that Carmelo's game doesn't give you the return to help other players around him to that succeed in the championship level. He is one of the top 10 scorers, and the proof is in the pudding that he could score. He's a bucket. He's awesome in all those areas, but he doesn't translate to help elevate all his teammates around him into that championship
Let me
level.
ask you a guy the question. We talked about this earlier. Name me a superstar Carmelo played with. A superstar. Not Allen Iverson when he was at the remember now when he played with Allen Iverson a year later, Iverson retired. I ain't talking no
he didn't.
Yet 2 years that yes he did. He didn't retire, but 2 years after a year or two, he left Denver. He only played that once.
Yeah, he retired in 2010.
Right. Right, absolutely. And Kenyon Martin wasn't no superstar.
No.
Marcus Camby wasn't a superstar. Chauncey Billups wasn't a superstar. He was a good player. Name a superstar that played with Carmelo Anthony. One superstar.
Good
Amari
point.
Stoudemire.
He wasn't a superstar.
Amari was an all-star. I can't say
superstar. He wasn't no superstar.
Unfortunately, you know who it is? It's Jason Kidd, and Jason Kidd was at the end of the line.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
J.K. was not a superstar. J.K. was a superstar, but not at that time. He was old. He was older.
That's what I'm trying to say. Shaquille O'Neal played with Kobe Bryant. LeBron played with this guy. Steph Curry played with this guy. LeBron James played with this guy. Carmelo Anthony never played with a creme de la creme player in his life.
To combat this, if Melo cared that much, why didn't he say, fix this problems or I'm demanding a trade to go to a team where I have that cast around me? If he wanted to win that bad, why didn't he demand a trade to go win a championship?
Because, I'm going to tell you why. You know what happens with that? When you start demanding trades back in them days, not now, back in them days, yeah, this was the first thing y'all would say. He's not a team player. He's selfish. He want to get out of there. Now, in this age, it's social media. Who cares? But Carmelo Anthony would have did that 10, 15 years ago. Y'all would have been beating that boy up.
Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant both requested trades or build around me, and they went and built teams around him. Kobe Bryant.
But here's the thing, too, Zach. Here's the thing, too. He took them to the Western Conference Finals with that team. He just ran into Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant.
No, Shaq was not on the team. Shaq was in
not Shaq, but I'm saying
you're
right. But he took them to the Western Conference against Kobe Bryant and them. You know what I mean? With a bunch of average, over a little bit above average players, because Allen Iverson was done. Chauncey Billups wasn't.
AI was not on the 09 Nuggets. AI was not on the team in 09, by the way. Just a fun fact there, too.
Right. Yeah. So I understand what y'all saying about Carmelo Anthony, but you always got to put it in perspective. You need talent. Talent wins championships.
I agree. Melo didn't have the best talent.
He did not have the talent, bro. And that's how I look at it, man. He all the other stuff. You know what I think about basketball for me, guys? And I know we ain't gonna stay too late. Sometimes I don't like to get into all the outside noise. I understand it's part of the game, but when it starts to the tabloid talking and a back page crap, it matters when you put that ball on that court and dribble. When you get on that court between them 90 feet, that's basketball. But everything on the outside, everybody goes through stuff. Michael Jordan had a gambling problem. I mean, everybody goes through shit. But it's what you do when you step between them square lines. So, and I believe Carmelo Anthony. And for what it's worth, when he stepped on that court, that brother came to play.
Right.
He always
I agree with that.
The only black guy that I could give you for Carmelo, I love Carmelo Anthony. But the only black guy I could give you when he was out of the league for that short period of time, and the Lakers needed a scorer and needed talent, And supposedly LeBron was his buddy from AAU XYZ. They didn't even hand out a 10-day contract to that man.
CP3 got him released from Houston. His
Yeah.
best
Listen,
friend.
do you know? Listen,
Mm-hmm.
no. Do you know why they didn't give a contract? They blackball Carmelo Anthony. Here's the why. First off, number one, I know y'all might not want to hear it because first of all, he was too social conscious.
Okay.
LeBron's social conscious.
Time out. Let me finish. He's got an Islamic faith that he shows dearly. Them people look at that stuff. Y'all might not want to agree with it, but you got to understand Carmelo Anthony for 2 years, he should have been in the league with somebody. It wasn't because he was a cancer. The league, just like they doing my man in football. They blackball Carmelo Anthony for 2 years because of what he believe in, the way he go about it, and he's one of them guys like I'm not gonna be status quo. I believe in what I believe in, and this is who I am.
I agree with you
when
on
they
that.
when they start seeing all that stuff, they like, whoa, we don't want that image in the league.
The thing is, there's two things with that though. I agree with you, Divine. I agree with you. That's
why Damian Lillard got it.
That was complete BS. He should have been in the league. That's 100%.
They blackball that man,
100%.
Mm-hmm.
But there's two things with that. Chris Paul had the cachet, and LeBron has the cachet. If they wanted him on a team, and they said, "Look, owner, get me Carmelo Anthony, or else." LeBron had that power. He didn't do it. CP3 had that power. Got him released. Like he didn't want to play with him. You don't want to play with your best friend. There's something with that. Chris Paul, there's something with that. There's something to that. Is all I'm saying. I liked Carmelo Anthony. I wasn't high on him like everybody else, but I just feel I don't know. I like to dive in deep and figure out why, and have that conversation as far as to why he didn't get it done. That's just me. I mean, I
think a lot of that also got to do because they thought he was finished. That to me, that's what it boiled down to me. I don't think it had nothing to win. They just thought after the Knicks traded him to OKC when he went to Houston and D'Antoni and first of all D'Antoni, that was a dumb move by them anyway. D'Antoni and Carmelo Anthony never hit it off. Why would you even send him to Houston? He didn't ask to go there. They traded him there because they wanted.
They traded him to Atlanta, and they released him, and then he signed with
Houston. Right. And why would he? To me, that was an accident waiting to happen. But D'Antoni,
yeah.
Come on, So I like I said, I get it, God. I'm not debating nobody wrong here. I think that we also got to look at what he went through, what was around him, and people thought Carmelo Anthony was done when he left the Knicks. They really did. So I can see why LeBron. I can see why LeBron didn't want him. LeBron probably was like, what can he do for me? I need a superstar who can get me over the hump. I don't think Carmelo Anthony would have moved the needle for LeBron. He thought so at that time.
Yeah, but
he was in a very dark place. He was in a dark place. Him and his wife about to go through a divorce. You know what I mean? He going through all these trials and tribulations with Lala.
What he did.
So it was tough. Sometimes your mind ain't there. You know what? I'm just not at this. I'm been here 15 years, 17 years. My mind ain't there. I'm going through it with my wife. I'm living across the country. She living across the country. He didn't want to be in Houston. He missed his son. When I got to Oklahoma City and Houston, that killed Carmelo Anthony. He couldn't be in the sun in New York. His mind was like, now look at him in Portland now. He balling out because his life is together. That shit happens, bro. And
I get you. I don't know. And I'm not trying to argue anybody or debate.
No, we're not.
Saying he definitely needed more talent around him. That's no doubt. He's a great father. He's a great person. Has he made mistakes? Everybody has. I have, just as long as everybody else has. But
same here. I have too.
I just like to. It doesn't matter who it is, Melo, LeBron, Mike, anybody. I just like to dive into what as I don't know, just the coach aspect in me. I like to see how anybody could get better. It doesn't matter how great you were. You know what I'm saying? Like and I went overboard with saying the whole cancerous thing. I
know what you meant. It wasn't personal. I
don't think it was
what it is. What we do, we have an open dialogue. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong, nobody's mad. We just have an open dialogue. Like I told you guys, I'm a little passionate guy. Let's be real. Knicks,
we all are, man. Knicks fans are the best.
And I just try to make sure we cross all the T's because know what's wrong for me. For me as a person, I've been watching sports so long, and I just hate to see people stigmatize a lot of people who grew up like me. I'm being real, grew up like me. We get to a point where people couldn't stand Barry, even before Barry Bonds had steroids. Oh, he went his mouth to Terrell Owens. Oh, he's a cancer. He talking about, but the man put up 178 TDs. You know what I mean? That's the part that bothers me when people just start nitpicking on the things that they do outside of what's going on the field. You know, because I'm not here to judge nobody. I ain't the Lord. I can't judge no man on this planet, so I don't talk about him. You know what I mean? That's just who me is, my character. Because if you got flaws, then you deal with them. But it ain't for me to talk about them. And I just think that sometimes with athletes, they so scrutinized, but instead of just saying no, what do these dudes really do? We don't know these guys, man. A lot of stuff we hear is through other people's mouths. Have any one of us ever sat down face to face and talked to any of these guys? None of us. So when people start shooting all that garbage about them, did you hear it from the horse's mouth? Did you hear that man say that he was this? You need to talk to the source, because we got a lot of, in New York City, tabloids, hyperbole, propaganda, and I think we beat a lot of athletes up. Like, watch now with Brent Cole. Brent Cole, prime example. Watch what this man start going through if the Yankees start losing. Julius Randle, he already going through it. Let Julius Randle not win next year. Watch what they say about Julius Randle. It's going to be the same
Good
thing.
point.
Same thing.
No,
it's going to be the same thing. Man.
it's just, yeah. And I'm not trying to judge him as a person or anything. I don't like doing that. I try to be fair to everybody. I just meant like on the basketball side, man. And just what I see with my eyes.
Right.
It's just,
I got you.
And it's not,
I agree.
I like Amari Stoudemire is my favorite player. I really wish he would have stayed healthy, man. Health permitting. I wanted to see what those two did together, fully healthy.
I think they
That pick and roll with Melo hanging on the ball
That was fun.
would have been absolutely destroying.
Man, that fire hydrant pissed me off to this day.
If it didn't punch that fire hydrant, we had an opportunity to win Game 3. I don't think we would have been the Heat, but we would have at least had an opportunity. Don't forget, Jeremy Lin got hurt too, by the way. Just want to throw it out there. So if you have a fully healthy Knicks team, I say the Heat would have still beaten us in 2012, but would have been more of a harder series, just slightly, for Miami.
Yeah,
That's all you could ask for out of the Knicks team, was to go give them a fight. I mean, just like the '90s Knicks gave Jordan a fight. You can't, I wasn't too grown. I was born in '94, but you could all I could have asked for as a Knicks fan was that you give Michael Jordan and them a fight, because Charles Barkley, any of these guys, Charles Barkley would have won multiple championships if it wasn't for being in the Jordan era. So it's like,
and also some of the teams he went up against, like Hakeem and all that. So yeah,
right. So, but what I mean by that is, like, you can only ask for them. Like, I hope nobody realistically thought the Knicks were ever going to beat the Bulls like at full strength. Like, I realistically thought that, book it, they're beating the Bulls in 4. You just expect.
I thought one time, Zach. I thought one time they would when they got
'93. Zip going to Chicago.
I mean like later, like not, like '94. I mean '93. I don't know. But I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I guess you would give
the Bulls in '93.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is every Knicks fan would have been happy knowing that the Knicks made it hard on those LeBron teams, those Jordan teams. You know what I mean? Like, we gave them a fight. We beat them up. Because you see those '90s teams, the aura we talk about them with, because they gave everybody problems. We might have been the overmatched team, but we still gave it a fight. You know what I mean? We tried our best. That's what New York loves, that grit, that heart. They didn't back down from anybody. That's what you want to see.
We just had the luck of the draw, man. You know what? Like I said, think about it. We had when we got Patrick Ewing, he played in the Jordan era. When we got Carmelo Anthony, he played in the LeBron era. When we had Bernard King, he played in the Magic Johnson era. It's just like, man,
and Larry Bird era too.
Yeah, ever since the '70s, '80s, we had that. Then what happens? My man goes down. Bernard King then get to really play with Patrick Ewing. You know what I mean? He was that. Yeah, he was that dude that would have helped put the Knicks over if Patrick Ewing and we had a healthy Bernard King. It's like
Ewing would have been his Robin.
Yeah, and then we draft Jordan Hill instead of Steph Curry. We just cannot catch a break.
And then we got Larry Johnson past his prime. Imagine if we had a prime Larry Johnson.
Oh man,
and speaking of MJ, we nearly had MJ in '96. People forget about that. He almost came to New York. Yeah. Imagine if we would have had Jordan with Ewing, Starks, Oakley,
Mason.
Excuse me,
Anthony
Mason, rest his soul. We would have won championship.
Davis. Yo, God.
Also, I wish we could have had Michael Porter or even Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, look, yeah, we just missed out, man. See, like you said, man, we the Knicks just caught bad breaks over the last 20 years. You know what I mean? It's just like I know my man. We had
LeBron almost came in 2019. He almost did.
Hey,
We
blame his
just-
wife. Can you imagine that? Why'd you have to say that? You know, LeBron, I think that was just a jab at us Knicks fans, just a
Yeah,
ad. Like, bull crap. If you wanted to come to the Knicks,
you
you'd
would
be
have
like,
came.
honey, deal with it for a couple years. I'll be retired soon anyway.
And we would have made the
Your
playoffs
wife
that
ain't
year, I
gonna
can
tell
tell you
no,
that.
don't go play for the Knicks. She didn't tell you no, don't go back to Cleveland. Cleveland's worse than the Knicks.
She was the reason why he went back to Cleveland. She wanted to give birth for their daughter, and then she wanted to do it in Cleveland. She didn't want to be in Miami because LeBron was going to too many clubs, not endorsement, because every time, I lived down in Florida here, and then we used to go at that time down to Miami, and it was always, hey, join us tonight at this club. LeBron James and these guys are going to be there, even if they show up for 10 minutes. The wife wasn't having it. She that was annoying her. Him going there, even though he wasn't the one that would party, but just him for the money he made for just to make an appearance for the DJ to shout him out and that's LeBron's entourage VIP and he'll leave. She wasn't going for it, and I think that's another reason why she's New York. She's like, oh, he wasn't do the same crap in there again. So she wanted to go back to Cleveland, and I think I think there's some truth to what he said that the
I
wife
get it.
about
I
that.
don't want to believe it, Jedi. I mean, come on. I don't
Yeah.
want to
Man, we were so
that the
close
New
getting
York
him to come to the
nightlife was the
Garden.
reason LeBron didn't come. Come on.
I'm telling you that that's a
I
big
know that,
factor.
but I just
That's
don't want to know that.
I know. I know.
And
'Cause
almost had him Spider
Mafia
Mitchell,
come.
almost had him Michael Porter. Oh,
wait,
man.
and then wait until his
Mafia
career. Wait until his career's over. You're gonna see that
We should have gone
they're
Steph
gonna
Curry over
they're gonna have a
Gallinari.
split. They're gonna have a unfortunately split in their relationship with his wife. There was some nasty rumors about the All-Star game in Atlanta.
Hey,
Something happened and all that crap. Yeah.
hey, the five families of New York. I need you to get your old magic together and get LeBron. Make sure the Mafia rigs it. LeBron, come to the Knicks.
Right.
And we almost had, and people forget, we almost had Chris Paul this summer. People forget about this. We almost had
Oh,
Chris Paul this
if
summer.
we had Chris Paul, man, we'd still be playing.
We'll be playing Philly right now. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna log off because I've been up since 4 a.m., guys. So I thank you guys so much for coming on tonight. You gotta leave you with
Yes.
Divine and
Marathon.
yes. So guys, I'll talk to you a little later. Zach, G-Money, you enjoy Ghana, enjoy your
Thank you.
vacation, man.
Yeah, brother. Enjoy that,
Absolutely.
man.
And
Yes,
Zach,
sir.
we'll talk. When you're up there, if I see the buzz, I'll swing by and say what's up. And Divine, I'll see you tomorrow. Or, have a good
Yeah,
night and
yep.
all
I'll
that.
talk to you, brother.
I'm just gonna go right to sleep, guys. All
Home,
right,
baby.
guys.
Yeah, same here.
All right, BX.
Take care. All right, guys.
See ya.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, man. But great show. Zach, all y'all, man. We did. I love this, man. I love the dialogue. I love just the talk in general, man. What a blast, brother. We did a marathon tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa,
But it's
did
good.
he just put? Sorry to real in the comments. You see what
Yeah.
CT just put?
Yeah, Josh Hart DM shots on Twitter saying wishes he's a Knick. Uh-oh.
It can very well happen this summer.
I'd take Josh Hart in a heartbeat for that three position.
Yeah, okay. So you think he's an upgrade over Reggie Bullock?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying. I just think he'd be an upgrade to the team overall, talent, defensive wise. He's a good player. I mean, we need more good players.
Right.
Mhm.
Do you start him? What do you think though? If he had the three, do you think you start him or let him come off with Reggie Bullock, or you just bring in Josh Hart and still go do something else?
I think I'd bring him in and try to do something else. If that doesn't work, I just let it be an open competition.
I got
I'll
you.
put him in the second unit, to be honest, because
but give him that opportunity. May the best man win, and if Bullock wins it, he wins it.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting because that's telling me what I know Alpha Payton is going. Okay, I know that.
We know that, yeah.
We hope that.
I think Nolan Noel is going to go. I think he's going to get a bigger contract somewhere else. So I think that Reggie Bullock scenario and Alex Burks, I'm wondering what the Knicks are going to do with them.
I think Alec Burks just played himself into a big contract or a contract for the Lakers.
Okay.
Portland or someone like that thinks they're a piece off the bench away.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Burks is going to get a deal from somebody.
So that means so far you think right now we know three of our free agents you don't think coming back, which would be them three. What about Derrick Rose?
I think Derrick Rose is going to LA.
You don't think he's gonna come back to
Nope.
New York?
I think he's going to chase the championship.
Okay. So that's
I
4
hope he
open
doesn't.
roster spots.
I hope he
That's
comes back
4.
to New York, but
Wow, that's 4. So you got 4 of your core pieces leaving this year.
that's
4.
why you need those draft picks.
And then you got Randall. So you got Randall, RJ. Right now is your only 2 starters that the Knicks had 2 starters for next year on their team.
Yeah, but
RJ.
Mitch, 3.
Yeah, Mitch, right. Mitch, 3. 3
But
starters
the 2
for
starters
2
that are
positions.
leaving,
Mm-hmm.
2 starters that are leaving wanted to replace anyway.
Right. Oh wow. So you don't know about Frank. If Frank gonna be there, maybe not. Maybe he
Better
will.
not be.
I don't think Frank's coming back. I don't
I
see
can't
it.
stand Frank.
And Kevin Knox is gone too. Let's be honest. Knox is gone. Alfred is gone. Pinson, who knows? I know he's our cheerleader. He may be gone. This team may look super different next year, though.
Wow, you think they're gonna big up the camaraderie that much in the chemistry?
I think Noel may come back. I have a feeling he might come back. Rose is 50-50 with me. I have to see what type of office teams will offer him. Taj, he might come back for another year because he likes dips. Alfred is gone. Alec Burks, we'll see. I don't think the team will break up that much, but I would not be surprised.
And plus, if they look at this team before they got together the start of the season, right? They didn't have that kind of chemistry because all these guys were brand new last year.
That's right. That's right.
It fits his culture, and it starts with your best player, with Julius and RJ and all those guys building that brotherhood. They could do it again, just with better talent.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting because I once they got to the playoffs and they got to the second half of the season, I thought they gelled as a team. But you're right though, because you still got Obi quickly. Mitchell, you still, you got Randall, you got RJ, so you still got pretty much your core moving forward that you got already locked up on contracts, basically, except for Mitch when this is up. But all them other guys I just speak about, they all on the contract. Like Obi, quickly, RJ, Randall, and Mitch, and Novell Pell, and obviously
I like Pell.
Yeah, and what's the name?
Good energy player.
Doza, if he's paying out, he got a year on his. So yeah, you can plug that with some really good players, man. I mean, some that'll help us out. You got the draft coming up with all them 4. You got 4 draft picks, and you got free agency. You got trades. So wow, that's almost 7 to 8 men. We talking about gutting. That's gonna be interesting this year.
And this is wishful thinking. Who knows? If the Clippers go home in a few days from now, maybe the Claw may pack his bags and come to the Big Apple. Potentially, you never know.
I can see that, bro.
Oh man.
So you like Lonzo? So the Lonzo and the Claw with Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, and RJ Barrett.
That's a second round team, maybe a conference final team, potentially.
Go get a DeRozan as your 6th man.
Wow.
Will DeRozan want to be a 6th man? I don't know about that.
Chance at a championship, maybe on a 1-year deal to show he can win a title with someone, then go get a big deal again. Maybe. It's a pipe.
There's a lot out there, man. You got the Kyle Lowry thing out there.
Kyle Lowry might come here. I don't know if Lonzo's going to come here. I have a feeling Lowry might be in New York. I don't think Lonzo's coming here. I think we're going to get the Raptor reunion of the Claw and Lowry. That's my guess.
I'm with that, man. For a couple, only especially Lowry on a couple of years. You give him 2 years. If they don't win the championship, then his contract comes off the books, and y'all move on. Tell Kawhi to do the 2-3 year with a team option. If you don't like,
Donovan Mitchell's 2 wins away from sending Kawhi here potentially.
Dude, if he does that, I'll send flowers to Donovan Mitchell's house.
Yeah, and also Spider. I doubt this. Will it be crazy for him if he wins the championship this season? The Jazz, that would be like a perfect story for Utah. Years of disappointment with them, and then somehow beats a super team in the finals. That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Then come on back and come back to New York, buddy.
and I'll join you, Zach. I'll send him a pizza. I'll send him with your flowers. Also, I'll send him I'll send you a good present. Yeah, yo, Spider. Thank you for bringing the claw to New York. Thank you, man, for eliminating him in 5 games. Thank you, or 4, depending how long the series goes.
So,
Man.
And 5. It'll go 5.
I like these late night pipe dreams. These
yeah,
are these.
absolutely. They're better than some of the dreams I be having.
Yeah, man.
Oh man,
But yeah, I
Man.
tell you what, man, it's awesome though, man. I'm glad y'all stayed on, man. Like I said, I know my married wife, she probably up right. She's an early riser anyway, so she probably got some good sleep because I ain't there. So she probably be riding. She be riding. I'll be going to sleep. So that's why I'm on me tonight.
yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
ain't there to snore and keep her up if you're
Yeah,
in.
exactly.
Yeah.
You hit me.
Exactly. Zach, when y'all going back on?
Um, we're trying to do something tomorrow.
Okay.
Probably around between 12 and 2 we'll start. We haven't figured it out yet. We like to talk about it the day of. Make sure we definitely plan shows ahead of time, but a lot of times we like to see
Last minute.
time works
Yeah,
good for everybody. With as
that's
many
true.
how it is with Bronx Jedi and everything. When you got more than one host,
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
it's hard to
Mhm.
plan sometimes. What
It is.
times you go
I
on?
Yeah,
tell you,
with errands and stuff, with errands, with family, and
Yeah,
all that, and work. It's hard to plan sometimes. Sometimes
yeah,
you just gotta. Yeah, it's hard to plan
freestyle it.
sometimes.
You got to freestyle it sometimes.
and that's
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
when the best shows happen too.
Mhm.
When it's just a free for all type of night. When you
Right,
talk,
right,
Mm-hmm.
right. Yep. Where you at in PA, man? You said you in Pennsylvania?
yes, sir.
Oh, okay. My mother them live in Pennsylvania.
What
Sweet.
part?
Uh, up in toward Easton.
Easton?
Yep, Easton.
I gotta be honest. I don't even know where that is. I'm in York.
It's up there, right out of New Jersey. Soon you come out of
Oh,
New Jersey. Right by
okay.
yeah, coming off of
Right.
Route 22 down 287, all the way down that way. Yeah, I'm
Clo-
originally from New Jersey. I was born in New Jersey, born and raised in Patterson, New Jersey.
So it's closer to like the Philly area. I'm about 2 hours from Philadelphia.
Okay, yeah, she like about 45 minutes down 476 Turnpike. Yep, yeah, about that.
I'm about 25 minutes from Harrisburg, PA. I'm south of
Okay, you down?
Nice.
What's that? Lawndale
I'm from
Oak, Quakertown.
no, I'm a little bit away from there. So I'm
Oh,
like
okay,
half hour south of Harrisburg, a half hour away from Hanover, where they make the pretzels and the chips, the Utz and the Snyders.
okay.
Um, York, Pennsylvania, Harrisburg. I'm within York, Pennsylvania, Harrisburg, and Hanover. So
Is,
the
is
south
Carlisle further down?
Carlisle. I'm about a half an hour away from Carlisle.
Okay, yeah. When I come from this way, I normally take 81.
Yep.
I get on 81 and then get on either 78 and all that coming from North Carolina. I take the back ways through West Virginia, get on Pennsylvania 81 and come on up that way.
Yep. Well, if you're ever in PA again, man, hit me up.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I sure will, man. That's what I think that'd be nice, especially if this season when the football season kick in, whatever with Giants and everything going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you never know, man. And I like I told BS, man. I got Westgate timeshares, I got resorts. I'm a real estate investor, man. I own multiple properties all over the place and stuff like that, Airbnbs and things like that. So I'm always got a place to still drop my head somewhere. So
I know you're always busy. That's
yeah, I do, man. I stay grinding, brother, all the time. But this is my sanctuary, man. Talking Knicks with you guys, man. This is
yep.
what I do. This after a hard day and being with my wife, with the family, everything I love, I get to sit down and do what I love the most, man. Is Knicks. I'm a really Knicks crazy Knicks fan, man. Been that way since I'm a little boy. It's like a way of life for me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
82 game watcher. Try
Yep.
not to miss a game. You know what I mean?
Yep. I didn't miss a single game this year.
Mm.
I haven't missed a single game. Well, I mean, I have but I've caught the replay. Like I've watched it on League Pass. The replay.
Mhm.
The full game though. But I have watched every single game probably the last 7 years.
Yeah,
I
me too.
passed when Lou Amundsen and Alexi Shved and
Right.
all those guys were starters, man. Can't nobody
We've
question.
been through it.
That's for sure.
We've been through it, man. You think about that though, the shred and oh my god, that's crazy. But
Uh,
that's what I was so happy about this year, man. It was amazing to see what we did this year. With Z after all the last 8 years, man. All this craziness, man. It
Mm-hmm.
feel good to see the Knicks win like they did this year and play hard and get back to being the New York team that we love to root for, scrappy, hard, fighting, and everything. You know, especially with the talent that they had. They didn't have a lot, but they had some, and they made the best of it. And that's what I liked about this team. I did like that team for this reason. They went out there and competed the best they can every night, man. And
Yep.
Tom Thibodeau brought that coaching out here and brought us up there. I was so excited this year.
Well, you seen it, like how all the fans responded that Game 5 loss. I mean, it was so frustrating seeing how the team played, but still at the end they recognized how hard this team gave it their all. The standing ovation was real at the end. That was emotional for me to see. You
Yep,
know,
yep,
that was perfect. That you couldn't have sent it off any better for fans as far as support goes. They
yeah.
they deserved that ovation.
That's
I
why I'm
just
excited.
do.
I'm excited about this year, this 2021-22 season. Man, I just hope we just stay the course and do the right thing. We got a chance to do something special in New York in the next 3 years, man. I hope they
So
just stay the course.
like I'm a Knicks fan. I'm New York everything except football, right? So I'm Knicks,
Mm-hmm.
Rangers, Yankees, and I'm a Cowboys fan in football. And Michigan is my college team.
Mm-hmm.
And normally during Knicks season, about 10 games in, 15 games in, I'm saying, oh well, time for football season, or at least
Right.
Yankees, right? And it's like, well, at least I got those teams, but every team breaks my heart. But at least I got teams that'll compete.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now I'm like, I don't even want to watch the Yankees. Time for Knicks season again, or I don't even
Yeah,
want to wait for the
exactly.
time for the Knicks season again.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's the feeling I got too. But my Mets doing good this year so far. I'm happy about the way they playing with all the injuries they got. They playing pretty good this year. Mets and Giants and Knicks, man. They're my three guys: Mets, Giants, and Knicks. But I'm hoping all three of them have. I think they all gonna have a good year. I don't know where they're gonna take it. Like the Knicks, they made it to the playoff. That's the first step. If the Giants can at least get a wild card and maybe get to the playoff, that's another step. And I think my Mets will be in the playoffs. I think they'll get there. So I think I had a pretty good year this year with sports. I just like the Joe Judge, Tom Thibodeau. I just like and Louis. They seem like they play with that New York attitude a little bit. You know what I mean? They built for the city they coach, and that's what I like about Phibbs and Joe Judge and Luis Rojas. Seem like they got that right attitude to be coaching in New York. Because everybody can't coach here. You know what I mean? So I think
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Yep. No, I mean, you guys. I mean, the Giants and the Cowboys are both in good positions.
Yeah, they are.
And the Mets are in a solid position. I think they gave Lindor way too big of a deal.
That's a lot of money, bro.
I don't think he's going to live up to it as far as like that deal. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I don't think he's going to live up to that amount of money. Um, the Yankees, they're going to be what they are. They're normally this bad to start this season, and then they all of a sudden go on a run.
Yep.
We'll see.
Yep.
I don't think they're going anywhere championship wise. But the state of New York sports as a whole is really, really in a positive place.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Yep.
Jets, they got some hope now.
Yeah,
The
they do,
Giants
man.
have hope. The Knicks
Yep.
have hope. The Yankees have hope. I mean, every team in New York City has hope.
Hey,
And that's
hey,
that's the
do you
first time
think
you
it?
say that in a while.
Yeah, do you think if the Yankees go at the maybe Bumgarner and Scherzer, somebody's out there that gives them a bet? I think if they get another ace, you get a Bumgarner to come over there and help out Brent Cole and them guys. I think Yankees is a second half team. I never count them guys out. I think it's just, the key is to Giles Cowell staying healthy.
I think the key is, can DJ LeMahieu get back to his old ways, because
Okay.
we have too many strikeout artists in
Yeah,
the lineup. As far as
right.
like, you're not going to win a championship if all you do is hit home runs or strike out, because when postseason pitching comes, you're not going to do anything. You're going to strike out, and it's shown with the Yankees.
Yeah,
They need more small ball.
yeah,
It's amazing.
absolutely.
Like, they're allergic to bunting. They're allergic to stealing. They're allergic to putting runners on base. They just want to hit home runs. It's sickening. Like, you need small ball. Like,
Yep,
back to the Yankees,
absolutely.
even when they were the Bronx Bombers, they still had got, like, for example, the core 4 years. I mean, people like to call it a core 5 if you count Bernie Williams, because I think he's underrated. But
Mm,
they had guys like Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter, Knobloch, guys
right.
like all that played small ball. At least they could, and they could get on base. They could manufacture runs when the home runs weren't coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like that they forgot what won them. In '09, they had that jack team, like those whole, when they couldn't do anything, and then in '09 it worked because They had guys like Nick Swisher who were willing to get dirty and do more than just hit home runs.
Mhm.
Robinson Cano, Hideki Matsui. They had guys that could do it all.
Right.
And that's just, I don't know. They need to get back to that. Brett Gardner
Yep.
on
Yep.
that team.
I think my man too. I think y'all missing him this year. I know it. Sometimes money is money, but I think they should have tried to hold on to the Gorius though.
Yeah,
Didi,
he
I
should
think
have
they
been
should.
shortstop. Yep.
Yeah, they should have held on to him. I think he was a spark plug. He was that spark plug. To be
You
honest with
couldn't
you.
have asked for a better person to fill in after Derek Jeter. No one's replacing
Yeah.
Derek Jeter, but he was a big game player. He got up for
Yes, he
big games,
was.
clutch. The way he carried himself reminded me of Jeter. As far as like when he was on the field, like his mannerisms, he'll
Mhm.
never be Jeter, but he was a perfect replacement for Derek Jeter.
Yeah, he was. He
Gleyber
should have been.
Torres is not a shortstop. If they would have kept Gleyber at second, DJ LeMahieu at first, Didi at short, Gio Urshela at third, Luke Voigt is our designated hitter. Still have Judge, Gardner, Stanton, Hicks, all those guys. They'd have a much better lineup. I also think they should have never got rid of Starlin Castro. I
Yeah,
really
yeah.
like Starlin Castro.
Mhm. Yeah, Yankees too right hand dominant to me. I
Yep,
think
he
I
left.
think that could be their Achilles heel. Yeah, they don't got enough left hand bats. So somebody when you get to the playoffs, hypothetically, they know what to throw at you. You know what I mean? They just gonna throw a bunch of right handed pitches at you all day to keep the ball inside on y'all guys. So hopefully they fix that before the play. But I think they're gonna catch fire though. I never count the Yankees out. I just think that in the second half of the season they always find a way to get it popping up in there. You know
And
what I mean?
also, like, if they're gonna be right hand dominant, they got to hit like DJ LeMahieu or Derek Jeter used to, inside out. Don't be afraid to take the pitch that's given to you, hit the opposite field. Don't be
Right.
they're two even the lefties they've had over the past 5 years. They're two dead pull hitter dominants.
Yeah.
They got to spray the ball everywhere. They can't just try to hit it to one side of the field. If you notice, the shift works on the Yankees better than on any other team.
Mhm.
All they got to do is shift to where you're going to hit it. It's too easy to defend the Yankees.
Yeah, I think that it was interesting. Man. I think that's all around, man. Baseball lost integrity to me because of the basics. This chick dig the long ball thing messed baseball up. I'm used to people drag button, opposite field, hitting. You know what I mean? 3-2, not trying to put out the park, trying to get it down the third baseline or trying to knock it down up in the gaps. You know what I mean? I'm like, now everybody just swinging for the fences. And made it to me is like that steroid era and that chick dig the long ball era. That thing destroyed baseball. So.
Ichiro Suzuki was considered an all-time great because he was great at small ball.
Absolutely.
He was almost a dinosaur when he played, as far as that's concerned. Like, guys like Jimmy Rollins, Jose Reyes, guys like Derek Jeter, guys that could just five-tool players, because all of them had power, not home run power, but they had gap power. They could hit the ball for doubles, triples. Yeah, I miss that era of baseball so much. I miss players like that, man.
That's when I was playing baseball back then, man. We was like, listen, 3-2 man on second and third. Well, you got to hit the ball over the first baseline. You know what I mean? They just ain't about it no more. That's you don't have a Rod Carews and all these great Wade Boggs and all these
Brooks
guys.
Robinson.
Yeah, man. What? Yeah, we missed that.
You have two-way. It's fundamentals too. You know how many times it bugs me watching people catch with one hand? Aren't you supposed to catch with two hands on a pop fly? Aren't you supposed to hit your cutoff man? Isn't the first baseman supposed to be the cutoff man when it's hit the right field and you're going home? Not the shortstop. The first baseman's supposed to be. Aren't you supposed to back up bases? Isn't Gary Sanchez not supposed to get down on one knee to catch? Like, it's sad.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Yep. But Dave, man, I appreciate you staying on all night, my brother. I appreciate you so much. It's a great show. Thanks for coming on and supporting the show. I'll be on there, man, hitting y'all up, man. So y'all stay tuned for me. I appreciate y'all having me down there. Tell Heck and everybody at WWL. I see y'all, man. But my man, thanks for blessing the show tonight, man. We appreciate you, brother. All your intellect, your dialogue, all that good stuff, man. So the door's always open. You already know, Z. Hop in here anytime you want to.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
To the people who will listen on the replay, please like and subscribe to this channel. This channel is so underrated. I had so much fun on this channel talking. You can actually have a conversation with people. It's not just debate. You like Divine and I had different opinions all night. But more in the same. We could actually talk to each other. No one was insulting each other. No one was going back and forth saying that's stupid, blah, blah, blah. This is a great platform, man. Like and subscribe, share it, tap the bell, tell your friends, do it all. Do it all.
You know what?
Free.
You know what, Z? You know what? We had different opinions, but nobody was wrong. You know what I mean? Because there's different ways to skin the cat. You know what I mean? And that's what I love about it, man. Because I think either way it go, it works. Whether way I think about it, the way you think about it, we know it's gonna work anyway. You know what I mean? Because I think we speak facts, hyperbole, no hyperbole. We just speak honest and truth opinion, and that's why I call the show Knicks Real Talk. It's real talk. You know what I mean? We just have real talk. And we throw our analytics in there, we throw our dialogue in there, we throw our content in there, our stats and notes and all that. But then at the same time, also we have real talk about about things other than the statistics and all that good stuff. So
your slogan would be real talk with real people. That's what your slogan.
Yes, sir.
That's true. All right, man.
All right, my brother. Thank you so much, man. And I'll see you on the next episode. Or I'll catch you on for the love of the game tomorrow, if possible, man. When y'all guys come on, I'm gonna come on, jump on, and holler at you guys.
Yes, sir, man. Have a good one, man.
All right, bro. Salute.
Take care.
Knicks Real Talk, the night show, Divine, man. We ready to sign off, man. Thank you all you guys for coming on, hanging in there with us, man. The one who's still watching, thank you so much to the chat, everybody tonight. We ain't did this since the Knicks been off, man. So it was a marathon, but we enjoyed it. Salute. Catch you on the next episode of Knicks Real Talk, the night show, Divine, Bronx Jedi 76, and the panel and the chat. We'd see y'all later. Peace.